Chapter 301 Raise Your Hand, 200,000. Kuyaran took a large team of lawyers and walked directly into the SSSSSSSSS building. Chen Zongzong followed with a cigarette in his mouth. Unhurriedly, Kuyaran took the lawyer and went straight to the 5th floor of the SSSSSSSSS building. Stop. Who are you looking for? Several SSSSSSSS staff at the front desk on the 5th floor stopped Kuyaran in front of him. These front desk staff obviously didn't know the conflict that took place downstairs. I thought that these were just a few ordinary visitors. So in accordance with the rules and regulations, I stopped it. I'll ask the king to file a lawsuit, Kuyaran said slowly with a calm face. The staff at the front desk were taken aback for a moment. Is there an appointment? Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm and shook his head. You can't go in without an appointment. The staff member rebuffed. I'm talking about rules and regulations. To see Mr. Wang S., please make an appointment first. The voice of the staff was very solemn and screamed. Okay. Then I'll make an appointment. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm, suppressing the coldness in his heart, and slowly said, since you are here, follow the rules and regulations here. In any case, she must see Mr. Wang S. The appointment fee, 200,000 yuan. Cash or credit card? The staff asked calmly. Hearing these words, Kuyaran's pretty face was taken aback. Seeing him, Mr. Wang S., he had to pay 200,000 yuan? This, simply, 200,000 appointments, meet once. As a 30 person, there is such a means of greed for money. What a big face, what a big show. Chen Zonging on the side, when he heard these words, the corners of his mouth also raised. Take all dark. This is really. The emperor is far away. There is a Jiangnan, a little Mr. S. How could it be? There is such a pomp. Hundreds of years before and after, unprecedented. Swipe the card. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm, and he directly took out the bank card and handed it over. The front desk staff was also unambiguous, and directly took out the POS machine and started the transfer with 200,000 cash. President Ku. This. The dozen or so lawyers team stepped forward and shook his head at her, trying to dissuade her. This 200,000 is basically a serious suspected violation of the law. No payment at all. Seriously violated 30. But Kuyaran, but her beautiful eyes were calm, ignored the lawyer's dissuasion, and paid 200,000 directly. Chen Zonging stood by, smoking a cigarette lightly. At this time, he was a little curious. The other party, that little Mr. XXS, what ability does it cost to spend 200,000 reservation fees when meeting? 200,000 deductions were successfully deducted. The staff then handed an appointment letter to Kuyaran. Enter the door, turn left in the corridor, and the last one is Mr. Wang S.'s office. The staff member reminded after giving instructions. Kuyaran accepted the appointment letter and nodded calmly. Then, he took the team of lawyers to go in. Wait, you can get in. But these people can't. The staff stopped them again. Why? I have made an appointment. Kuyaran asked. Appointment, count by head. 200,000 per person. The staff member said indifferently. This, simply. The complexion of all the lawyer teams present has changed a bit. Such inexplicable rules and regulations are simply unscrupulous and excessive. As 30. Even set such a standard? 200,000 people, see you? This, simply. This kind of behavior is more than blackmail, unreasonable. This collection of 200,000 yuan meets each other. What is the basis? A female lawyer finally couldn't help but asked angrily. But Kuyaran pressed her hand at the female lawyer and motioned her to calm down. Okay. Then I'll take 2 more people in. Swipe the card. Kuyaran directly threw the bank card over. She chose to bring in Mr. Chen and the head of the lawyer team. A total of 600,000 swiping cards, making an appointment for consumption. This is simply. Meet a Mr. S. Mr. S. It costs 600,000. This is just an admission ticket. This kind of madness is unprecedented. After swiping the card, The staff released the three of them to enter. The other members of the lawyer team are temporarily waiting at the entrance of the corridor and are not allowed to enter. At this time, deep in the corridor on the 5th floor, inside Mr. S's office, Wang Ning, lying on the huge rhino leather massage chair, smoking a precious cigar in his mouth. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly sent 3 short message prompts. Display 3 pieces of 200,000 appointment meeting fee and receipt information. Seeing that a total of 600,000 reservation fees have been paid to the account, the corners of Wang Ning's mouth raised an arc. It seems that someone is coming to visit him. This kind of feeling of sitting and counting money is really comfortable. Raise your hand and snap your fingers, and you can decide everything in life and death. Raising his hands, wealth rolled in. Boom boom boom. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Sitting on the rhino leather sofa, Wang Ning took a deep sip of his cigar and said lightly, "Go in." The door of the office was slowly opened. Pushing the door and entering, is a beautiful shadow. When I saw this shadow, Wang Ning was slightly taken aback, then suddenly reacted. The comer is not someone else. It is Ku Yiren. Wang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at this beautiful figure who entered the office. Ku Yiren! She wasn't she stopped outside the building by the security guard at the door? How did she get in? Mr. Wang S., it's really not easy to see you. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm, her voice was soft, and she said slowly, "Can't see her mood swings at this time." Following Ku Yiren, the lawyer in charge, and Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging walked into the office lightly and glanced around. The magnificent huge office has an area of hundreds of square meters and the decoration style is extremely luxurious. The decoration cost of this office alone is probably close to 10 million. Such luxury is truly unprecedented. Little flies are greedy. This is really shocking. After a brief shock, Wang Ning quickly returned to calm. After all, he has accepted large and small cases. He has seen the world, and soon adjusted his emotions, and he recovered back to life. President Ku, I didn't expect you to have some means to get into my office. The corner of Wang Ning's mouth was slightly raised, with a deep arc. Originally, he didn't plan to meet Ku Yiren because this woman has no value in meeting. What he wants, this woman can't afford it. But at this moment, seeing Ku Yiren, he could walk into his office like this. Wang Ning's thinking is somewhat changed. You know, if you can walk into your office, you have to pay an appointment fee of 200,000 per person. So, it seems that this Ku Yi person is quite reasonable. From this point of view, there is still some meeting value. Brothers, ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 302 Reverse Black and White. Like never before, sitting in front of the office chair, Wang Ning took a deep sip of his cigar with deep eyes. Miss Ku, what's the important thing for me today? He glanced at Ku Yi indifferently, his tone calm. Wang is in his place, things are busy. Mr. Ku, if there is something, please tell me quickly, don't delay my time. Wang Ning said lightly, not giving Ku Yi any face at all. What boss? What big president? Business elite? These titles didn't work in front of him. Wang Ning. Those so-called business elites either do nothing. Whenever something happens, when you come to Wang Ning, you can't bow your head obediently and plead patiently. In this ruling he, Wang Ning, is the master of this world. Whoever he wants to die must die. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm, and she passed a thick stack of lawyer's information directly to the desk. Mr. Wang S. Coming here today, I have a few questions. I would like to ask you to answer them. Ku Yiren slowly passed the information to Wang Ning. I would like to ask, why was the appeal application I submitted to your organization 3 days ago rejected? Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were calm, looking directly at Wang Ning, and asked. Wang Ning's eyes were deep. Lying on the massage chair, slowly spitting out a cigar ring. The information is not complete and does not meet the application requirements. Wang Ning replied lightly. Oh, Ku Yiren slowly walked to the desk. Then I would like to ask, Mr. Wang S., Mr. S., which one of my documents is not complete? Which one does not meet the application requirements? The air in the office suddenly cooled slightly. Ku Yi's tone was aggressive, and asked rhetorically. Today, she came here to judge S. She didn't come to plead with Mr. S. She didn't even think about to settle the matter. It is impossible for the other party to agree. Today, she is here to ask for an explanation. Wang Ning, with deep eyes, took a deep sip of his cigar. There are a lot of loopholes in the information. I can see it at a glance, so I dismissed it. Wang Ning replied lightly, without explaining too much, but with one sentence. Mr. Ku, are you questioning my professional ability? This time, he asked rhetorically. Wang Ning, as a 20. How can he not have any means? In a few words, the issue of Ku Yiren was thrown away. Is Ku Yi people questioning the professional ability of a 20? Seeing this, Mr. Wang S answered like this. Ku Yiren smiled, a little mocking. For the first time, she saw such a powerful Mr. S. Really, I have learned a lot. Mr. Wang S., you are really professional. A sneer flashed in Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes. Wang Ning's eyes were indifferent, sitting on the massage chair, slowly raising his hand, and glanced at the Patek Philippe Gypsofleur watch on his hand. My time is very busy, Mr. Ku. If you have nothing to do, please do it. Wang Ning straightened his watch and issued an evacuation order. His move was not too obvious, but he also intentionally or unintentionally revealed his Gypsofleur watch. Patek Philippe, the Starman Sky Series watch, limited to 500 pieces worldwide. The single price is $1.5 million. This watch alone is worthy of dozens of houses in many second and third tier cities. He is mentioning something, motioning to Ku Yiren. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and he naturally caught a glimpse of his subtle hint. She was also unambiguous, and asked, Mr. Wang. How much is an hour? I will buy your time. With that, the Ku Yiren threw the bank card directly in front of Wang Ning. Seeing this scene, Wang Ning smiled. Wang, I am busy on official business. Time is naturally priceless. However, since Mr. Ku is so sincere, then Wang might as well give you this opportunity. 1 million. 1 hour. Wang Ning said lightly. A huge amount of money of 1 million to buy him an hour of free time. This is simply so open and unscrupulous, asking for money. This is the first time that Ku Yiren encountered this behavior. Okay. Swipe the card, I will buy you for an hour. Ku Yiren responded aggressively. Today, she didn't plan to correct the matter at all, but she wanted to see how this Wang Ning could turn the sky upside down! With a curved corner of Wang Ning's mouth, he really took out a pose machine from the desk drawer, and then swiped his card to deduct funds. Seeing this scene, the person in charge of the lawyer on the side changed his expression slightly. In the office. Even if there is a pose machine at any time? This is simply, is he already ready, or is it? He has always done this before? Blackmailed and dirty, borrow all kinds of means to attract people and money! Soon, the deduction of 1 million funds was completed. In Wang Ning's bank card, another million was credited. Adding an appointment fee of only 600,000 above, he has already made $1.6 million in just 10 minutes. This speed is simply unprecedented. What is drug trafficking? In the face of such methods, even the profits of drug trafficking are not as high as him. This is simply an empty glove white wolf. After paying the money, Wang Ning slowly spit out a cigar ring. Mr. Ku, you still have 59 minutes left. Wang Ning from Taiwan glanced at the Patek Philippe watch and said lightly, 1 minute and 1 second are quite a lot. 1 million, 60 minutes. Now start counting. Countdown. This is simply, okay. I have one more question. I hope you can explain it to me. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Wang Ning, and asked slowly, yesterday, you ruled that S. sent the investigation order, pointing out, Micro Group violated the principles of commercial competition. You want to sue Micro Group? Dare to ask, Mr. Wang S. Micro Group. How did I violate the principles of commercial competition? Excuse me for being ignorant, but also ask Mr. Wang S to point it out. Kuyi's voice was calm, staring at Wang Ning, and asked slowly. Every question she asked the key cut-off point. But Wang Ning looked calm and took a deep sip of cigar. He said lightly, Mr. Ku, since I am Mr. S, then I have my own basis for my judgment. Your Ku Group's operation is naturally illegal. It is reasonable for Go Shows to sue you. Wang Ning almost reversed right and wrong, and under one mouth, he said hey, or black. He said it was white. It was white. Hearing this answer, Ku Yiren sneered. For the first time, she heard such a ridiculous answer. Mr. Wang S. Dare to ask? What is the basis of your judgment? What is the violation of the operation of our group? Can you give me some pointers? In the whole incident, it was obviously the Go family of Yuan Xing Group, who secretly disturbed the situation, acted illegally, and forced it strongly. But, to Mr. S's mouth, he became his own Ku Group, violating business ethics. This kind of reversal of black and white is unprecedented. Ask for a monthly pass. Gikyu monthly pass. Chapter 303. Keep righteous and upright, as high as Mount I. Mr. Wang S. Dare to ask? What is the basis of your judgment? What is the violation of the operation of our group? Can you give me some pointers? In the ruling S office, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes solemnly stared at Wang Ning and asked. Wang Ning took a faint sip of cigar without any hurries. Then, he raised his legs and put them on the desk, looking calm and comfortable. My Wang said, you are operating illegally. Then, you are operating illegally. Wang Ning's voice was calm and said slowly, not for other reasons, just because. I am Mr. S. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became cold. Ku Yiren's pretty face is instantly complicated and unbelievable. This! Dignified, a ruling Mr. SS, actually. In front of them, can say such rebellious words. He said you violated the rules. Then you are the violation? This simply unprecedented arrogance. What is this? Is there justice at all? Keep righteous and upright, as high as Mount I. Seriously hold SS, worthy of SSS. That pair of vigorous calligraphy hanging on the wall of the office, at this moment. Looks so ridiculous and disgusting. At this moment, even the lawyer on the side looked embarrassed and couldn't believe it. She has never encountered such a scene before. She has worked in lawsuits for decades. This is simply Mr. S, blatantly confronting you. SSS. Can make trouble so far? This is simply unprecedented. Hey! Ku Yiren smiled mockingly, and her beautiful eyes stared at Wang Ning with cold disdain. Mr. Wang S, you are really a good teacher. Mr. Wang S, you are so like this. I'm really not afraid. One day, will you fall off a high platform, so blatantly, disrupting human affairs? This is simply a serious mistake. Completely violates the correct ethics. Wang Ning leaned on the office chair, resting his feet on the table, faintly vomiting a cigar. His complexion is still calm and indifferent, with a deep arc at the corner of his mouth. Person Wang sits very steadily. Mr. Ku can rest assured that Mr. Wang can't fall down. Wang Ning said with a faint smile in his voice. Such confidence is unprecedented. Behind him, there is obviously a bigger umbrella. Otherwise, with his Mr. Wang S, how dare he be so blatant? With the SSS of the ruling, such a chaos. Are you worthy of your conscience? Ku Yiren sneered. Wang Ning smiled deeper. How much money is your conscience worth? President Ku. Why don't you spend money to buy my conscience? Wang Ning's smile was even more unbridled. His eyes stared at Ku Yiren lightly, and slowly raised a little. This is to ask Ku Yi people to give money. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were indifferent, staring at Wang Ning. Mr. Ku, in fact, Mr. Wang, are not partial to the Far-Star Group. Wang Ning paused, raised his wrist, and fiddled with that sky-high expensive Patek Philippe watch. My son Go and I are only on-sided acquaintances, Wang Ning said with deep eyes. This is saying, he is not a member of the Go family. This is to give Ku Yi people a room to by themselves. So what? Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes mocked coldly, just looking at him like that. Wang Ning took a deep sip of his cigar. Don't worry, he said slowly, my Wang has always been fair in doing things. Whoever has the price in place, my Wang will help whoever. Finally, he slowly spit out the key word. This is to collect money from Ku Yiren. Wang Ning not only received Go Shou's money, he also wants to collect Ku Yiren's money. Step on two boats and collect money at both ends. Whoever has more money, help whom? Exclamation mark. This is simply. This Wang Ning has thoroughly used the word shameless to the extreme. At this moment, Ku Yiren's pretty face changed completely and became complex and cold. She has been walking in the mall for many years and has never seen such a shameless person. Such shameless trash can actually sit on a chair safely, enjoy this honor of status. This is simply rubbish. Junk. Ku Yiren couldn't bear it, and slowly spit out these two words. But Wang Ning was not angry but laughed instead. He took a deep sip of his cigar and laughed unscrupulously. Wang Ning fiddled with the cigar with two fingers, his tone was deep, as if muttering to himself. Bihike cigar, produced in Cuba. This cigar is a limited edition cigar produced by the Cuban Cigar Tobacco Company to commemorate its 200th anniversary. Nowadays, there are no more cigars in the world. Smoke one less. Oh, Wang Ning murmured. There was an inexplicable depth in his eyes. This cigar in his hand is already a world limited edition cigar. One, worth hundreds of thousands. Glory and wealth. As far as Wang Ning is concerned, it is ... The more. Then, Wang Ning suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Ku Yiren meaningfully. President Ku ... This is an opportunity, don't you think about it anymore? This is, openly and unscrupulously, let Ku Yiren bid! Exclamation mark. The atmosphere in the entire office is unprecedentedly solemn. The attorney in charge on the side finally couldn't help but stepped forward swiftly and said, Mr. Wang S. Please also respect yourself. This is the ruling S. Please be worthy of the word on the wall. But Wang Ning raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the lawyer indifferently. Who do you think you are? Get out. Wang Ning directly cursed at the lawyer in charge, unscrupulously. The face of the lawyer in charge was extremely embarrassing. This simply a dignified Mr. XXS. Unexpectedly, in the office, so unscrupulous. Blatantly ignoring the law! Exclamation mark. Wang Ning glared, turned his head slightly, and continued to stare at Ku Yiren. The corners of his mouth raised a deep arc. President Ku. How? This opportunity. Do you want to seize it? His voice, at this moment, seemed so strange. My Wang can make you Ku Group into a desperate situation. Then naturally ... It also allows you Ku Group to see the sun again. It all depends on how you choose, Mr. Ku. Wang Ning's voice was extremely weird, his eyes faintly staring at Ku Yiren expectantly. In the office, the atmosphere is extremely weird. Ku Yiren didn't speak. Her beautiful chest was slightly up and down, her beautiful eyes stared at Wang Ning so coldly. Mr. Wang S., are you so short of money? Ku Yiren asked coldly. Wang Ning smiled and nodded slowly. Lack. Missing. Who doesn't think that there is too much money? How big does this hat have to be worn for its head? How much money must be made to be rich? Wang Ning muttered to himself. His voice was deep and full of inexplicable meaning. He raised his eyes slightly, his eyes suddenly staring at Ku Yiren. At this time, the Kui people are still dressed as usual in the workplace. Jet black long hair shawl, stunning beauty, black old clothing, flesh-colored stockings, and a pair of black high heels. When I saw this beautiful and Ku Yiren, the corners of Wang Ning's mouth turned a little dry. President Ku ... Or, there is another choice. Wang Ning's mouth was deep, staring straight at Ku Yiren's beautiful body. said slowly, "How about eating with me tonight?" "This. Do you want Ku Yi to accompany you?" Exclamation mark. Wang Ning looked up, and completely ignored his image at this time, and directly asked for the appointment nakedly. Ku Yiren is such a beautiful female president. Looking at the entire Shanghai Sea, there are not a few that can be covered. Wang Ning, he has slept with many women in his life. There are female presidents. Wealthy women handling cases. All kinds of young women. Everything. But the only one who has never slept. This Ku Yiren, who has been dubbed the president of the Jiangnan Shanghai and Shanghai market. The first beauty. If he could sleep with her, then Wang Ning would have no regrets in his life. "If you don't give me a monthly pass, I will kill myself." Chapter 304 White Palms, a palm of thunder. Hear Wang Ning's naked words. Ku Yiren's pretty face was suddenly cold. She sneered, "Sorry, I have no appetite for eating with certain birds." Ku Yiren is not an easy woman, so she sarcastically said directly. The implication is to satirize Wang Ning's beasts. After Ku Yi finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the lawyer and Mr. Chen. "Let's go." She didn't want to stay here anymore at this moment. Seeing this, Mr. Wang's made her nauseous. Today, she was here to ask for a statement, not to compromise at all. Since Wang Ning has such an attitude, then she Why stay here? Looking at the beast, she has no appetite. But at this moment, Wang Ning's complexion was suddenly cold and slightly condensed. He suddenly pressed a button on the office chair. Zheng! A cry. The heavy mahogany door in the office was directly locked. It can't be opened at all. Ku Yiren's pretty face changed slightly, and suddenly turned his head. Looking at Wang Ning. "What are you going to do?" Ku Yiren's voice is cold, sternly. "What are you doing?" Wang Ning held his cigar, the corner of his mouth. A deep and strange arc was raised. "Mr. Ku. If he comes, he will be safe. It's better to stay. To have a meal with me." Wang Ning smiled deeply, unprecedentedly. In his smile, there was a touch of insignificance that had never been seen before. This kind of thing that forced a woman in the office. He did not have done it. He installed this switch in the office to deal with women who tried to escape. He, Wang Ning, dare not do anything. Behind his bookcase, there is a hidden secret bedroom. That bedroom was his resting place for Wang Ning. He has never missed the woman Wang Ning wants to get. Middle-aged people, the color is like one's heart. Wang Ning wants to get Ku Yi people today. Anyway, she was Ku Yi at the scene, but there were only 3 people. Ku Yi is a woman, and he can conquer it without much effort. The lawyer in charge is also a woman, and looks good. It took a while to do it together. As for the fair-skinned and elegant young man smoking in the corner, obviously weak and unbearable, with a little white face. Wang Ning didn't pay attention to this kind of white face. Before he became Mr. S, he was a military SS or a soldier. To deal with this kind of white face, one hand can be pinched to death. Today, this Ku Yiren is destined to be unable to escape. He is about to make an appointment. "Mr. Ku, I am very interested in your body. If you are, you can let me develop it, and I guarantee that in the future, whatever your Ku group does, it will be unimpeded." But rightly, when Wang Ning finished saying this sentence, Ku Yiren suddenly stepped forward and raised his jade hand. "Papa!" A clear slap in the face echoed to the office. Ku Yi slapped Wang Ning's face directly. Wang Ning's whole body was slapped a bit. A bright red palm print appeared on his face. His Wang Ning has been in business for so many years, and no one has dare to be so unscrupulous and slap himself. What's more, this is still a woman? Exclamation mark. "Do you dare to slap me?" Wang Ning's mouth raised a dark and sly smile, and he grabbed Ku Yiren's jade hand. Then he raised his hand suddenly, and fanned it towards Ku Yiren's pretty face. "This woman is so hot and stinging. He, Wang Ning, likes it very much." The hotter a woman, the more she has the desire to conquer. Wang Ning licked the corner of his mouth, and that hand had already been slapped against the Ku Yiren. Fiercely. He really likes it. He wants to torture this little to death. But, just when Wang Ning's hand was about to be fanned in front of Ku Yiren. Suddenly, an afterimage passed by. In the next instant, a white palm ... lightning slammed his face fiercely. Papa, a violent slap in the face! Wang Ning only felt that his entire fat and hideous face was twisted and shivered by a huge force. Each tooth, in the huge force of this slap ... directly slapped into the exit, mixed with a burst of red blood. Puff! Wang Ning threw up blood, and his teeth flew out. His whole body was slapped out of the office chair, and his body slammed against a wall behind. In the entire office, the scene was silent for an instant. This is simply slap people here! Chen Zong's eyes were calm, with the cigarette in his mouth, and slowly dusted his white hands. He was so lazy. But Wang Ning had already threatened the safety of the Kiwi people. Then he can only shoot. This slap is not heavy. Just fanning Wang Ning's 2 rows of teeth, the entire lower jaw was cracked, and the bridge of his nose was broken. Wang Ning's whole body was slapped to the ground. His face, the left half of his face, was already red and swollen, like a pig's head, miserable and hideous. The teeth in the mouth overflowed with blood. The entire jawbone was cracked, there was severe pain and blood, and the whole face was a little distorted. You dare to hit me? Wang Ning trembled fiercely, trying to help him up from the wall. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet, completely twisting his anger. He arrogantly ruled SSSS, Mr. S, actually. Someone dares to beat him? What the fuck? He is completely murderous! He is going to kill the little boy in front of him. Wang Ning trembled lightly and supported hard, wanting to get up. In his office drawer, there is a high-imitation thermal firearm. He was going to get his gun and burst this little white-faced head with a single shot. But, before Wang Ning got up, Chen Zong's white and elegant figure stepped on his leather shoes and walked towards him slowly. Chen Zong walked in front of Wang Ning, his white palms pinched his neck. He lifted Wang Ning's body weighing more than 180 kilograms directly into the air. Wang Ning felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if he was about to be choked off. The whole complexion was turned red and purple. Let go. Let me go. Wang Ning was struggling violently, and he was almost choked off. I warn you ... you are dead. Wang Ning's face was grim, even though he was caught by Sum Yon's neck, he still didn't forget, and threatened with grimness. Indeed, this is ruling on the S building. As Mr. S, Wang Ning, if something happens, then today, Chen Zong will definitely not walk out of here alive. At the same time, being pinched and lifted in mid-air panic, Wang Ning did not forget to ask for help. He pressed down the phone alarm button on his body. In an instant, outside the office corridor, the siren rang loudly. Ruling in the S building. The security guards who were waiting quietly at their posts suddenly changed their expressions when they heard the sound of this emergency siren. For a moment, in the building, hundreds of security personnel in uniforms gathered violently and rushed towards Mr. S's office on the 5th floor. I love China, today the Chinese military games. I wish our country becomes stronger and stronger. Everyone has a monthly pass. Chapter 305 500 million? Too little. Outside the corridor, the police sirens are loud. A large group of security personnel gathered almost instantly and rushed towards Mr. S's office frantically. Pace, pace, pace. I can even hear the rush of footsteps outside the office. However, inside Mr. S's office, Chen Zong's eyes were indifferent, holding SSS in one hand, and Wang Ning suspended him in the air. Outside the office door, bar bar bar. There was a violent knock on the door. It was the security guards who arrived and tried to break in. Suddenly, Chen Zong picked up Wang Ning's fat body, and slammed his entire body to the front of the office, using his body to stubbornly against the door frame. Keep those security guards from breaking in. At the office scene, Kuya's pretty face was slightly pale and stunned. This sudden situation made some people unable to react. She didn't expect Mr. Chen to make a sudden move. The scene at this time is somewhat difficult to control. What do you want to do? Let me go. Wang Ning was severely choked, and his whole body was pressed against the office door. Behind you, you can hear the violent kicks of the group of security guards. But at this time, his body was pressing hard against the door frame, and the door could not be blasted open at all. On the contrary, every violent bombardment outside the door, the force of the trembling, was spread on him, making his back feel a burst of intense pain. Chen Zong pinched Wang Ning's neck with one hand, his eyes calm, and he looked at him lightly. Mr. Wang S., like money very much? Chen Zonggong held a cigarette in his mouth and his voice was calm, just staring at Wang Ning lightly. What do you want? Wang Ning was pinched, unable to move at all. He glared at Chen Zonging and threatened, the door is already covered by my security guards. If you dare to move me, you can't escape! Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging smiled when he heard Wang Ning's words. Mr. Wang S., don't worry, you are the adjudicator S., and I will not move you. Chen Zonging said calmly and slowly. That is, it is SSS, S personnel, that is to work for China. Naturally, Chen Zonging would not touch Wang Ning. It's not that I don't dare, but give this SSS S a face. Listening to Mr. Wang S just now, Mr. Wang S seems to like money very much. Chen Zonging stared at him faintly and asked, I warn you, let me go right away. Otherwise, you won't get out of here alive. Wang Ning continued to threaten angrily. But Chen Zonging ignored his threats, stared at Wang Ning, and continued to mutter to himself. Mr. Wang S., I don't know. How much do you want? Hear these words from Chen Zonging? Question mark. Wang Ning's whole person somewhat stunned. He looked at the man holding his neck suspiciously. Question mark. Mr. Wang S., how much do you want? Chen Zong asked, staring faintly. Although Wang Ning was still pinched, the emotion on his face was constantly changing. Is it scared? Question mark. Is this the guess in Wang Ning's mind at this moment? Seeing myself calling so many security guards, guarding outside the office? So, is he scared? That's right. This young man must be afraid of himself. So, I want to use money to buy myself. Thinking of this, Wang Ning's hideous face finally. A deep arc was raised. Young man, now I know the consequences of touching my Wang. At this time, Wang Ning was no longer afraid of this young man. His eyes were cold, staring at Chen Zonging with a special tone in his tone. As long as you dare to touch my finger today, my Wang promises that you and Ku Yi will never live out of this office. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, just staring at Wang Ning lightly. Mr. Wang S., how much do you want? The meaning of his words, combined with Wang Ning's threatening words just now, seemed to prove Chen Zong's fear at this time. He was scared. That's why I asked Wang Ning how much money he wanted. Try to use money to buy yourself. Thinking of this, the arc of Wang Ning's mouth became deeper. Today, since the deterrence is already there, he doesn't have to hide it. The lion speaks loudly. Without hurries, Wang Ning slowly stretched out a hand towards Chen Zonging, and then flattened all the 5 fingers of his palm. 5 million? Chen Zongwang asked calmly. A trace of disdain flashed from the corner of Wang Ning's mouth, and he shook his head. 5 million? Chen Zonging asked again. Wang Ning continued to shook his head, her eyes scornful and indifferent. 500 million? Chen Zonging asked for the 3rd time. This time, Wang Ning finally nodded slowly. His face has a deep expression, with a deep and ruthless look in his old eyes. Wang Ning, as a ruling SXXX, would he be greedy for small profits? Really think he is a beggar? He either does not eat. If you want to eat, You need SSS, big. Opening up his 500 million. This is his Wang Ning's style of working. This is in line with his dignified Mr. SXS style. Chen Zhongying smiled upon hearing Wang Ning's offer. The smile was somewhat indifferent and deep. Why, too much? Can't afford it? Wang Ning's eyes were indifferent, and he glanced lightly at Chen Zong with disdain. Chen Zhongying, but slowly shook his head. 500 million. Too little. I give you 5 billion. Chen Zhongying raised his eyes slightly, staring at Wang Ning calmly and indifferently. Huh? Hearing these words, Wang Ning's whole person was taken aback. Too little money? Want to give yourself 5 billion? What the fuck? Wang Ning felt dizzy, staring at Chen Zhongying in disbelief. Real or fake? Are you kidding? Wang Ning's complexion condensed slightly, with an unprecedented coldness. He thought that Chen Junlin was teasing himself. It's taking the opportunity to be satirical. Just kidding. Open your mouth and give yourself 5 billion? Is there such a big pie in the sky? This person is stupid, right? How can there be such a good thing? But Chen Zhongying slowly shook his head. Sorry, Chen never makes a joke. As Chen Zong said, he slowly took out his Huawei mobile phone. Then a specially encrypted number was dialed. The call is connected. Hey. On the other end of the phone, there was an old and deep man's voice. Reaper. Are you causing trouble again? Jiang Yazu, don't you really want me to cause trouble? Chen Zong continued to call. His voice was cold and calm, and he asked slowly. There was a slight silence on the other side of the phone. A few seconds later, on the phone, the old voice asked slowly, what's the matter? For me, prepare 5 billion in cash. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm, and he spoke slowly to the other end of the phone. Hearing these words, Jiang Yazu on the other end of the phone was slightly taken aback. What are you going to do? Jiang Yazu asked subconsciously in the speaker of the phone. Work. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, and he slowly returned 2 words while holding the phone. On the phone, the husky old man Jiang Yazu hesitated for a moment and said slowly, the organization has recently researched a batch of invisible drones, which cost a lot of money. The vault funds are a bit tight. 5 billion cash will be delivered to the HF area. SSS building within half an hour. Chen Zong didn't pay attention to Jiang Yazu's explanation and crying for help, and he threw out a sentence. After that, he didn't give Jiang Yazu a chance to ask questions, and he just hung up the phone. Everyone, ask for a monthly pass! Chen Zong needs your vote. Chapter 306 Born to Prepare for War, A-Level Instruction. Inside Mr. S's office, Ku Yiren's pretty face was a little stunned, looking at Mr. Chen, who hung up the phone in confusion. This shouldn't it be true? Ku Yiren's head is a bit messy. 5 billion in cash? Give it as you say. Is there such a good thing in the world? This is a shocking amount. Even if it is the Ku Group, if it wants to mobilize these 5 billion funds, it needs to fight a lot. What's more, he is still 5 billion cash. Where can I raise so much cash? Even if you add up the underground vaults of the branches of the major banks in Shanghai and Shanghai, you probably don't have that much cash, right? In the office, Wang Ning is also a little unbelievable. Seeing this young man on the phone, doesn't it seem like a fake? But 5 billion in cash? Can he really give it to himself? Even if the son of Yuan Xing Group Go shows is here, I am afraid it is impossible to give such a huge amount of funds. 5 billion, this. But a huge number. Ordinary people who work for a lifetime, I'm afraid they won't even be able to save 50 million. What's more, it's 50 billion. As for the female lawyer in charge, she was also full of surprise. Can't believe it. Throughout the scene, only Chen Zhongying had his eyes calm, and he let go of Wang Ning's neck. Slowly, walked to the office sofa and sat down. With Erlang's legs tilted, he faintly smoked a cigarette. It seems to be waiting. Outside the office door, the group of security guards were still kicking the door hard, seeming to want to break in. Don't kick. Then what? I'm fine for the time being. At this moment, Wang Ning in the office suddenly shouted to the group of security guards outside the door. The group of security guards outside the door stopped moving. Mr. Wang S., are you really okay? The group of security guards outside the door were a little worried. After all, the police sirens were blaring violently. The security guards didn't dare to leave rashly, so they asked cautiously, "It's okay." "What? You guys? Wait for me in the corridor outside the door." Wang Ning thought about it for a moment, and then yelled outside the door. Just in case, he still took a trace of vigilance and asked the security guards to wait outside the door. If there is an emergency conflict in the office, then these security guards rushed in and rescued it, too. The group of security guards waited very obediently outside the office corridor door, quietly waiting for the dispatch. In the office, Chen Zhongying sat lightly on the sofa, with Erlang's legs tilted, and slowly smoked. Step by step, Wang Ning carefully moved back to his desk. Throughout the process, he did not encounter any crisis. He sat down on the office chair. Until then, his heart only slightly relaxed. As long as he sits back at his desk, he will be safe. He quietly pulled out the drawer next to the chair and took a look. The pitch-black thermal gun was lying quietly in the drawer. Seeing that the pistol was still there, Wang Ning felt even more relieved. "I have a gun, so what are you afraid of?" If the young man on the sofa dared to attack suddenly, then he would directly take out his gun, and the young man jumped with a shot. It's just killing, which is almost no threat to Wang Ning. He is Mr. SSS, just killing someone, and he can wipe his clean by himself for such trivial things. Wang Ning was sitting on an office chair with a gun beside him and a security guard outside the door. At this time, he finally let go of his heart. He slowly took out a cigar and lit it. Just sitting on a chair like this, faintly puffing out smoke rings, he is also waiting. He wanted to see, what exactly is this young man playing? 5 billion? Can he really take it out? If this young man can't spend 5 billion, then Wang Ning has become this young man today. Then, slowly torturing Ku Yiren. Thinking of this, Wang Ning's eyes glanced deeply at Ku Yiren's body. The smile on his mouth deepened. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away, Shanghai City, F District in Huang New Ying Organization. Suddenly, the person in charge of New Ying received a call from the headquarters of the imperial capital. Special mysterious mission. Class 2 instructions are confidential. Mission requirements: urgent transfer of all New Ying Group treasury in Jiangnan and East China. Raise funds, 5 billion. The task is here. In East China, the entire New Ying Group has received instructions one after another. Raise funds in an instant. 5 billion in cash. For the peaceful world, 5 billion yuan is huge, let alone cash. Indeed, it is difficult to raise funds in a short period of time, because the banking institutions simply cannot produce so much cash. However, for the New Ying Group, stationed in the Jiangnan area, each branch, 5 billion in cash, although a lot, but not a big deal. New Ying was born to prepare for war. In New Ying's underground base vault, there are countless special numbered banknotes. These banknotes are not for anything else. Just for when the war is chaotic, they have been used as a backup for military supplies. At this time, he received a transfer order from the capital of the capital. All military camps in Jiangnan, mobilize funds instantly. Raise funds for this special mysterious mission. After half an hour, camouflage armored transport vehicles rushed in urgently. Squeak! There was a sudden brake sound. A whole row of camouflage armored transport vehicles suddenly stopped in the yellow F area, in front of the SSSS building. Exactly 10 camouflage armored vehicles. There are white license plates on every armored vehicle. In front of the SSSS building, the group of security guards were about to step forward and question. But at this moment, suddenly, the doors of 10 armored vehicles were all opened. A group of soldiers in green combat uniforms got out of the car suddenly and neatly. Every soldier is equipped with a black thermal firearm, with guns and live ammunition. New eyeing fighters. When seeing this scene in front of the SSSS building the complexion of the security guards suddenly changed. A group of security guards saw this posture where would anyone dare to step forward? Dozens of armed fighters are on alert. Then, the container doors of the 10 armored transport vehicles slowly opened. The containers of 10 armored transport vehicles are full. A safe. The soldiers looked solemn, carrying a safe, forming a line. The steps are dignified, walking neatly towards the SSSS building. Along the way, Wu Wei is guarded and escorted. In the SSSS building, the surrounding security guards, colleagues, and the people who came to deal with the case, all looked shocked and astonished, looking at this scene suspiciously. This is what happened? What are these martial arts fighters? What are they escorting? At this time, the SSSS division building office on the 5th floor. Chen Zhongying looked calmly, slowly sitting on the sofa, waiting quietly. Ku Yiren and the lawyer in charge stood aside, feeling a little confused. They can't guess. What does Mr. Chen want to do? Wang Ning was sitting at the desk, staring at Chen Zong with indifferent eyes. 5 billion, can this young man really give so much money? Wang Ning almost didn't believe it. He wanted to see what tricks this young man did! Ask for a wave of monthly tickets! Chapter 307. My money is here, you collect it. In the entire office, the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing and solemn. Half an hour is almost here. Where's your money? Wang Ning asked indifferently, with a hint of sarcasm. But Chen Zhongying still sat on the sofa calmly. He raised his wrist slightly, glanced at the time on the Omega watch, and said lightly, "Don't worry, there are still 2 minutes." What I Chen said, "I will not break my promise," he said calmly and slowly. His tone was not joking at all. Wang Ning snorted coldly. "I hope you can do what you say. If so, if you break your promise today, then the consequences." Hey! Wang Ning did not continue to speak, but the threat in the words was self-evident. Since this young man crossed to the sea by himself, he said he would give 5 billion. Dig a hole for yourself. Wang Ning was also happy to be clean. Then Wang Ning followed this pit and buried him. Today, if you can't hand over 5 billion, then, he has a gun in his hand. Outside the corridor door, there was a large group of security guards waiting. Today, Ku Yi and others are hard to fly. Wang Ning could almost predict the scene of this young man being smashed into his head by a single shot. Even, he has begun to imagine the scene where Ku Yiren was stripped naked by himself, riding on the bed, and venting fiercely. Those pictures make him excited just thinking about it. However, at this moment, suddenly outside the quiet office corridor there was a sound of neat bootstrapping! Pace, pace, pace. The stepping sound is solemn and powerful, neat and consistent. Immediately after that, outside the corridor, a whole row of soldiers in combat uniforms, carrying silver safes in their hands, were neatly aligned, and walked towards Mr. S office. In front of the corridor, the group of security guards was taken aback. All the security guards turned their heads looked at the group of soldiers who suddenly appeared in shock and suspicion! After that, all the security guards were actually scared to retreat involuntarily by the aura of these soldiers. In front of this group of real warriors, these so-called security guards simply became some shrimp soldiers and crabs, vulnerable. Only, the difference in the momentum of the two is already a huge difference. The group of combat soldiers, standing in line, carrying safes, respectfully came to the front of the office. At the door of the office, the 2 security guards who were stationed originally saw this posture. Cold sweat on their foreheads, shaking, letting go. Just kidding. This group of fighters is raging, and under that gaze, you can even see endless murderous aura. How dare these mob security guards stop. In the office, the atmosphere seemed a little quiet and depressing. Wang Ning was sitting at the desk, waiting impatiently. After half an hour arrived, he had already determined that this young man was just a moment of hiatus, just pretending to be forced. When this young man saw this poor and sour look, it was obviously moneyless. 5 billion? He estimated that he couldn't even spend 500 million, right? Exclamation mark. Wang Ning sneered in her heart. He has slowly opened the drawer, intending to take out the gun. Boom boom boom. At this moment, suddenly the door of the office was knocked. In the entire office, the repressive and quiet atmosphere was broken. Yes, it's my money. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly let out a smoke ring. He gently raised his hand and made a gesture to Ku Yiren. Go open the door. Ku Yiren was taken aback for a moment and hesitated slightly, but she did not dare to refute. Stepping on high heels, slowly walked to the office door and opened the office door. When he saw the line of neatly standing combat soldiers outside the office door, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Stunned. Who are these people? A leading combat soldier stepped forward respectfully, stood at the door of the office, and saluted Chen Zonging solemnly. Mr. Jin, the money you asked for has been delivered. The Yanming combat soldier looked solemnly and respectfully, saluting. This group of soldiers did not know Chen Zonging. They just received instructions from their superiors to protect this huge amount of cash. However, at the request of the superior, this huge amount of cash must be handed over to this Mr. Chen himself. Chen Zonging sat in front of the sofa and slowly let out a smoke ring, faintly waved, and said, "Coming." The soldiers with solemn expressions, stepping on their neat iron boots and carrying safes, slowly walked into the office. However, at this time, Wang Ning's eyes were a little shocked, and he couldn't believe it. He stared at this group of people who walked into his office. These people the line is neat and consistent wearing combat fan uniforms? Are they fighters? At this moment, Wang Ning's mind was a little shocked. He stopped continuing to draw his gun from the drawer. Just kidding. At this moment, this large group of combat soldiers with live ammunition, he drew his gun at this time. Isn't he looking for death? Wang Ning was cautious and turned his gaze to Chen Zonging, the man on the sofa. Is it possible for this young man? Are you from Yuying? Wang Ning's mood at this time was a little shocked and could not believe it. He stared at Chen Junlin for a long time, guessing in his heart, the deeper he wants to come. However, at this moment, Chen Junlin on the sofa finally finished smoking. With 2 fingers, he slowly pinched out the cigarette but then got up. Step by step, he came to the platoon of combat soldiers. At this time, the team of combat fighters almost spread from the office to outside the corridor. Everybody carries a silver safe. Chen Zongzong's eyes were calm, and he walked slowly to a combat soldier, and took the safe in the soldier's hand. Then, he opened the safe and directly smashed the entire safe. On Wang Ning's desk, in the entire office, the atmosphere was suddenly quiet and depressed. A box of red banknotes. That pink, the eye-catching banknote color, almost. The depressed air is a bit suffocating. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes widened slightly. A little unbelievable. Mr. Chen. Actually, so many banknotes were transferred by a phone call? She glanced, subconsciously, outside the office. That piece of SS is in a row. Everyone is carrying a safe. How much is this? The female lawyer on the side was also stunned by this scene. The bribery. Ruling Mr. S? Mr. Wang, this is the first box, 100 million. You can count it. Chen Zongguang's eyes were light. and suddenly he raised the safe and poured the box full of banknotes onto Wang Ning's body. Wow! The sound of banknotes being scattered and hitting the body. A box full of cash of 100 million yuan, just so directly smashed on Wang Ning. The pink banknotes were scattered all over the floor. The banknotes exudes a strong fragrance of printing ink, which makes Wang Ning's whole person feel like his brain is dizzy! This! Ask for a lot of monthly tickets! In full! Chapter 308 Lord Wang, 5 billion, is that enough? In the office, Mr. Wang Ning, the whole, was stunned by money. What is this trademark? All over, pink cash. Even all over the floor? This damn. It's a whole 100 million. Wang Ning, who has been Mr. S for more than 20 years. Has never been so humiliated! Throwing money on the head so naked! It's humiliating. But this humiliation is too exciting, right? Wang Ning's eyes were a little excited, staring at the pink banknotes full of drops. These are all naked money! The original sin that makes people crazy. Wang Ning was a little dazed. This feeling is so humiliating. It's so exciting. Wang Ning's heartbeat speeded up, and her breathing became a little short. Before he could react, Chen Zhongying had already opened the second safe, full of a large box of red banknotes, and dumped it frantically again. Wow! A box full of cash hit Wang Ning's head severely. Wang Ning was a little dazed after the smash. His heart beats faster and his breathing was messy when he smashed. Now, it's 200 million, Mr. Wang, I've collected it. Chen Zhongwang's eyes were calm, and he continued to open the third safe. Wow! The third box of banknotes was dumped on Wang Ning. Boxes of huge amounts of banknotes were crazily dumped on Wang Ning. His head hurt a bit when hit, and his body is covered with pink banknotes. There were countless banknotes piled up on the ground under her feet. Cover one by one. The whole office was filled with the fragrance of ink and banknotes floating around. Wang Ning was almost stunned. One box, another box of banknotes, directly and unscrupulously, hit him fiercely. This is simply a naked humiliation. Use money to hit him. Use money to humiliate Wang Ning. But the fuck? Wang Ning's complexion was flushed with excitement! He likes this humiliation! People don't make money, heaven is extinguished. Wang Ning, who has worked hard for most of his life, and even went to the high voltage SSSS, the red line, for what? Not yet, for the money! Prosperity and wealth, power and wealth. How many people have to chase after these things with blood and tears? Nowadays, boxes of huge amounts of cash are constantly, crazily smashing on Wang Ning. He used to dream of wealth. At this time, he was woke up severely in this form of crazy humiliation. Wang Ning discovered that this is not a dream. Real money. His face was flushed, and his whole body was covered in a sea of red banknotes. He grabbed a handful of banknotes on his body, leaned forward to his nose, and sniffed hard. Feel the exhilarating and crazy scent of ink and silver of banknotes. In the office, Ku Yi is already a little dumbfounded. Rao, she, a grand president of a group, a figure worth hundreds of billions, was also dumbfounded by this scene. Full of cash in one place! This, although Ku Yi is rich, she has never seen such a visually shocking picture. Use money to smash people! This, although Ku Yi people faintly knew that Mr. Chen came from an extraordinary background, and perhaps not bad for money, but she never thought Mr. Chen could do such crazy things! This is not just the point where the money is not bad. This is, there is no use for a lot of money! In this way, to humiliate Wang Ning, The person in charge of the female lawyer on the side was already dumbfounded. Having been in the lawyer business for so many years, I have never seen so naked with money to humiliate the scene. This is simply outside the office. Rows of combat fighters continued to pass in safes. At the entrance of the corridor, the group of security guards who ruled stood far away. Fortunately, to be able to see this shocking scene, boxes of cash, like trash, dumped and smashed on Mr. Wang! All the security guards, almost all petrochemical on the spot, were completely shocked and dumbfounded. This Nima, in the office. Wang Ning was hit by boxes of cash. His whole person, the ground under his feet, was piled up by a big push pink. The sacred pools on the ground under the feet were all raised by countless cash. Forcibly raised several tens of centimeters. Countless cash is scattered in the office. It's all over the floor. It's all over the desk. Wang Ning's whole body, it's all box after box. Huge amounts of pink cash, like waste paper, kept banging on his face. He was almost pressured, and he was out of breath. This Wang Ning, doesn't he like money very much? Well, Chen Zhongying gave him money. I am not afraid that you are not greedy, but that you are timid. I'm not afraid that you won't accept it. I'm afraid you won't accept it. In this world, there is still no amount that Chen Zong couldn't afford. As long as you dare to speak, Chen Zong, then dare to give it. Wow, wow, wow. Boxes of huge amounts of pink cash were dumped on Wang Ning. The pink of the office is full of people. It makes people's eyes tremble. Unbelievable. A thick scent of humorous printing floats in the air throughout the office. This is genuine. The taste of cash in banknotes! 3 billion, hula. While shouting, Chen Zong slammed boxes of red banknotes on Wang Ning's face. 3.1 billion, 3 and 2 billion. The whole scene. I don't know how long it lasted. Wang Ning's heartbeat has been smashed so fast that he almost jumped out. Banknotes all over the floor. This is the glory and wealth that will never be enjoyed in this life! The last box, 5 billion. Chen Zong picked up the last safe, opened it, and dumped the box full of banknotes fiercely on Wang Ning. Kang dang! The massage chair under Wang Ning couldn't bear the pressure of such money and bills. The whole chair directly broke into two pieces. Wang Ning's whole person also stumbled into the sea of red banknotes behind him. Wang Ning's face flushed, her pupils staring out, and she scanned the ocean of pink banknotes that filled the office in disbelief. This damn is genuine 500 million! Compared with Goshou's filial bribery, Goshou's money is simply not enough. 5 billion! He can buy a few whole buildings in a place like Shanghai and High Market. How many high-priced sports cars can he buy? How many sky-high-priced villas can be purchased? This Wang Ning has served as the SS for more than 20 years and has never enjoyed such crazy treatment. Was stunned by money. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, standing in front of the office, took out a cigarette, and slowly lit it. Then, his eyes cast on Wang Ning. Mr. Wang, 5 billion, is that enough? Chen Zhongying's voice was calm, as if with a hint of provocation. Wang Ning's face flushed with excitement and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. Little brother, from today, you are my Wang Ning's friend. From now on, in this Shanghai Sea, who dares to move you? That is to move me, Wang Ning. In great excitement, Wang Ning directly patted his chest, and became friends with Chen Zhongying as brothers and sisters. In the face of interests, all hatred can be resolved. Monthly pass. Chapter 309. Will there be a period later? Wang Ning's face flushed with excitement, and her whole body fell into a state of madness. Made a fortune. 5 billion. He is thoroughly and rich! Wang Ning, from the beginning shocked, unbelievable ... to the present shock, petrified, sluggish ... and then numb. Then, now. Reacted, excited and ecstatic. 5 billion in cash. An office full of banknotes, and the entire hundreds of square meters of office floor piled up, were abruptly piled up to a height of 2 feet. In Wang Ning's life, no matter how greedy, it is impossible to get so much money. From now on, Wang Ning, he will enjoy the glory and wealth. He could even imagine that he pointed Jiangnan. The appearance of rampant little brother. Don't worry. Wang Ning recovered from the huge excitement, and patted and assured Chen Zhongying. The case of the Ku Group is covered by my Wang Ning. Wang Ning was trembling with excitement, got up from the sea of red banknotes all over the floor, and he immediately came to the office. Take out a stack of documents directly from the drawer, then pick up the pen, write a few swish on the document, and write a line of paper. The case that Go Shou sued you has been withdrawn, Wang Ning said, withdrawing the case directly. On the spot, the Ku Group was acquitted. Miss Ku, I will draft a document right now to give you the right to appeal the Yuanxing Group. It is not a operation. Let your breaching partners lose all money. Wang Ning is also unambiguous. After receiving the huge sum of 5 billion, his whole person, attitude has changed, making a 180-degree turn, as if he has changed a person. Haha. 2 times, a draft contract was completed directly. Miss Ku, don't worry, the case will be opened in 3 days. I, Wang Ning, guarantee your victory. Wang Ning said solemnly, patted hard, and promised. This change in attitude is simply, the open mouth is black and white, right and wrong, and it all depends on him to argue up and down. This kind of is simply unprecedented. Ku Yiren stood aside, although the situation at this time was already in her favor. However, her heart has already reached the bottom of the cold. When did this city become like this? Collect money and do things for others. Clean, upright, honest and clean. These 4 characters seem to be ... The most ridiculous sign. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong glanced at Wang Ning meaningfully. 500 million, Wang, you ... You have to collect it. Chen Zong Wang's eyes were light, and he slowly spit out a smoke ring. Little brother, don't worry. I will deal with this money through underground police, special channels. It will definitely not involve you. Wang Ning Pai assured. He thought that this reminder from Chen Zhongying was to make him be careful not to be found by certain inspection teams. After all, suddenly, depositing such a huge amount of money into a bank account ... that will be subject to supervision and review by relevant departments. And Wang Ning, as an 20 person, is even more of a focus. Wang Ning is not stupid, so Pai promised he will settle the money through special channels. Ensure that no one finds it. As for today, why Chen Zhongying gave himself cash ... Although Chen Zong did not explain, but Wang Ning faintly guessed a general idea. Bribes are usually cash. This is easy to settle and settle accounts. If you make a direct bank transfer, you will be caught. Therefore, Wang Ning was so self-justified and gave himself a reasonable explanation that was at ease. As for whether Chen Zhongying is a member of the military, it is no longer important. What about Wu Zongren? Now he, Wang Ning, accepts money from this little brother, and that is the brother. I can't. The flood rushed. The Dragon King, your family should deal with your family, right? It would be better if the little brother has a martial arts relationship. From now on, Wang Ning's network of contacts has expanded again. Wu SSSS. Both joined forces. This city, hasn't it become their back? Exclamation mark. The more I thought about it, the more excited Wang Ning's thoughts became. He had even imagined he was in the Shanghai and Shanghai markets, raising his hands and calling for the wind and rain, the appearance of the wind and the wind. Chen Zhongying smiled faintly. It's so good. Then, Wang SSSS, don't bother for now. There will be a period later. Chen Zhongying spit out a meaningful sentence. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Ku Yiren faintly. Ku Yiren knows, stepping on high heels, and the head of the female lawyer walked to Chen Zong's side. The 3 of them stepped on the office banknotes all over the floor, and walked out the door. Little brother. Save it for lunch before leaving. Wang Ning's expression and attitude had completely changed at this time, and he warmly and politely greeted them to stay for dinner. Just kidding, this young little brother ... may be a member of the martial arts, and he has given himself such a huge fortune. How can Wang Ning not treat him to a meal? This can be regarded as getting to know each other. But Chen Zonging waved his hand faintly. No hurry, there will be a chance in the future. He left a sentence, and then, meaningfully, disappeared out of the corridor. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong walked out of the SSSS building step by step. Ku Yiren and the lawyer in charge followed behind. The expressions of these two women are obviously a bit complicated at this time. The scene in the office was too shocking. The two women were completely shocked, and it was difficult to react for a while. However, the squad that escorted the huge amount of cash, after completing the task, he saluted Chen Zonging, and then drove away quickly, looking at the fleet of dozens of SS armored vehicles leaving quickly. In Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes, a trace of unprecedented complex surprise. These SS fighters, these armored vehicles with SS license plates, all express one thing: these are all SS fighters. Is it? Her gaze, once again, looked at the elegant figure in the suit in front of her. Mr. Chen is really a man of Wu-S. At this moment, Ku Yiren once again had an idea in his heart. He looked up and looked at the SSSSS building in front of him. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and she doesn't want to stay here ... for one more minute. Under the protection of the bodyguards, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and got into the Maybach car. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, with a cigarette in his mouth, and then got into the car. The Mercedes-Benz team just drove away so slowly. Inside the Maybach luxury car, along the way, Ku Yiren hesitated for a long time before finally turning his head, beautiful eyes staring at Chen Zong with complicated eyes, and asked, "Sir ... where did you get so much money?" Ku Yiren asked with complicated and puzzled eyes. This problem has troubled her for a long time. 5 billion. Still cash. This is an astronomical figure. Moreover, is the fundraising completed in just half an hour? Sent to the scene? This is almost impossible. Even if all the bank funds in the city add up, I am afraid that it will not make up the 5 billion in cash at all. But how did Mr. Chen do it? Chen Zonging sat in the car, his eyes calm, and slowly spit out a cigarette. He only returned 4 words. "A friend borrowed it!" Chapter 310. The sunset is setting, and the sky is dyed red. Ku Yiren borrowed from a friend? She heard the reply again. The gunship last time. His answer was borrowed by a friend. This time, I replied, I borrowed it from my friend. Which friend would be so generous? Just borrow 5 billion in cash? How lavish is this? Today ... Actually, you don't need to ... give him so much money. Ku Yiren hesitated and said with a complicated voice. He is guilty of SSSS for collecting money like this. Indeed, a dignified person who is currently employed by 20, actually ... openly in the office ... collecting money. This is simply the naked SSSS. As for Chen Zonging's bribery today, although the starting point is good, but instead contributed to Wang Ning's arrogance. It's more like helping you do evil. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he faintly took a sip of smoke. Don't worry, he can take my money and can't put it down. His tone was very calm, and he only replied such a sentence without explaining too much. It seems that I really didn't care about the 5 billion cash sent out. Because, you don't need to care at all. In this world, who would dare to take him ... Reaper's money? The king of Yama gave you money. Do you dare to accept it? There is life, but life is spent. Chen Zonging was not worried at all. But Ku Yi was sitting in the car. Her pretty face was a bit complicated. She hesitated for a long time, and then suddenly asked, Sir, are you a Chinese soldier? She raised her eyes complicatedly, and looked at Chen Zhongying inexplicably. This question has troubled her for a long time, and now it is finally asked. Chen Zhongying sat in the car and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Woo. He turned his head and looked at Ku Yiren for the first time. "Do you think I look like?" This is him asking rhetorically for the first time. Ku Yiren's pretty face was slightly taken aback, hesitating, nodded. In her eyes, all signs indicate that this Mr. Chen is very likely to be a member of the military. "It's a pity, I am not." Chen Zhongying took a deep breath, turned his eyes to the side, and began to close his eyes and rest. Only the pretty face of Ku Yi is left. Somewhat inexplicable. All day long, the Shanghai and Shanghai markets were surprisingly quiet. After returning to the Kius mansion, the Kui people went to work urgently, continue to maintain company public relations and minimize negative news. However, at the same time, regarding the application of the Ku Group's appeal, it was passed inexplicably. The efficiency of SSSS is indeed very high. On this day, almost all partners of the Ku Group received an investigation letter from HFSSSSSSSSS. Wang Ning collects money and does things for others. Today, he stood in line and became a member of the Ku Group in an instant. Such means of changing the direction of the wind is unprecedented. For the sake of money, it is nothing but a wall of grass. When the wind blows, both sides fall. At this time, the Ku Yi people are a little complicated. Although nowadays, the trial of S is almost on the side of her Ku clan. However, only she knows how exactly this so-called notarized SSSSS came from. This result complicates her mind. Not comfortable. This completely violates the normal SSSSS. SSSSS is sexual. Such an atmosphere, it's almost Ku Yi people felt a little lost. In such a climate, how can you be fair and just? On this day, the whole city is full of news. No one expected this counterattack from the Ku Group would come so quickly. In the evening at dusk, as the sun sets, the entire skyline is dyed red. At the gate of Kiss Group, Ku Yiren stepped on high heels and walked out of the building with a complicated face. The entrance of the entire building was almost surrounded by a large group of business media reporters. Various flashes, photos, interviews. All the reporters tried to squeeze in, interviewing for exclusive consultation. But Ku Yiren, with a cold and complicated face, didn't pay attention to the group of reporters at all. In the end, under the protection of bodyguards, she finally got into the Maybach car. In the back, Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, hands in his trouser pockets, cigarettes in his mouth, and he walked calmly into the Maybach car. A group of reporters saw that the interviewer could not see the master, and now they saw this elegant young man in a suit following Ku Yiren. Reporters have speculated on the identity of this young man. Is it a business partner, or? The reporters were unable to interview Ku Yiren, so several reporters tried to rush to interview Chen Zhongying. "Sir, what do you think of the Ku Group? This case." Several reporters moved their cameras over and tried to interview Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhongying's pace stopped slightly. He glanced sideways, glanced at the cameras that were looking around. Click, click, click. Countless flashes were directed at him, shooting wildly. Pop. Chen Zhong's white right hand suddenly waved. Bar. He directly backhanded, blasting out a camera in front of him. "Hey. What are you doing?" "My camera." The reporter hadn't reacted yet. A white palm had already been drawn fiercely. Smack. With a fierce slap, the reporter was taken into the air. For 4 weeks, the rest of the reporters were also concocted. The camera was blown off instantly. The scene was almost out of control. In the Maybach car, Ku Yiren saw this scene and quickly asked the bodyguards to step forward to dissuade it. Only then did Chen Zhong persuade him and him into the car. Sitting in the car, he lightly lit a cigarette. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm and indifferent, as if the events of the previous second had never happened. "Sorry, I didn't handle it well." Ku Yiren sat in the car and bowed slightly to apologize. "These reporters are really annoying." She didn't deal with it properly. This made the reporter entangled Chen Zhongying. Chen Zhongying ignored it, sitting in the car, closing his eyes and resting. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started slowly and drove away in the evening. However, at the same time, Far Star Group, the top floor, president's office, Gosho sat in the office, looking at the piles of news materials in front of him. His expression was unprecedentedly cold. The appeal application of the Ku Group was actually approved? What made him even more angered was that his Yuanxing Group's prosecution order was rejected instead. This! Simply, my son, the latest news. All supply chain parties of the Ku Group have received an investigation letter from S. A female secretary in an all uniform walked in with high heels and reported. This female secretary was the new secretary since Ning Wan's death. However, Gosho didn't have the slightest feeling for her. At this moment, he thought of Ning Wan again. Uncontrollable anger. Gala Gosho clenched his fists tightly, exuding an unprecedented chill. He stood up suddenly, picked up the phone, came to the floor-toasling window, and dialed the SSSS phone. Hey, Mr. Go, it's been a long time since I saw you. The phone connected. A deep and indifferent voice came slowly. The gap between the monthly pass and the third place is getting wider. Monthly ticket, tired. One more. If there are more monthly tickets today, add more. Chapter 311. Who did the iron red makeup paint for? Hey, Mr. Go, it's been a long time since I saw you. After the call was connected, a deep and indifferent voice came slowly. Wang Ning. Why? Through the appeal of the Ku Group, Gosho asked slowly, holding the phone in a cold voice, give me an explanation. On the other side of the phone, Wang Ning was taken aback for a moment, and then sighed. Go son, it's not that Wang doesn't want to help you. During the call, Wang Ning voiced helplessly, it's just that ... This case is closely watched, as you know, recently ... The entire ethics of crackdown. I'm really helpless. Hearing Wang Ning's explanation, Gosho's complexion suddenly became cold. I'll give you money. Do you do things like this? Gosho's voice was cold, resisting the anger in his heart. A few days ago, he spent hundreds of millions of dollars to bribe Wang Ning to help himself and deal with things. But as a result, hundreds of millions of dollars went down. And it was such a result. This. How can Gosho not be angry? If not, be afraid of Wang Ning's status and position. I am afraid that Gosho at this time had already come to the door and asked him for questioning. Go son, it's not that Wang didn't help. But it doesn't matter if you wear a hat on your head. During the call, Wang Ning said slowly, after receiving Chen Zong's 5 billion, Wang Ning's heart is higher than the sky at this time, so how can he care about Gosho's? He will help whoever gives more money. This is Wang Ning's principle of dealing with affairs. Before waiting, Gosho continued to ask questions, and Wang Ning on the other end of the phone directly hung up. Standing in front of the French windows at dusk, Gosho's complexion was unprecedentedly cold and ugly. It cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and as a result, in exchange for such an ending! This, hundreds of millions, are all in the water. What made him even more angry was his own dignified Shanghai and Shanghai youth representative. Actually, was led by the nose by a little ant litigator! This make him extremely angry. Boo! With a loud slap, he slapped the floor-toasling windows. The whole floor-toasling window in front of him was instantly torn apart. The dusk faded, and the night had arrived. The Mercedes-Benz fleet drove slowly to the Qijia Manor. In the manor, the sumptuous dinner is ready. The convoy stopped. Chen Zonggun with a cigarette in his mouth, and his shoes just stepped out of the Maybach car. Ding! Suddenly a WeChat reminder sounded on his personal phone. Chen Zonging was taken aback for a moment, took out his mobile phone, and glanced at the caller information. Yuan Li, can you come to my house for dinner tonight? Is it a text message from Yuan Li? Chen Zonghang spit out a cigarette ring and stuffed the phone directly into his pocket without paying attention. He didn't want to accompany a little girl to feel romance. Even more thoughtless, to accompany a little girl to dinner for him. The of death has no emotional needs at all, even. He regrets a bit. Was the girl nurturing at first impulsive and wrong? Other men keep them. Which one doesn't eat the girl to death? Can't wait to eat it again. However, Chen Zhongying took it up, but never touched her a bit, let alone hugs. Not even the simplest holding hands. It's like two complete strangers. If Yuan Li hadn't texted him, he would have even forgotten this woman. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong stepped into the Kus villa. The nanny aunt has prepared the table and chopsticks, and the Ku family is sitting at the table, ready to have a meal. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he sat slowly at the table, preparing to dine. Ding! At this moment, the SMS ringtone in the pocket of his clothes rang again. Chen Zongguang's eyes were a little irritable, and he took out his phone. Just about to shut it down. But he inadvertently, glanced at the content of the text message. Yuan Li, tonight, it's my birthday. There is no other explanation in the text message. Only one sentence, a small plea. Tonight, it's her birthday, she begged, hoping to find someone to live with. At this moment, the knife and fork that Chen Zong had just picked up slowly returned to the dining table. He replied 3 words to Yuan Li. Got it. Then he got up from the table. If you have something, you can eat it. After speaking, Chen Zongguang's eyes were light, and he turned around and walked out of the Kus villa. Only left at the dinner table, the Ku family's 4 people, looking at his leaving figure with a look of astonishment. Ku Yiren? Under autumn frost. In the evening, 8 o'clock. The Shanghai Sea. Beside the Huangpu River. Thompson first-class mansion. On the 32nd floor, in front of a huge landscape stage. Yuan Li was wearing a dress with long hair and shawl. Just lying in front of the glass guardrail, she stared at the Huangpu River view outside the window with beautiful eyes. But in his hand, he held the Xiaomi mobile phone tightly. She is looking forward to Mr. Chen's arrival. Just now, when she saw the text message from Mr. Chen, she was excited. At this moment, the goose-egg-like pretty face has been put on light makeup and even a hint of red lips. She almost never put on makeup before. But tonight, Mr. Chen is coming. She specially learned some makeup techniques from the Vibrato Beauty video, and carefully put on makeup, just to show it to that man. Wear red makeup under the moon. I don't know who the Iraqi people are. Some people say that it's not that the girl doesn't want makeup, rather, she didn't have a man who wanted to show off. When a girl had the idea of makeup, then she became a girl. Gradually transformed into a woman. Yuan Li carefully studied makeup, prepared for exquisite makeup, and put on a newly bought little dress. And in the kitchen, the abundant ingredients have already been prepared. Just wait for the man to arrive. Then, she wanted to cook for him by herself. Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed. The time on the phone has been adjusted to 9 o'clock in the evening. Yuan Li's stomach groaned slightly. She waited for 2 hours. In front of the landscape stage, stars are dotted. A full moon has been hung up. And she, still waiting quietly, news of that man. Ding dong. At this moment, suddenly, the doorbell of the big flat-story mansion rang. Yuan Li's small face suddenly became a little excited. She was a little anxious, stepping on her plush slippers, and hurried to the door. The electronic cat who came to the door took a look outside. It is the familiar figure of Fair and Elegant. Yuan Li was overjoyed and hurriedly opened the door. I've been waiting for a long time. Chen Zhongying was still so cold as cold. However, in his hand, he carried a huge cake box. He took off his leather shoes and walked slowly into the living room. Yuan Li had nowhere to put his hands. His pretty face was nervous, and he asked Chen Zhongying to sit down. You sit down for a while. I'm going to cook now, Yuan Li said, turned around and hurried into the kitchen to start cooking. Tonight is her first birthday in Shanghai. She was not a native of Jiangnan, living alone in Shanghai, and she thought tonight's birthday would be celebrated by herself. She didn't even dare to hope that Mr. Chen would show up. The text message sent was only a glimmer of hope, but she did not expect that Mr. Chen actually came. Chapter 312. You look like her. At 9 o'clock in the evening, inside the Thompson Yipin mansion, Yuan Li put on an apron and was in the kitchen for the first time preparing a sumptuous dinner for men. She is not like other female college students, and she stretches out her hands to open her mouth. She has been very independent since she was a child. Almost grew up in a lonely environment. So she knows how to take care of her own life better than others. Cooking, washing clothes, cleaning, housework. When she first came to Shanghai and the first half of college, she used this kind of schoolwork to cover her living expenses. Today, although she is being taken care of, inexplicably, lived in this mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But she didn't use Chen Junlin's penny. All the living expenses were earned by her by herself. Yuan Li at this time is skillful in cooking in the kitchen. As for Chen Zongguang, sitting on the sofa in the lobby calmly, smoking a cigarette slowly, flipping through a college physics book on a bookshelf. This mansion, which originally appeared to be huge and empty, at this moment seems to have become with a hint of warmth and vitality. It feels like home. Before long, a table full of sumptuous dishes was baked before the dining table in the hall. Mr. Chen you can have dinner. Yuan Li came to the sofa and shouted softly. Chen Zonging replied indifferently and closed the book. Got up and came to the table. In the center of the dining table, the huge 10-inch cake is placed in the center. This is Yuan Li's first birthday. In the true sense of the word. There are cakes and delicious dishes. In the past, every birthday of her was, Grandma cooked her a bowl of Yangchun noodles and then a bowl of braised pork. Just celebrate the birthday like this. No one celebrates birthdays, and no one gives cakes. And tonight, there is a cake, accompanied by the person I want most. Everything made Yuan Li feel unprecedented satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Looking at the huge whipped cream cake at the table, Yuan Li's heart flashed with complicated warmth. Originally, she just wanted Mr. Chen to come and accompany her to have a birthday dinner. She didn't expect anything from Mr. Chen. But, at this moment, looking at this huge birthday cake, Yuan Li's beautiful eyes are slightly red. Her mood is very complicated. Moved, inexplicable, delighted, satisfied. Many emotions are intertwined. She wept. Why are you crying? Chen Zonging didn't expect Yuan Li to cry. The tone was indifferent, and he replied lightly. Yuan Li hurriedly reached out and wiped the teardrops from the corners of his eyes. No, I'm just happy. Her voice choked slightly with a hint of joy. Light a candle, your birthday. Chen Zonging replied faintly. Yuan Li nodded, picked up the candle, and slowly inserted it on the cake. She is 20 years old this year. So on the cake, 20 candles were inserted. Light up the candle. She put her hands on her chest, closed her beautiful eyes, her long and narrow eyelashes trembling gently. Start to make a wish under the candle. In the past, her wishes were all hope. That she could be admitted to a prestigious school, and be able to grow up quickly. Make money to support her family. In this way, Grandma doesn't have to work so hard anymore. Yes, tonight, she made a wish that was different from the past. After making a wish, blow out the candles. Yuan Li opened his eyes lightly. But, at this moment, a delicate gift box was suddenly placed in front of her. Birthday gift. I bought it along the way. Chen Zonging slowly lit a cigarette and said lightly. Seeing this exquisite gift box in front of me, Yuan Li's pretty face a little complicated. His beautiful eyes filled with mist. In previous birthdays, no one except Grandma gave her a birthday present. She was isolated by the school, and no one in the class wanted to be friends with her. The lonely bird, today. But suddenly, received a birthday present from a man. This, for her, is inexplicable emotions. This is the first friend who gave her a birthday present. Also the first man to give her a birthday present. Can you open it and take a look? Yuan Li asked carefully, with crystal tears in her beautiful eyes. Whatever. Chen Zhongying spit out a smoke ring, picked up the chopsticks at the table, and began to taste the dishes. Yuan Li carefully opened the gift box packaging. A silver diamond-encrusted bracelet is quietly lying in the box. Under the soft light shining, it reflects the radiant light. Cartier, the Sky Star bracelet. When seeing this beautiful and bright bracelet, Yuan Li's beautiful eyes flashed with a heartbeat. Is there any girl who doesn't like diamonds? Is there any girl who doesn't like accessories? Not because it is expensive, but because when it blooms color, it is really beautiful and beautiful. Yuan Li didn't know what brand this bracelet was, or how much it cost. She just felt that this bracelet is very beautiful, and if I want to it should be very expensive. Yuan Li thought in his heart. However, tonight, she did not refuse, because this is a birthday present from Mr. Chen. She will accept this gift, then store it carefully. This is one of the best birthday presents she has received since her 20th birthday. However, sitting at the table and enjoying dinner indifferently, Chen Zhongying did not disclose the price of this bracelet. In the pocket of his suit, the pose receipt for spending 3 million in cash with a card was folded into a ball and stuffed in his pocket. It seems to have been forgotten. Warm lights poured on the dining table. 9 o'clock at night. In the Thompson Yaipin mansion, this birthday dinner was enjoyed quietly. Yuan Li seemed to be afraid of the embarrassment, so he turned on the TV, and while watching TV, he sat opposite Mr. Chen and ate carefully. The birthday dinner was very hearty, and she bought these dishes from the supermarket specially. Everything is just for Mr. Chen to eat. At this time, watching Mr. Chen lightly dine and enjoy the appearance of red wine, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Yuan Li's beautiful eyes. This is what she has never felt before. It turned out that I had been busy cooking all night. So long as I got the approval of that man, I could be so satisfied, as if everything has become very worthwhile. Mr. Chen. Yuan Li sat at the dining table, looking at the man with beautiful eyes inexplicably complicated. She suddenly asked a question that she had hidden in her heart for a long time. In the beginning, why did you help me? Yuan Li has complicated eyes, looking at Chen Zhongying cautiously. This problem has troubled her for a long time. In the school, no one wanted to help her. Even the rich second generation, the so-called willingness to help her and protect her, is also based on want to get her. Only Mr. Chen is the only one does not seek any return, or even covets his own body everything of his own. A man willing to help himself in this way. This makes Yuan Li a little puzzled, and some can't figure it out. Mr. Chen, why do you help yourself so selflessly, not coveting any benefits? Hear this question. Yuan Li. Chen Zhongying, who was eating, slowly stopped his chopsticks. He raised his eyes calm and indifferent, just like that, staring straight at Yuan Li. After being quiet for a long time, he finally spit out a word. You look like her. This chapter is for the brothers who gave me a monthly pass yesterday. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 313. I can only kill. Yuan Li was stunned when he heard these words. Like her? Who am I? Like? Yuan Li asked cautiously, curiously and complicatedly. An old person. Chen Zhonggong's eyes were deep, and he toasted and took a sip of red wine. Grape wine, bitter and sweet. As if his mood at this time, an old friend? Yuan Li's mood was a bit complicated, and he asked subconsciously, is it a female? Chen Zhongying's eyes were deep and he nodded. He continued to drink, the spirits poured into his throat, blending countless loneliness. That year was young and immature. That pretty figure in military uniform, after all, became a memory in his mind. A picture that I never dared to recall. At this time, Yuan Li, who was sitting across from the dining table, was also somewhat complicated. She faintly understood. Why would Mr. Chen help himself? Not because of myself, but because I look like a person. Yuan Li's mood is inexplicably complicated. With a touch of bitterness. Is she your girlfriend? Yuan Li hesitated and asked cautiously. This time, Chen Zhengying did not answer. Instead, drink by yourself. Drink 1 cup, then pour another cup. A whole bottle of red wine was almost consumed by him alone. That. Is it a childhood sweetheart? Seeing that he didn't answer, Yuan Li cautiously asked again. Kang dang. The tall wine glass in Chen Zong's hand was suddenly crushed into glass slag. Countless red wine liquid stained his right hand. The glass pierced the skin of his palm, mixed with scarlet blood. He dyed his entire palm red. Yuan Li's face turned pale, shocked by his reaction. Mr. Chen. Your hand. Yuan Li hurriedly picked up the tissue and stepped forward, trying to help him deal with the wound. But Chen Zong pushed away. Nothing. Chen Zonging replied indifferently. He took out a square towel and slowly wiped off the bloodstains and red wine on his palm. The breath is calm and elegant, and the appearance of wiping bloodstains makes people feel like a vampire. He is like a vampire, not human. Yuan Li has complicated eyes, looking at him like this, not knowing what to do. Yes, I'm sorry. Yuan Li apologized cautiously. If it were not for a word of his own, Mr. Chen would not crush the wine glass, causing his palm to be cut. Nothing to do with you. Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent, and he slowly uttered 4 words. He lit a cigarette, and then, sitting at the dining table, he cut a piece of butter cake on his own, and began to enjoy the cake. It seems that only the act of eating the cake by himself can conceal his inner anxiety at the moment. After hearing the words childhood sweetheart, Chen Zonging's heart was already confused. In the living room, it seemed a bit quiet. Chen Zonging sat there, eating cake quietly. For the of death, there has always been only smoking. His life is only bitter and dry. He never eats sweets. Because of the taste buds of a killer, it must not be covered by sweetness. The sweetness will affect the killer's sensitivity to the smell of blood. Sweetness makes the killer's nerves hesitant. Sweet is addictive and makes people simple. Chen Zong never eats sweets. But tonight, he enjoyed this cream cake for the first time. Yuan Li clenched his hands tightly and sat aside, looking at the man curiously with beautiful eyes. Watching him eat quietly. The scene of this scene seems a bit quiet, sir. After hesitating for a long time, Yuan Li suddenly said softly, "Can you teach me kung fu?" Yuan Li hesitated and pleaded cautiously. When she said this, her little head shrugged very low, as if she was afraid that Chen Zonging would be angry. Chen Zonging was also slightly taken aback. His eyes were calm, and he slowly swept towards her. "I don't know how to martial arts." Chen Zonging lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. "I only kill people." His answer was calm, as if to narrate a very common thing. He was dead and never practiced kung fu. Kung fu is for fighting. And what he knows is killing skills. Hundreds of thousands of killing methods and techniques, like a torrent. They all converged in his mind. Year after year of life and death training, he became a living killing machine. When I heard Mr. Chen's words, Yuan Li's face was slightly pale, and she was a little stunned. "Will only kill this." But Yuan Li hesitated for a long time, still raised his small head, beautiful eyes firm and stubborn, and said seriously, I want to learn. I want to protect myself." Chen Zonggong's eyes were indifferent, and he glanced at her lightly. Weak and boneless body, height 167 centimeters, pupil vision is normal. But this body can't withstand training at all. Your body can't bear it. Chen Zonging said lightly, severing all possibilities. "I can learn. I can bear it." Yuan Li had a complicated face and looked at him stubbornly. "I want to try." Chen Zonging stared at Yuan Li with indifferent eyes. He suddenly faintly saw in the girl's eyes a very different stubbornness. That can be called sharp. How can there be such a look in a weak body? Zheng. A metal whisper suddenly whizzed past. Between Chen Zhongying's right hand, a silver-shaped terror blade suddenly emerged. It has a 3-foot silver blade and a hideous shape with barbs all over it. The name, Devil May Cry. Cars are like flowing water and horses. God sees avoiding ghosts see weep. Wow! The Devil May Cry silver blade cut through the void, suddenly. Hovering in front of Yuan Li's Webai neck. The sharp silver blade had already touched the skin of Yuan Li's neck. The moment the blade touched her skin, it had already cut through her surface skin. Only a single cent away, blood can be seen. At this moment, Yuan Li's beautiful pupils lightly shrank. Long and narrow eyelashes, panic quite a little. Seeing Yuan Li's reaction like this, Chen Zhongying's complexion condensed slightly. This, just a second before, he shot a knife with his right hand, and the Devil May Cry silver blade, almost breaking the speed of sound, the lightning touched Yuan Li's neck. Carrying terrorist killing intent is enough to tremble any mortal. Can this girl in front of me but she, still standing that calmly, except for a light lash of eyelashes. She didn't even move her eyelids. This made Chen Zhongying unbelievable. He has gone through countless trials of life and death before he can do. The knife is close and not afraid of danger. But, this girl in front of me is just a little girl who has never experienced a rain of blood. How could she? Zheng. The Devil May Cry silver blade violently retracted it. However, it did not fall under the scabbard. Extend your hand, Chen Zong said, staring at her with indifferent eyes. Yuan Li's pretty face was stunned for a moment, a little sluggish, and he stretched out his hand cautiously. Chen Zhongying gestured. She put the jade hand on the table. Then, the Devil May Cry silver blade turned into an arc and slammed into Yuan Li's jade hand. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Chapter 314 Optimistic about the murderous move. Yuan Li's hand just pressed it on the table. Chen Zong's right hand, the Devil May Cry silver blade, turned into an afterimage, and slammed into Yuan Li's jade hand. Lightning. Dang dang dang. In the lightning, the Devil May Cry silver blade rushed along Yuan Li's jade hand. Between the 5 fingers, stabs violently. Stabbed like lightning. Yuan Li could even feel the terrifying and powerful blade wind, cutting the skin between his fingers, causing intense pain in the heart of the 5 fingers. Every time the stabbing strikes, lightning penetrates along the gap between her 5 fingers. From the beginning to the end, except for Yuan Li's pretty face pale. Her beautiful eyes trembled. Her jade hand has not been retracted. Enduring the panic. Leaving that hand on the table without moving it. Finally, a few minutes later, the turbulent blade light finally stopped. Zheng. The Devil May Cry silver blade slammed into the table. However, Yuan Li's jade hand is still intact. However, in the gap between his jade fingers, a series of terrifying and hideous penetrating knife marks have penetrated the entire dining table. Just now, as long as a slight deviation, Yuan Li's jade hand, I am afraid it will be completely gone. At this time, it finally ended. Yuan Li's forehead oozes a touch of fragrant sweat. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath of the cigarette, raised his eyes, and glanced at her calmly and indifferently. Although his eyes are still very cold, there is no fluctuation. But, at this moment, his mind has been completely shocked. Yuan Li, this girl. Unexpectedly, in her turbulent blade light. Didn't she shrink at all, withdraw her hands? This. In addition to the battle-tested killer, how can an ordinary person have such concentration? Exclamation mark. This girl, born, is a qualified killer model. Take a deep breath. The smoke ring infiltrates through the lungs and slowly spit out. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and finally he spit out 4 words slowly. You want to learn? Yes. Yuan Li nodded earnestly with beautiful eyes. She didn't want to be like this anymore, and continued to be cowardly. You are just an ordinary person. If you really learn, your hands will be contaminated with human life. From now on, You will never have a peaceful day. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and indifferent, and said slowly, his tone was with a touch of unprecedented solemnity. This is not a deterrent threat. Rather, his last warning. Once come into contact with those killing techniques, then Yuanli's life trajectory will be completely changed. She will lose the free life of all normal people. Involuntary. I think about it. I want to become stronger. I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to protect myself. Yuanli Memu, earnestly like never before, nodded vigorously. She doesn't want to be bullied. She doesn't want to be a flower in the greenhouse anymore. She wants to gain and protect herself. I want to protect myself. Protect Grandma. She doesn't want to make a vase. Don't want to. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, staring at her for a long time. Finally, he picked up the bottle and poured a glass of red wine. Moved in front of Yuan Li. Drink. Yuan Li's pretty face was complicated, but without hesitation, you took up the wine glass and drank the full glass of red wine. The bitter red wine continues to permeate the taste buds of the mouth. It made her pretty face a bit embarrassing and bitter, but she resisted and swallowed the red wine. Remember the taste. Bitter, astringent, pungent, spicy. From the moment you make a decision, there can be no other flavors in your life besides these 4 touches. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm and indifferent, but it resounded slowly in the air like a sharp blade. Yuan Li has complicated eyes and nodded his head. I remembered. From today, you will not be able to eat any desserts. Any sugar can numb your killing nerves and make you weak and unable to kill. Chen Zhongying slowly poured a glass of red wine, brought it to his lips, and took a sip. The red wine liquid has an aftertaste on the tip of the tongue. The reason why he loves to drink red wine, just to maintain the bitter taste, so that I always keep in the best killing state. Killing is like drinking alcohol. When you enter that world, you will find it addictive. Chen Zhongying drank the red wine in his glass in one sip. His tone was calm and strange, and said slowly, hearing Mr. Jun's words, Yuan Li at this time. Her red lips were clenched with her teeth. Her pretty face was a little complicated and inexplicable. This is the first time she has come into contact with Mr. Jun's unprecedented secret today. Is he a killer? Yuan Li listened carefully to every word of Mr. Chen. After a long aftertaste, she nodded vigorously. Yuan Li, remember. She nodded solemnly in her voice. Also, a word of caution. I am not willing to teach you today's killing skills. Chen Zhongying said indifferently. I never accept disciples. Everything is learned secretly by yourself. If announced to the public, mention my name. I will kill you myself. This is Chen Zhongying's last high level. He is of death and never accepts disciples. The code name of the of death. There is only one in this world. Today, Yuan lists various skills. If someone asks about it in the future, it can only be said that I learned it secretly. The name of Chen Zhongying cannot be mentioned. If it is mentioned, it is anti-taboo. The killer is the most taboo. At that time, Chen Zhongying would be merciless and personally execute Yuan Li. Hearing what Mr. Chen said, Yuan Li's pretty face was slightly pale. Her teeth were clenching her red lips. She knew that after today, her life trajectory would be completely changed. But she does not regret it. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. Pick up the knife. Chen Zhonggong gestured with indifferent eyes. Let her pull out the terrible silver blade that was stuck on the table. Yuan Li had a complicated face, stretched out his hand, and cautiously held the silver blade's handle. She took almost all her strength and used 2 hands to pull the sharp silver blade out of the dining table. Devil May Cry. 1 foot long. It weighs 70 katis. Chen Zhongying's voice was calm, and he slowly introduced 36 blood troughs, 9 tiny barbs. Feel it. This is a weapon of murder. Yuan Li's pretty face was complicated, and his beautiful eyes were stunned. He slowly looked at the blade in front of him. It's hard to imagine that this, only a blade the size of other daggers, actually weighs 70 katis! This is simply what made him even more unbelievable. was the shape of the blade, incredibly hideous, with barbs all over it, and countless blood notches appeared. If stabbed by this knife, the wound has no possibility of healing at all. I can't dance it, Yuan Li said with a complicated face. This knife weighs 70 jins. If it weren't for her 2 hands, she couldn't hold it, let alone dance it. Chen Zhongying slightly raised his right hand. Zheng. The Devil May Cry silver blade was suddenly taken back by him. Fantastic, murderous moves. In the next second, Chen Zong's figure suddenly flashed out. The Devil May Cry silver blade, in midair, pierced through a wave of terrifying vigor. Begging. Monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Chapter 315. To do it, be a master. In the dark night, Thompson's first-class mansion. In the empty mansion room, only Chen Zong's white and elegant figure, holding a silver blade, danced like a tango. Pu'er shot 9 sunsets. Zhao is like a group of emperors and dragons. The silver blade pierced the air and groaned softly. Every trick, every style, is deadly. Pierce the throat. Seal the skull. Broken bones. Piercing. The moves change. The air in front of you seems to be transformed into a series of enemies. Where Yin Mang passes, it is as fast as lightning, and its moves are deadly. Yuan Li's beautiful eyes widened as much as he could, so that his pupils constantly scanned the scene in front of him. She quickly wrote down these moves in her heart. In the air, silver lights danced all over the sky. Chen Zhongying's posture did not look like a murderer. It's more like dancing. Dancing after drinking, graceful as a gentleman. With such a beautiful posture, Yuan Li on the side was a little dumbfounded. How can a person dance the sword so gracefully? That move is more than just killing. It's more like a beautiful waltz. Zheng. The silver blade of Devil May Cry cuts through the air. In the end, a collection. The knife stopped. Close the knife and scabbard it. Chen Zhongying's figure slowly stopped. He acted gracefully and decadently and lit a soft Chinese cigarette. I only shot once. Can you see clearly? Taking a deep breath, he raised his eyes and looked at Yuan Li. Asked. Yuan Li hesitated, nodded, then shook his head. Some places can't see clearly. You are too fast. She had just memorized every move and style of Chen Zhongying almost by rote in her heart. However, Chen Zhongying's speed was too fast, and some movements her naked eyes could not see clearly. However, Chen Zong did not seem to give her a second chance. Tonight, it was not that I taught you how to do swordsmanship, it was that when I shot, you accidentally learned it. Can you remember? He had a cold voice and stared at Yuan Li. Yuan Li nodded slightly. I remember it. I learned it secretly. Shen Junlin retracted the knife and scabbed it. Raised his wrist and glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. He turned and left. Passing by with Yuan Li, he was calm and indifferent, and uttered 4 words. Happy birthday. At that moment, Yuan Li's delicate body trembled slightly. His beautiful pupils instantly flushed. After Chen Zong left the mansion, regardless of the tears falling from his eyes, Yuan Li rushed to the floor-hustling windows on the balcony. Macy looked at the black Mercedes-Benz car downstairs, and the shadow slowly driving away. She bit her red lips with her teeth, her beautiful eyes blurred and misty. Thank you, she muttered to the Mercedes-Benz that disappeared in the distance. A deep night. Tonight, some people are angry. Some are panicked, some are pleasantly surprised, and some suffer from insomnia. This night, it is destined to make people sleepless at night. Shanghai City, Greentown Rose Garden luxury residential area. Inside a sky-high price villa. The adjudicator Wang Ning was lying on that precious mahogany sofa at this time. At this moment, his face was full of excitement that could not be concealed. Looking in front of him, the full 10 boxes of safes. Wang Ning's face was trembling. That was excitement, trembling because of excitement. This late night, someone suffered from insomnia because of anger. And Wang Ning, because of the huge surprise. And awake all night. This, but a whole. 5 billion. 10 big boxes, packed full of 5 billion cash. The pink color of banknotes almost filled his entire line of vision. If so many cash banknotes are folded up, they are enough to make a huge golden mountain. He works as a litigator. How much is his salary in a year? Just a few 100,000 salary. He has to work for many years and work less to save this 5 billion wealth like a mountain, like a sea. Now, overnight, he was worth 5 billion. This is it's a windfall. Wang Ning's whole body was plunged into frantic excitement. 5 billion, this will allow him how many luxury homes to buy in this golden Shanghai market? How many luxury cars to buy? How many celebrities do you need? Those little and third-rate stars who once dared not sleep will become Wang Ning's crotch playthings from today. What woman can't be hit with money? Even if he was corrupt for a lifetime, he wouldn't be able to get so much money. From now on, Wang Ning will be able to become a middle-level rich man in this city. From then on, the clouds and rains have turned, and the drunken and golden fans. The more I thought about it, the more excited Wang Ning was at this time. He narrowed his eyes slightly, took out the latest iPhone 11s mobile phone, suppressed his excitement, and dialed a call. Hello, Ferrari store. Wang Ning was lying on the sofa, holding the phone in his hand, facing the other end of the phone. Without hesitation, said, I want to book the latest sports car. From tonight, he has money. The first thing he thought of was to buy a sports car. Ferrari. Get it up. Those super sports cars that he dared not buy before must be bought back. Park the entire garage. During the call, the female customer service staff of the Ferrari store respectfully introduced him and recommended several models. Hello. Ferrari 488 GT model is quite suitable for you, sir. The full price of the car is only 3.88 million, plus options, taxes, and landing. About 5 million. Sir, do you think you are interested? What? Only 5 million? Wang Ning held the phone with disdain. He patted the sofa and said, how can a 5 million car worthy of my Wang's worth? Choose that one for me. It's the same model as Wang Shexin. Yes, it's the LaFerrari. It's only 30 million, small point. I'll send you money right away with a deposit of 2 million. Right? No problem. Wang Ning's expression and tone at this time are completely different, just like the temperament of a super upstart. Either don't buy it, or buy the most expensive if you want. Hanging up the phone, Wang Ning said nothing. Directly to the Ferrari store, transfer the past 2 million deposit. Now he is worth 5 billion. What is a mere 30 million Ferrari? Wang Ning, if he wants to do it, he will be a master. Drive the most expensive car if you want. After ordering the Ferrari sports car, Wang Ning was in a state of ecstasy. Smoking a cigar, looking at the 10 big boxes full of cash bills, everything seems like a dream. He dialed the phone directly and dialed a number. Hey. Call me too. The best 3-line model. Listen well, it must be 3-line, 4-line and 5-line. I don't want to. Wang Ning's voice was arrogant, facing the other end of the phone directly, shouted. On the other side of the phone, the middle contact was smiling and flattering. Wang Ning held the phone and enjoyed it. Money, small meaning. By the way, is there any contact information for Ibadili? I am willing to bid 10 million for her one night. Wang Ning's mentality at this time was completely drifting, and he even started to call for the first-line actresses on the road. On the other end of the phone, the middle contact was taken aback. Prince, this. For the time being, there are no resources. But there are still 3 little stars. However, it costs 100,000 a night, which is very expensive. On the other side of the phone, said the middle contact. Money? No problem. 100,000 a night? Small point. Call me too. No, 5. Wang Ning held the phone. Her voice was extremely arrogant. Tonight, he is going to kill the quartet. Merry to the end. Chapter 316 Drunk Gold Fans, Special Serial Numbers. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Early in the morning, Wang Ning called out 3 big trucks. In the villa, the huge safe with 10 boxes was carried on the car. Then, he just drove the truck and went directly to the head office of the Anbang Bank in Shanghai. A huge amount of cash worth 5 billion. If so much money is suddenly deposited into a private account, it will definitely cause investigations by the China Banking Regulatory Commission and financial institutions. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Wang Ning had already bought this upper-level boss of Anbang Bank. Give him the green light for all deposit business. As long as Wang Ning's 5 billion deposits are targeted, he will be stored as a VIP customer. However, this 5 billion fund does not pass through the bank's pipeline system. Therefore, the China Banking Regulatory Commission could not find this account. Wang Ning doesn't have to worry about checking his water meter. 3 large trucks steadily stopped at the gate of Anbang Bank early in the morning. Wang Ning's Maserati off-road vehicle slowly followed and stopped behind. After getting out of the car, carrying a briefcase, he just stood in front of the bank. I watched the staff personally, box by box, carrying the entire 5 billion cash into the bank. Wang Ning then walked into the bank with confidence, because the upper level of the bank has already been arranged. Therefore, Anbang Bank directly opened a special channel to Wang Ning and took him to a VIP room. Sitting in the VIP room, 2 beautiful bank staff wearing flesh-colored stockings respectfully stepped forward and poured tea for him, with an extremely respectful attitude. After all, such a huge cash deposit business is rarely seen in banks. Therefore, the upper echelons also attached great importance to it. Thousands of warnings urged him to take care of Mr. Wang. At this moment, Wang Ning, who was sitting on the VIP sofa, was not idle either. With a grin at the corner of his mouth, his hand, if nothing had happened, gently stretched out towards the 2 beautiful colleagues. He didn't even care whether the colleagues at the scene were. See, the delicate bodies of the 2 female colleagues trembled slightly, and their complexions changed a little, but they did not resist. Because this was instructed by the upper level, they came to serve Mr. Wang, so they dare not resist. In the VIP meeting room, a misfortune is happening. At this time, several special bank accountants formed a line of liquidation team, and walked into the VIP box respectfully and began to count the 10 boxes of money in the box. And Wang Ning, still sitting on the sofa, hugged the 2 beautiful women tellers in stockings in his arms, acting extremely ambiguously. The several special accountants looked strange when seeing this scene, but they did not dare to say anything. Start preparing to liquidate this huge amount of cash. When 10 safes were slowly opened. Wow! A dazzling pink, instantly filled the eyes of everyone present. At that moment, everyone unconsciously opened their eyes, and their eyes were tightly attracted by the boxes of huge cash. Every box is filled with endless banknotes. The pink picture makes the heart beat faster. This money makes people crazy. In front of me, the 10 boxes full of banknotes are enough to make people go crazy. The 2 beautiful tellers held by Wang Ning's arms were a little complicated. They wanted to resist, but they didn't dare. The person in front of him is someone the upper-level leaders have specifically told to take care of. These low-level employees dare not have any resistance. I can only let Wang Ning 20. What's more, at this moment, Wang Ning is a super-rich man worth 5 billion. Maybe he was happy today, so he would give a reward. Under the temptation of so much money, any woman will lose her resistance. Wang Ning smiled evilly, sitting on the sofa with an evil smile on his face. It was a great joy. However, in the VIP room, the row of liquidation accountants began to carefully liquidate the 5 billion in cash. 5 billion in cash, full of 10 big boxes. The denomination of each banknote is 1,000 yuan. Pink banknotes make people crazy. The liquidators began to liquidate, quickly counted, and took out boxes of banknotes. Constantly counted the denominations. At the beginning, the liquidators looked normal. However, as the inventory continued, the group of liquidators became a little abnormal. Immediately afterwards, the liquidators, their complexion became solemn. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. They seemed to have encountered some special situation. Staring at the box of pink banknotes in front of you, each of the liquidators became a little embarrassed and inexplicable. While on the sofa, Wang Ning didn't notice all of this. He still put his hands down, and kept extending his claws to the two beautiful tellers, causing the two beautiful tellers' stockings to look complicated. Don't know how to resist. Wang ... Mr. Wang, an accountant team leader, with a complex expression, cautiously shouted. Wang Ning, who was flirting and cursing with two beautiful tellers, returned to his thoughts. He stared at the accountant leader impatiently. What's the matter? Why not keep counting? Wang Ning asked impatiently. At the same time, he continued to put his arms around the two beautiful tellers and felt the softness of their bodies. Provoked two beautiful tellers breathlessly again and again. Mr. Wang ... this money ... we ... our bank dare not accept it. The accountant liquidator said with a trembling voice. Upon hearing these words, Wang Ning's brows frowned suddenly! Why don't you dare to accept it? What are you afraid of? I have already said hello to your upper-level boss. Don't you know? Wang Ning reprimanded with some impatience. Just kidding. Before he came to deposit money, he had already greeted the upper management of Anbang Bank and gave him privileged savings. But at this time, the group of liquidators said, they dare not accept it? What kind of thing is this? It's not, Mr. Wang. It's not because of this. The liquidator's expression became complicated and embarrassed at this time. His voice trembled, and he explained cautiously. This ... this money ... is wrong. The liquidator stammered, spitting out these words. Huh? Wang Ning's complexion changed, and she abruptly stood up from the sofa. Could it be that the money is fake? At this moment, Wang Ning is completely condensed and angry. Could it be that the entire 5 billion cash in front of this are all counterfeit money? That young man, how dare to give himself counterfeit money? Wang Ning clenched his fists, completely angry. No. It's not. The money is real. It's genuine. The liquidation master quickly waved his hand and explained. Then you are afraid of an egg. Continue counting for me. Hurry up. I'm very busy, and I will go to the Ferrari store to pick up a new car in a while. Wang Ning was relieved to hear that the money was real, and continued to sit down. On the sofa, he lighted a cigar calmly. Mr. Wang ... but, the liquidator's voice hesitated. A little stuttered, and he didn't know how to speak. But what? Wang Ning frowned and asked coldly. This. The code on these cash is a special serial number. The liquidator accountant's voice trembled solemnly and cautiously reported. Chapter 317 All kinds of princes, family of emperors. This. The code on these cash is a special serial number. The liquidator accountant's voice trembled solemnly and cautiously reported. Special serial number? Wang Ning was taken aback. At this time, he was completely taken away by the bills, and without thinking through his brain, he just waved his hand. What's wrong with the serial number? As long as the money is real, just use it. Hurry up and clear it out for me, and then deposit it. However, the few liquidators, but their expressions were a little embarrassed, and reminded them solemnly and lightly. Wang ... Mr. Wang ... this special serial numbered banknote ... cannot be used. This time, the expressions of the liquidators became a little dignified and embarrassed. It's not that they don't want to liquidate ... but the entire 10 boxes of money are all with special ... competition numbers. ZJC001, ZJC002, ZJC003, and so on. Each chapter of the Cash Corner is accompanied by a serial number. However, before the serial number is compiled, there is a series of abbreviated English codes, ZJC. When they saw this string of code names, the group of liquidators had completely weakened their legs and looked ugly, and they did not dare to liquidate anymore. At this time, upon hearing the reminders of the liquidation accountants, Wang Ning on the sofa also looked down. He stared at the group of accountants, and asked solemnly, Why can't I use this serial number of money? At this time, he has just been worth 5 billion, before I even had time to be happy, to be clear. But suddenly I was told that these 5 billion cash could not be used. This is simply that. With a huge amount of assets of 5 billion originally smashed from the sky, Wang Ning could have been prosperous and wealthy, drunk and fascinated for life. But it turned out that suddenly ... this money can't be used? ? How can he accept this? ? Simply crazy. Wang Ning is not a clerk in the banking system, so he doesn't know much about financial money and other issues. He is puzzled. This money is obviously true. Why can't it be used? ? Mr. Wang, these cash are all code names beginning with the letters SK. This kind of special code money, logically, cannot be circulated in the market. The group of liquidation accountants, they looked solemn and explained cautiously. What's wrong with this code name? ? Why can't it be circulated in the world? It's all money. Why can't it? Wang Ning was a little mad at this time, emotionally mad, and asked angrily, right now, this is 5 billion in cash. Suddenly told that it could not be used. This feeling broke him. Too awkward, almost vomiting blood. Those liquidators had complex expressions. Their voices trembled lightly and shivered. The code name ZJC is the abbreviation of ... forbidden ... city. ZJC stands for. These banknotes with the ZJC number are all issued exclusively by the Shenzhen King Capital Agency. The voices of the liquidators trembled lightly and reported carefully. The capital? ? Wang Ning's gaze was stunned for a moment, and his brain was stunned. For a short time, he couldn't get some reaction. Then the next second, he suddenly ... woke up! ! Boom! Wang Ning's whole body was shocked, like being struck by lightning! Shenzhou! ! Wang Ning's entire fat body slid directly off the sofa. The body fell directly to the ground! This! This! Shenzhou? The banknotes sold exclusively? Wang Ning's whole fat body was limp to the ground. I was so scared to get up by these few terms. Shenzhou, this. What do these 3 words represent? China mainland, princes and generals. This is a real concentration of power. All kinds of princes, family of emperors. Zhongzhou is the highest, command the world. This, but the legendary ... Qinghai Holy Land. The entire mainland of China only is the highest. The world is unified, the top of the Forbidden City. This. Banknotes with abbreviations? This. Looking at the world, who would dare to use it? This, but you are going to lose your head. The 9 races, produced, special standard money. Non-prince generals, Quank Sun Wu, don't use it. Who dares to use it? Punish the 9 races. The money made by this is the foundation of a dynasty. Who dares to use money? But the money with the number? Why? Will it appear in this Jiangnan and Shanghai? Difficult. Is it? Boom. A terrible thought, instantly, appeared in Wang Ning's mind? In his mind, the white and elegant young man suddenly appeared! Could it be that young man? Yes, it was from a certain Fangwu Y battlefield. General Quank? Boom! Wang Ning's whole person, like being struck by lightning. His body trembled in horror, and his eyes trembled a little. Looking in front of him. The whole 10 boxes of banknotes. This! At this moment, these 10 boxes of pink banknotes are like a time bomb! This 5 billion, Wang Ning, dare not accept it. This ... It's like 10 boxes of time bombs. After receiving this money, you have to turn your head. Looking around, The entire mainland of China. Who has the qualifications, who has the courage to use the silver money produced by? Exclamation mark. Is this him? Exclamation mark. Give Wang Ning 10 ambitious leopards, he dare not. At this moment, Wang Ning, this dignified mistress, for the first time, felt unprecedented fear! Exclamation mark. He shivered and got up from the ground. At this moment, his entire face was extremely horrified. He tremblingly took out his cell phone, trembling with his fingers, and dialed the secretary's number. Quick! Find me the Kuyaran's phone number, and send me Kuyaran's mobile phone number immediately. At this moment, Wang Ning has never been so frightened before. When Kuyaran appealed, he handed Wang Ning a business card and phone number. But that was, Wang Ning didn't care at all, and directly threw Kuyaran's business card into the trash can. At that time, he was Mr. Why would he care about a small Ku group can? At this moment, Wang Ning was crazy, trying to find Kuyaran's number. During the phone call, the secretary hurriedly finally found Kuyaran's number and sent it to Wang Ning. Shanghai Stock Exchange, SSS Finance, Q's Building, 99-story top floor. Kuyaran is sitting in the president's office, tediously dealing with the recent company public relations affairs. The company has now suffered a widespread breach of contract, although yesterday Mr. Jun's huge financial bribery has led to S currently leaning against itself for the time being. However, there is still a lot of public opinion news that needs to be tackled. Kuyi people have been living in irritability and busyness every day these days. Tingling bell. But, at this moment, suddenly Kuyaran's cell phone rang quickly! Exclamation mark. Kuyaran stopped busy work at hand, wondering if he picked up his mobile phone and took a look. Is it an unfamiliar local caller number? She was taken aback for a moment, then slowly answered the phone. President Ku. Is it Mr. Ku? As soon as the call was connected, a man's anxious voice came. Monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Chapter 318 Wang Ning's cry for help. President Ku. Is it Mr. Ku? As soon as the call was connected, a man's anxious voice came. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were stunned for a moment, holding the phone, and replied, I am Kuyaran, may I ask? You are? SSS. Wang Ning. On the other end of the phone, the man's voice was extremely anxious. Hearing this name, Kuyaran's beautiful eyes subconsciously condensed slightly. SSS. Wang Ning? Question mark. That greedy mister? Exclamation mark. What is he calling for? Could it be? You don't think you have enough money to be greedy, and want to continue to be greedy? Thinking of this, Kuya's pretty face became a little cold. Mr. Wang, today's call. What's the matter? Kuyi asked indifferently. President Ku. I was wrong. But, at this moment, Wang Ning on the other side of the phone tremblingly said such a sentence. Kuyaran was caught off guard. Question mark. She was completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? Question mark. Wang Ning, who has always been arrogant, at this moment, actually, said I'm wrong on the phone? Question mark. What happened? Wang Ning apologized to herself? Question mark. Mr. Wang, what tricks do you want to play? Kuyaran's voice was a little suspicious and indifferent, and he replied coldly to the other end of the phone. This Wang Ning is not a good person, abusing private power to do evil. Such people. Kuyaran doesn't believe it at all. He will apologize to himself. Among them, if there is no conspiracy, then I am afraid the sun will come out from the west. However, on the other end of the phone, Wang Ning's voice trembled and solemnly apologized. Mr. Ku, I didn't play tricks. I really knew it was wrong. I'm sorry, I was Wang before. I didn't know Chan. I'm sorry. Damn me. On the phone, Wang Ning's voice was extremely miserable, and he repeatedly apologized to Kuyaran. Question mark. Kuyi was sitting in the office, feeling a little confused. What is going on? This sudden scene made her confused. Mr. Wang, I'm very busy. If you want to find someone to apologize, please find someone else. Ku Yiren's pretty face was cold, and she didn't have time to play tricks with Wang Ning, so she would hang up the phone. Don't. Mr. Ku, don't hang up. Please, do me a favor. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ning's voice was extremely anxious, and he pleaded again and again. That attitude is simply unprecedented. This! Exclamation mark. Ku Yiren didn't hang up the phone, but held the phone and listened coldly. She wanted to see, what trick does Wang Ning want to play? President Ku. Please contact me. The gentleman who gave me money yesterday. My little man Wang Ning, I want to see him and apologize to him. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ning's voice was extremely anxious and trembling, said, Hearing these words, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were slightly taken aback. The gentleman who gave the money yesterday, does he mean Mr. Chen? Wang Ning, want to see Mr. Chen? At this moment, Ku Yi was faintly aware that Wang Ning's attitude didn't seem to be a joke. Is it really rush? Wait a minute, I need to ask for instructions. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated and suspicious, holding the phone, and walking straight to the security director's office next door. Mr. Chen has a special status, although just the security director of the Ku Group. However, even Ku Yi, who is the president, dare not disobey him. Respectful attitude. If you want to see Mr. Chen, you must ask him for instructions. Ku Yiren held the phone. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ning did not hang up, but waited anxiously. Boom boom boom. Ku Yiren stood outside the security director's office and knocked gently on the door. Enter. A calm and indifferent voice came slowly. After getting the instructions, Ku Yiren cautiously pushed open the office door. The moment I opened the door and entered, a strong smell of tobacco slowly rushed towards my face. I saw that Chen Zhongying was in a straight suit and was sitting at his desk indifferently. In his hand, holding a copy of Shanghai Jing, he was slowly flipping through it. And the ashtray in front of the desk was filled with burnt cigarette butts. He is a heavy smoker, except for drinking alcohol. It seems that in his life, there will always be only the bitter and dark taste of cigarettes, and there is no sugar or sweetness at all. Stepping on high heels, Ku Yiren cautiously walked into the office. Ahem. Ku Yiren was coughed a few times by the smell of smoke all over the room. But she didn't dare to reprimand, let alone complain. In the entire company, Ku Yi people can order everyone, but only can't order Chen Zong. She gently concealed her masturbation with her hand to filter out the pungent smoke. Sir. Ku Yiren stepped forward softly and whispered. Chen Zonging still sat calmly at his desk, swallowing smoke rings, and flipping through the books indifferently. What's the matter? He asked lightly while reading. With complicated eyes, Ku Yiren stretched out her hand and pointed to the phone lightly. Wang is calling. He said that he wants to see you. Ku Yiren softly consulted, soliciting Mr. Chen's opinion. Oh, it's on time. Chen Zhongying, who was reading a book, raised a faint arc at the corner of his mouth, as if he was laughing and as if is mocking. He seemed to have expected it a long time ago. Seeing Mr. Chen's so indifferent reaction, Ku Yiren was also taken aback. Sir. Then, see you? Ku Yiren hesitated and asked cautiously. Not see. Chen Zhongying continued to read the book in his hand, without raising his eyes. Only 2 words were returned. How can he be anyone? You can see if you see it. Ku Yiren understood. Ku Yiren nodded and carefully exited the office. At this time, inside Anbang Bank, Wang Ning heard the call from the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yiren. When the word not seen, Wang Ning's entire complexion changed. Mr. Ku, please help me persuade again. Wang Ning was very anxious and repeatedly begged Ku Yi people for help. Excuse me, Mr. Wang, I'm very busy, if it's okay. Please do it yourself. On the other end of the phone, Ku Yiren's voice was calm and indifferent. She didn't have any extra thoughts to accompany Wang Ning's nonsense. directly hung up. President Ku. President Ku. Wang Ning looked at the other end of the phone, trying to say something. But, on the phone, it quickly turned into a busy tone of beep, beep, beep. On the other end of the phone, Ku Yiren hung up. Only Wang Ning was left, lying limp on the floor of the VIP reception room of the bank. His eyes trembled in horror, looking at the full 10 boxes of cash. At this moment, Wang Ning felt unprecedented panic. Tremor. At this moment, the huge amount of 5 billion in cash is like a time bomb. For the first time in Wang Ning's life, he had an unprecedented fear of money, just because this money is produced by exclamation mark. Chapter 319 Time Bomb, afflicting the 9 races. Sitting in front of the bank's VIP room, Wang Ning's expression was unprecedentedly horrified and complicated. Looking at the huge amount of cash in these 10 boxes, this is simply 10 boxes of time bombs. Anytime, anywhere, it may explode. Produced, special money. If this is found by the relevant department, then Wang Ning might have to lose his head on the spot. This is a felony of smuggling state-owned banknotes! Exclamation mark. To punish the 9 races, not only Wang Ning, but everyone around him, his divorced wife, and his daughter, will all be implicated. Mr. Wang, this money, please take it away. My bank is small. I can't save this money. At this time, the upper-level leaders of the bank received the news and hurried down, with a very complicated voice, begging Wang Ning to leave. Just kidding. This. But it's a special cash ticket for. If it is found, Anbang Bank, the entire bank will be implicated and uprooted. The money, who dares to touch? Exclamation mark. Everyone in the bank was horrified and persuaded, trying to get Wang Ning to leave. At this time, everyone at Anbang Bank looked horrified, looking at Wang Ning and the 10 boxes of money. It was like looking at a plague god. This. To panic. Everyone prayed for Wang Ning to leave soon. Wang Ning, who was limp on the ground, was trembling with horror. Getting up from the ground. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally made a decision. Come here. For me. Carry the money into the car for me. Wang Ning's voice was horrified and complicated, asking for help. As soon as this remark came out, wow! In Anbang Bank, all the staff rushed forward and moved money for him one after another. Just kidding. At this moment, all the bankers want Wang Ning to leave soon, wish he left. Boxes of huge amounts of cash were again carried into the truck. 10 boxes of safes, a full 5 billion in cash, were again carried on to 3 large trucks. At this time, Wang Ning's face was pale, and cold sweat was already on her forehead. He got into his Maserati 11T off-road vehicle and started the car. But at this time, Wang Ning was panicked to the extreme. Even when he stepped on the accelerator, he was a little soft and lacking strength. He resisted his inner panic, drove an off-road vehicle, with 3 large trucks behind. Drove all the way towards the Ku Group. This money, I have to impinge on the 9 races. He may lose his head at any time. Wang Ning, he dare not accept it. At this moment, he only asked ... to return the money ... to that sir, to ask for a circumvention. Along the way, Wang Ning drove cautiously. The car drove extremely cautiously, sitting in the driver's cabin. He was sweating all over, enduring huge panic. The money of the 3 big cars behind him is a time bomb. If once he is found and punished by the traffic management staff on the street, then Wang Ning, he will not be able to get rid of this charge in his life. I'm afraid I will be beheaded immediately. Wang Ning doesn't want to die. He wants to live. Want to live. What 5 billion? What to be a master? What a drunk fan. He doesn't want it all. At this moment, he just wants to live. As long as his position is still there is still a chance to stand up. But once you die, there is nothing. Along the way, drive carefully. Wang Ning was thinking about how to beg for mercy and apologize all the way. After half an hour, the Maserati 11T off-road vehicle, with 3 large trucks in the rear, finally slowly stopped at the gate of the Ku Group building. Sorry, This is the entrance of the group building. Large trucks and other loading and unloading vehicles cannot be parked here. At this moment, several security guards from the Ku group slowly stepped forward and kindly reminded them. Wang Ning's face was pale, with cold sweat on his forehead. He stepped out of the car and took out a work certificate. The security guards glanced at the ID, and the back looks respectful. I didn't expect it to be Mr. I'm sorry. The security guards suddenly changed their expressions. Just kidding, this one in front of me. But Mr. Aloft, in charge of SSSSS. Little security guards like them can't afford to provoke them at all. But at this time, Wang Ning looked a little embarrassed and anxious. He didn't pay attention to the compliments of the security guards. Instead, he turned to the drivers of the 3 trucks and told them to wait at the door. Then, Wang Ning looked anxious and hurried into the Ku's mansion. That work card was hung by him on. It was too late to remove it. Wang Ning walked all the way through the lobby. The few front desk girls at the door just tried to stop him, but Mema saw Wang Ning's work card. Suddenly the little girls at the door looked solemn and respected, and bowed their bodies to salute. Just kidding, Mr. can't be offended by everyone. This is the existence of SSSSS in charge of the city. Along the way, no one stopped. When arriving at the elevator entrance, Wang Ning grabbed a colleague and asked hurriedly, just ask ... where is Ku Yiren's office? The colleague was initially a little impatient, but when he saw the work card on Wang Ning's chest, his complexion suddenly changed. Cautiously replied, it's on the 99th floor. Wang Ning ignored the colleague and took the elevator directly. 99th floor, office. Colleagues are busy in the office. Wang Ning's face was pale, with cold sweat on his face, and hurried across the corridor. Hey ... who are you looking for? A female colleague stepped forward and interrogated. Then when she saw Wang Ning's name badge, she took a step back. Respectfully bowed his body. I have seen Mr. They don't know Wang Ning, but no one does not recognize this work permit. This is a symbol of power. Where is Ku Yiren's office? Wang Ning asked anxiously. The staff looked cautious, and pointed their fingers in the direction of the corridor not far away. Wang Ning stepped directly away and walked towards the corridor. Just leave a piece of colleagues looking at each other? ? This is what happened. A high-ranking Mr. actually came to their Ku group in person? ? Could it be ... what happened to the group? ? Arrived early for seizure? ? In an instant, all kinds of bad news, gossip, and other negative news spread among the group's colleagues in an instant. WeChat group, QQ group ... work group ... Countless colleagues are discussing. What is the purpose of this Mr. who came suddenly? ? The whole group is in panic. At this time, inside the president's office, Kui didn't know the situation. She is sitting at the desk, working with official documents. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the door. A trace of doubt flashed in Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes. She remembered instructing those colleagues outside the door to be very busy in the morning, not to disturb her, and to make an appointment for the secretary. But, at this moment, someone is knocking on the door? Who? Ku Yiren's voice was calm, and he continued to deal with official duties, and replied to the door. Miss Ku. It's me, Wang Ning. Wang Ning's anxious voice came from outside the office. After hearing these words, Ku Yiren suddenly stopped working? There is surprise and misunderstanding in the beautiful eyes? Wang Ning? Wang Ning? Why did he come here? Ku Yiren got up in doubt, walked to the office door, and gently opened the door. I saw Wang Ning was standing outside the door with a pale face and cold sweat all over. This, Mr. Ku ... I'm sorry. Wang Ning was respectful, standing at the door ... directly facing the Ku Yi, just bowing respectfully. Outside the office, all my colleagues were shocked by this scene? This! Chapter 320. Dignified Wang Ning kneels down. Mr. Ku, I'm sorry. Wang Ning was respectful, standing at the door, directly facing Ku Yi, just bowing respectfully. Outside the office, all my colleagues were shocked by this scene. This! This ... What's the situation? Mr. Tangton. Actually, he actually bowed his body to Mr. Ku and apologized? This. Outside the office, all my colleagues, all were shocked. Couldn't believe it. Sir, order ... Very. But, at this moment, this dignified gentleman unexpectedly? Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were stunned, looking at Wang Ning, who was bowing respectfully in front of her. She was a little dazed. Yesterday, Wang Ning was still arrogant, extorting, asking for huge bribes. But today, suddenly came to the door, begging for mercy? This! What happened to Wang Ning? Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? Ku Yiren asked with a calm and indifferent beautiful eyes. Suddenly, Wang Ning's attitude changed drastically, making Ku Yi people unprepared, and at the same time he was vigilant. What kind of trick is Wang Ning playing? But Wang Ning looked very respectful, bowed his body to Ku Yi, and apologized again and again. Mr. Ku ... I'm sorry. Before ... I was a villain and I had no eyes. I'm sorry. At this moment, where is Wang Ning's arrogant and domineering attitude? The former high-ranking gentleman ... had been thrown behind him long ago. At this moment, he can only beg for mercy. What on earth do you want to do? Ku Yiren was also a little stunned. Seeing the gentleman in front of me, who kept bowing down to apologize to herself, she was full of suspicion. President Ku. Wang is wrong, he is really wrong. Mr. Ku, please tell me, where is that gentleman? I want to see him. Apologize to him in person. Wang Ning's voice was extremely complex and anxious, pleading. When I heard these words, Ku Yiren's originally complicated mood suddenly got a clue. Could it be because of Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen, what methods were used to shock Wang Ning? But it's impossible. From yesterday to now, Mr. Chen has been by his side and has not taken any action. What happened to Wang Ning? Why are you so scared? Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen is a distinguished person in our group. You don't want to see you at will. I need to ask him for advice. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and he said solemnly. She was also eager to figure out what happened in the end. Can you scare this big gentleman into this look? Ku Yiren stepped on high heels and walked out of the office. Turned around and went to the security director's office next door. She knocked on the door gently. After getting a response from Mr. Chen inside, he opened the door cautiously. In the security director's office, Chen Zongxing was calm, sitting in a chair calmly, puffing out smoke rings, and the clouds were calm and brisk. Mr. ... Outside the door, Mr. SSSSS ... Wang Ning would like to see you. Ku Yiren stood in the office with a solemn voice. Chen Zongxing held the Shanhai Jing in his hand, flipping through it lightly. He even lifted his eyes, only 2 words back, no. Ku Yiren hesitated and nodded. Understand. Then, she respectfully quit the office. Outside the office, Wang Ning waited anxiously, and when Ku Yi came out, he hurried forward. But Ku Yiren shook his head at him. He said no. Wang Ning's complexion became extremely embarrassingly pale. Not see! This. Wang Ning's whole person was panicked like never before. He stood in front of the security director's office and bowed respectfully to the office door. SSSS Wang Ning, please see Mr. Seeing this ... Mr. Tangton, he took the initiative to bow and salute ... All the colleagues present were shocked. This? What exactly? What happened? Mr. Tangton, Mr. SSSSS, unexpectedly bowed to the security director? What the fuck? All the colleagues present were incredibly shocked. Even the Ku Yiren on the side was stunned. watching this scene suspiciously. Yesterday, Wang Ning was still arrogant and domineering. Why? Overnight, it turned into this ? Just like that, Wang Ning stood in front of the office, bowing and saluting, apologizing with a trembling voice. This scene is simply unprecedented. The colleagues around were dumbfounded. This, Mr. Chen. I was wrong. It was Wang Ning, who has eyes but no knowledge of Mount Tai. Please give me a chance to make up for it. Mr. Chen also asked to see you. Wang Ning kept bowing. His tone of voice and his humbling attitude were unbelievable. Everyone in the surroundings feels dumbfounded. Yes, in the security director's office. There was no response. The office door is still closed. Outside the office, Wang Ning's expression was extremely embarrassing and complicated. His face was pale, and his face was permeated with cold sweat. He kept bowing and apologizing, but the figure inside didn't say anything at all. Finally, Wang Ning's face turned pale and gritted his teeth. He suddenly weakened his knees. Boom! With a cry, he fell directly to his knees. All the colleagues around the audience stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by this scene. What the fuck? What's the situation? Tang tang. Mr. After all, the fuck? Kneeling here? This is simply. Everyone looked shocked and dull. Unbelievable. This is constantly refreshing the lower limit of the shock value of colleagues. On the side, Kuyi was also shocked by her pretty face. Is the whole person a little confused? This? This Wang Ning was still arrogant and domineering yesterday, with a high self-esteem. Today. How could it be so? A drastic change in attitude? At this moment, Wang Ning knelt to the ground, his face extremely pale and embarrassed. At this moment, his dignity. Face. Honor. Guan's mother doesn't want it. He just wants to save his life. Downstairs, the 5 billion banknotes produced by the Forbidden City made him like being tied to a time bomb. He just begged for mercy. Sir, I, Wang Ning, knew I was wrong. Please sir, please see me. Wang Ning knelt down at the door of the office. His face was ugly and pale, and his voice was extremely miserable, begging for mercy. This scene is simply incredible. Anyway, it's Mr. SSSSS. Anyway, is it the dignified gentleman who judged the scale notarization? That's it. Just kneel down when you say kneel down? This is simply crunch. Right now. Suddenly, the door of the chief security officer's office suddenly slowly opened automatically. Wang Ning, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled suddenly and raised his head. Looked inside the door with complicated eyes. I saw that in the office, the young man with an elegant face was holding a book, sitting quietly on a chair, flipping through the books. Wang Ning looked complicated and inexplicable, kneeling on the ground, bowing respectfully to the young man inside. Mr. I know it was wrong. Wang Ning's voice was extremely anxious, begging for mercy in horror. Finally, in the office, Chen Zhongying slowly raised his eyes. Coming. He had a calm tone and slowly spit out 3 words. Monthly ticket! Chapter 321. My life is gone. What's the use of asking for money? Wang Ning walked into the office cautiously as he was about to be amnesty, shaking with horror, closed the door. Chen Zhongying sat on the office chair, holding a book in his hand, and uttered a faint sentence. Wang Ning nodded repeatedly, trembling in horror, and cautiously closed the office door. In the entire office, only Wang Ning and Chen Zhongying were left. Mr. Wang, I don't know what is going on looking for me today. Chen Zhongzong's eyes were calm, faintly puffing out smoke rings, flipping through the books. Wang Ning's body trembled slightly. He cautiously stepped forward and bowed his body respectfully. Mr. The villain knows what's wrong. Wang Ning said directly, just an apology. At this moment, Wang Ning carefully glanced at Chen Zongong from the corner of his eye. He wanted to see the reaction of the young man in front of him. This is the first time that Wang Ning has been eyeing this young man. Yesterday, he did not put this person in his eyes, because he is a husband. Any wealthy merchant, in front of his rights, is an ant. His power can be in charge of all merchants. At this moment, since discovering the 10 boxes of special money in the Forbidden City, Wang Ning's attitude has completely changed. All because of this person. Wang Ning can't afford to provoke him. Forbidden City, dedicated serial number! This, who the dare to use such money? Oh, Mr. Wang ... You are in charge of a Libra, SSSSSSSS, in black and white. Why are you wrong? Chen Zong's eyes were calm, his eyes still staring at the books in his hands, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing these words, Wang Ning's expression became a little embarrassed. Sir ... It's a villain ... The villain was greedy for a while and was blinded. The villain is guilty, and the villain shouldn't ... take money from the husband. Today, the villain suddenly wakes up. The villain is damned. Wang Ning bowed down and apologized to Chen Zonging again and again. Really? Chen Zonging finally raised his head slowly. His eyes calmly stared at Wang Ning. Since, Mr. Wang, you think you deserve to die, then, please do it. Chen Zong took out a dagger from the desk drawer and threw it directly in front of Wang Ning. Wang Ning's complexion was pale with fright. He took 2 steps back in horror, his eyes stunned, and he stared at the sharp dagger on the ground. Wang Ning only felt an unprecedented panic. Hey! Wang Ning couldn't control it anymore, without saying a word. He just fell to his knees severely. Mister, please. Forgive me. Wang Ning knelt down on the ground. At this moment, all his dignity, status, reputation, all the fucking. He just wants to live! ! Just want to save your life. Wang Ning kowtowed violently at Chen Zonging. Boo! Bang! Bang! There was a burst of kowtow, echoing clearly throughout the office. The sound of the violent head hitting the ground made people tremble. This Wang Ning, at any rate, is Mr. Tangton. But at this moment, he doesn't dare to resist at all. Kneeling on the ground and kowtow violently. If this scene is spread out, I am afraid it will shock the entire Jiangnan Yellow F area. The life of the villain is not worth a lot of money. The villain is just an ant. Please, sir, when the villain is a fart, let the villain go. The villain will be reported to you in the future. At this time, Wang Ning violently kowtowed to the ground begging for mercy. Mr. Generation, in charge of Libra. But at this time, he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy fiercely. This kind of picture is simply, oh, isn't it? Chen Zonging sat at the desk, his eyes calm, and he glanced at Wang Ning lightly. But I just like stepping on ants. As soon as this remark came out, the air suddenly chilled. Wang Ning could only feel that his whole body and soul are trembling. Damn, I didn't plan to let myself go at all. Wang Ning trembled with horror, kneeling and crawling in front of Chen Zonging. Sir ... Your status is honorable. If you step on the villain, your shoes will be dirty. Wang Ning took off his Armani suit jacket, trembling in horror, and started to polish Chen Zonging's shoes with his clothes. This kind of respectful look, it's unprecedented. Wang Ning at this time is like a dog, kneeling in front of the owner, wagging his tail, begging the owner to forgive his life. Mr. Dignified, in charge of the business world, judges black and white. At this moment, he has become a dog, shining shoes. This kind of appearance is unbelievable. While Chen Zonging was sitting on a chair, his eyes calm, and he slowly puffed out smoke rings. He looked at Wang Ning lightly as if watching a play. Sir, yesterday, it was the villain who was reckless. I don't know how high the sky is. Under the hood of the ghost, I took the money from the husband. Wang Ning knelt in front of Chen Zonging, carefully wiped Chen Zong's leather shoes, and said with a trembling voice, Mister, now the villain knows his mistake. The villain is willing to give all these money back to the husband. Wang Ning looked complicated and said carefully, this huge sum of $5 billion is simply a time bomb. Wang Ning, even if he has 10 bare-hearted leopards. He dare not accept the money from the Forbidden City. Wang Ning didn't want to stay too much for a moment, just wanted to return the money. Yi Chengmeng had many dreams, and he was really afraid that one day he would be ransacked and killed. But Chen Zhongying slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The corner of his mouth burst slightly. Since it is the money sent out, how can there be any reason to refund it? Chen, not a stingy person. Now that the money has been given away, Mr. Wang can enjoy it with peace of mind, without returning it. Wang Ning. What the fuck? If this money can be used, Wang Ning would have used it long ago. Damn. This money, with the special number of the Forbidden City. Wang Ning dare not use it. This trademark. Looking at the whole Jiangnan, who has the guts to use it? Question mark. Even if it is really used, which merchant store would dare to accept it? Exclamation mark. This is a felony to lose your head. At this time, Wang Ning's face was pale, and she wanted to cry without tears. This is forced and desperate. Wang Ning kowtowed violently at the ground. Sir ... please ... give the villain to his life. The villain will be a bull and a horse. Thank you, sir. Mr. Please, take that money. Take it back. Villain, the villain knows it's wrong. Damn the villain. What man has gold under his knees? And what man kowtows to the sky? At this moment, all there was left behind by Wang Ning. He just wants to live. In order to survive, Wang Ning gave it up, and all his dignity was gone. My life is gone. What's the use of asking for money? Question mark. He just wants to live. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, sitting on the office chair, and slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Since it is the money given out, how can it be returned? I, Chen, never received ... returned money. I only take it back personally. Wang Ning's face was trembling and horrified, and he knelt down on the ground repeatedly. Then, please, Mr. Please, take the money back yourself. Those lines are intact ... all packed in a safe. Just downstairs. Mr. Wang takes it back. Please. With a huge sum of 5 billion, I was at ease yesterday and even ordered a Ferrari supercar. At this moment, Wang Ning looked horrified and begged to return the money to Chen Zong. This is simply. Wang Ning was really scared. I didn't expect that one day I was so obsessed with money that I would provoke such a extraordinary character. At this time, Wang Ning just wanted to return the money and save his life. Chen Junlin sat on the chair, the corner of his mouth. Let me take it back myself. As everyone knows, is of death. If he wants to take things back himself, then, one life will be left. Death never takes money from the living. Reaper, only take the wealth of the dead. Tingling bell. At this moment, in the pocket of Wang Ning's pants, the Apple 11 mobile phone suddenly rang. I love you. Chapter 322 number 007. Permission SSS level. Tingling bell. In the office, Wang Ning knelt down on the ground. In his trouser pocket, the iPhone 11 sounded abruptly. In the office, the solemn atmosphere was suddenly interrupted. Wang Ning knelt on the ground, trembling, not daring to answer the phone. Wang, there is a phone call. Don't you answer? Chen Zhonggong calmly reminded him slowly. Wang Ning's body was trembling, and then shivering. He took out the phone from his trouser pocket. Dang. Took a look at the caller ID. Wang Ning's complexion became a little complicated and embarrassing. Caller ID, Lali Automobile Sales Service Center. This is the return call of Lali 4S shop. Last night, he received a huge sum of 5 billion yuan. Excited and ecstatic, directly ordered a rally super sports car. At this time, the return call of the 4S sales store was called. Wang Ning was afraid to answer this call, not even thinking about it. At this moment, where does he still want to buy? Exclamation mark. He just wants to live. Wang, why don't you answer? Chen Zong spit out a smoke ring slowly, staring at Wang Ning, and motioned for him to answer the phone. Wang Ning's complexion became a little embarrassing. Under the pressure of Chen Zhongying's gaze, Wang Ning could only tremble and answered the phone. Mr. Wang, the LaFerrari sports car you ordered yesterday, the model LaFerrari, has been ordered. It is expected that the customs will arrive in Hong Kong within 7 days. On the phone, the beauty sales voice said magnetically, "Mr. Wang. Please pay the remaining balance. There is a balance of 25 million. You can choose to transfer ... or into bank payment." At this time, Wang Ning heard the female sales voice on the phone. "But the whole person looks ugly, Larry. He is now ... Where else is he thinking of buying Larry? Exclamation mark. I don't need any more." Wang Ning's voice trembled softly and replied complicatedly, "Huh?" On the other end of the phone, the saleswoman was obviously taken aback. What's the situation? Question mark. "Sir, but the car has already been booked, and it will be at the port in a few days." "Why did you suddenly stop it?" On the phone, the female sales voice was puzzled and asked in surprise, Anyway, I don't want it." Wang Ning's expression was complicated and embarrassing, and he didn't give any extra opportunity to explain the dialogue, so he hung up the phone. "Sorry. Sell the phone." Wang Ning's voice was complicated. He thought Chen Zong didn't hear the content of the call, so he kept covering up. Chen Zonging took a deep breath. His eyes were deep, and he stared at Wang Ning meaningfully. "Wang Hao Yaxing. The Lali sports cars have already been booked. But he knows the mood of life." Upon hearing these words, Wang Ning's expression suddenly changed. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. "My phone is not on hands-free. How did the gentleman in front of me hear it? Question mark. Puff, poop, poop. Wang Ning squatted his head directly at the ground. "Mister, I was wrong. I didn't use Mr.'s money." Wang Ning was almost frightened at this time, repeatedly kowtow in denial. "I use my own money." Since learning about the special banknotes for today, how can Wang Ning dare to use Chen Zong's penny? This is a big crime of decapitation. "Oh, do you have your own money?" Chen Zong Wang's eyes were calm, and he slowly let out a puff of smoke. "Wang is very rich. The job of the salary ... wanders according to the standard, but the annual salary of his hundreds of thousands." Chen Zong looked up and stared at Wang Ning. "Wang, how can I afford to buy Lali sports car?" "As far as I know, Lali sports car ... the entry-level style, but also a million stud." At this moment, Wang Ning's complexion has become a bit embarrassing. How to explain? With cold sweat on his forehead, he trembled and explained, "The villain ... The villain is in the eastern suburbs of the Shanghai Sea. There is an ancestral house ... The ancestral house is demolished ... So a demolition payment." But before Wang Ning finished speaking, Chen Zong suddenly flicked his cigarette butt. Wow! The cigarette turned into a sharp sword and pierced Wang Ning's left palm abruptly. Go shows, how much bribe did I give you? Chen Zong asked with indifferent eyes. Upon hearing these words, Wang Ning's body trembled suddenly. His face was extremely pale, and he was about to find an excuse. But Chen Zong's next sentence made him look extremely miserable and embarrassed. You lied to me and cut your finger. Chen Zonging's tone was calm and said slowly, he never joked. Wang Ning was completely shocked and didn't know how to speak. This is simply, he wants to lie ... But, does he dare? Exclamation mark. With this threat, Chen Zong didn't even dare to have the courage to lie. It's not that Wang Mu wants. It's just that Mr. Go, give me the hard fort. Wang Ning's voice trembled, and all the responsibility was placed on Go Shu's. He shivered, stretched out his hand, cautiously, and gestured for the amount of money. 300 million? Chen Zong's eyes were calm, looking at the 3 fingers that Wang Ning stretched out. Wang Ning was trembling and nodded. In these days, Go Shows has bribed a huge amount of 300 million yuan in order to facilitate things. In all, he is here. In the end, he has paid a lot of money to him in order to do things more conveniently and conveniently. At this number, Wang Ning dare not lie a word at this time. He is afraid. He is really afraid. I was afraid that the young man in front of him would cut his finger if he didn't agree with him. Very good. Chen Zonging's eyes were calm, and he slowly spit out a smoke ring. He suddenly took out a cell phone. A phone with a special code number was dialed. The 3rd department, you are welcome to call. On the phone, a mysterious and profound female voice came. Please report your authority code. Code name, 007. Chen Zonging held the phone and slowly uttered a few words. Authorization passed, number 007, authority SSS level. The 3rd department, welcome you home. The female voice on the phone replied respectfully. Then the phone was transferred and entered another mysterious channel. 007, please tell us your needs. Investigation target. Huai Huang F. Police Officer, Wang Ning. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, and he slowly said to the other end of the phone, I want to know all the asset information in his account. A few minutes later, on the other side of the phone, the information was found. Wang Ning, Huai Huang F Division. The total assets under his name are 450 million renminbi. During the call, all assets under Wang Ning's name were clearly reported. Donate all of the 450 million assets under Wang Ning's name to the charity fund. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, and he ordered the other end of the phone. And when Wang Ning was kneeling on the ground, after hearing these words, the whole face changed suddenly. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Are you kidding me? Question mark. Wang Ning's whole person, his expression unsure? Question mark. He raised his head in shock and disbelief, staring at Chen Zong with amazement. He didn't quite believe what this young man said. After all, but governs society, and the transfer of this asset cannot be transferred unless I personally agree to it. But, next, on Wang Ning's mobile phone, there was a burst of text messages suddenly! Exclamation mark. Ding! Your CCB savings card with the end number 2433 has been frozen at 10:31. The balance in the account is 150 million yuan, which has been forcibly transferred and deducted by the authoritative department. If you have any questions, please call. Official phone. Ding! Your bank savings card with the end number 9995 has been frozen at 10:31. The balance of 27 million yuan in the account has been forcibly transferred and deducted by the authoritative department. If you have any questions, please call. Official phone number. Ding! The villa project in Building F of Lirayu in Rose City, under your name, has been forcibly blocked by the company at 10:31, and will be subject to public auction. If you have any questions, please call the official phone number of Ding, Ding, Ding. A series of SMS reminders keep ringing. Wang Ning's pupils widened, looking at the text messages on the phone. The whole person. His face was completely shocked and pale. Exclamation mark. Want to know the true identity of Chen Zonging? Question mark. Why does he have SSS level permissions? Question mark. Vote monthly. Let me tell you. Chapter 323. One phone call, nothing. On the mobile phone, a series of SMS prompts. The assets under Wang Ning's name, one after another, are forcibly frozen and transferred? Exclamation mark. This is simply. Wang Ning's eyes widened, staring at the phone screen in disbelief. Exclamation mark. This How is this possible? As a secretary. No one knows the process of asset transfer and freezing better than him! Exclamation mark. This need to pass a series of professional review. Need to be confirmed by him as the client, and to be detained. Need to record in the patrol room! Exclamation mark. An extremely authoritative certification procedure is required to freeze the party's assets. But at this moment. Without any procedures. That young man. Just made a phone call. After all, he forcibly frozen his assets. And transferred them away? Question mark. This. How is this possible? This young man just called. Which phone is it? He. What a prince? Question mark. A phone call can force any organization to cross the gully system and directly serve him? Question mark. This. At this moment, Wang Ning looked at Chen Zhongying's gaze. A little frightened and trembling. This young man. Gave him an unprecedented fear. So young, so capable. He, could it be, is the descendant of a certain princely family? Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. The more Wang Ning thought, the more trembling all over. Today, his Wang Ning is a catastrophe. Dozens of mobile phone text messages. Under his name. All the assets accumulated over the years. Have all been emptied in the blink of an eye? Question mark. This. It's more uncomfortable than killing him. Nothing. Between. He fell from the peak to the bottom. Between. There is nothing. Mr. Wang Ning. From now on, I am willing to change my face and behave. I don't want any property. Please also, Mr. Raise your hand and forgive the villain. Wang Ning looked ugly and horrified, and kowtow again at Chen Zhongying. At this moment, he has nothing. This is his retribution. He hopes to take this opportunity to take advantage of the trend and step down. I hope Mr. can give himself a way to survive. At the same time, Wang Ning took this opportunity to secretly stretch out his hand behind him. Quietly took out the iPhone 11 mobile phone and pressed the phone screen. He once learned touch typing, so at this time, can send text messages silently. He tried to send a text message to Goshuz. At this moment, he must leave himself a backhand. Wang Ning was not sure whether this young man would let him go, so he must contact Mr. Goshuz at this time. Let Mr. Go come forward and save himself. And Goshuz confronted this young man. No matter what the outcome was, Wang Ning could get out of it. But, Wang Ning's text message. Just halfway through, suddenly a cigarette flew across. Puff. The cigarette slammed into the iPhone 11 screen behind him like lightning. Boom. The entire phone battery leaked and exploded instantly. Wang Ning cried out in horror, his hand that was hiding behind him, holding the phone, was directly blown to blood. Wang, are you calling Goshuz? Chen Zhongying sat on the chair, his eyes calm, and gave Wang Ning a light glance. Wang Ning's complexion changed suddenly. No. He endured the severe pain of his palm being injured, and shook his head repeatedly to deny. The corner of Chen Zhonggong's mouth raised an arc. It's okay, don't worry about denying it. He slowly got up from the chair, smoothed the folds of his suit, and walked towards Wang Ning step by step. Since you want to see Goshuz, then I will take you there. Wang Ning? Hearing these words, Wang Ning was stunned. He didn't react for a while. Just when he was about to speak, Chen Zong's white palm was already like iron tongs, which severely pinched his neck. In this way, Chen Zong carried Wang Ning's 200 jin's body, as if carrying a doll, and lifted him out of the office. Outside the office, the colleagues were originally complex and suspicious, waiting curiously for what happened in the office. As a result, the door was suddenly opened. Chen Zhongying single-handed Wang Ning, just so indifferent and indifferent, walked out. All the colleagues in the audience looked shocked and dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This! Tangdong Wang Ning. That's it. As if being picked up by a bird? This is simply. Anyhow, it's a big fuck! Exclamation mark. Anyhow, it's cultural authority. But Mr. Chen is really not giving any face? Question mark. Mr. Chen. Ku Yiren's pretty face changed a little, and she walked up quickly on high heels, trying to say something, but she didn't know how to persuade her. She couldn't stop what Mr. Chen wanted to do. It'll take Wang Zon to meet the old man. Chen Zong's eyes were calm. He glanced at Ku Yi, and said lightly, "You stay at the company and continue to work." This sentence seems to be admonishing Ku Yi people. Don't run around randomly. Ku Yi had a complicated face, hesitated and nodded. Chen Zonggong looked indifferent, so he carried Wang Ning, directly took the elevator, and went downstairs. When he brought Wang Ning out of the Ku family building, the security guards at the door were all stunned. Question mark. I wipe. Is this special? What's the situation? Question mark. A big gangster, being carried so much, like never before? Exclamation mark. However, at the entrance of the building, the 3 large cash-carrying trucks carrying 5 billion yuan were also parked there at this time. The drivers on the 3 trucks saw Wang being picked up. Question mark. All 3 drivers were taken aback? Question mark. Wang. The 3 drivers looked suspicious and shouted at Wang Ning. You wait here again till follow my husband go and come. Wang Ning was being carried and held hostage. At all he did not dare to resist. He shouted at the 3 drivers with an ugly expression. They waited in place. The 3 drivers did not dare to ask more, so they could only continue to park the car downstairs in the Ku group. Chen Zong directly carried Wang Ning and came to a Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan. Pulling the car door, as if throwing garbage, threw Wang Ning directly into the Mercedes-Benz. Then he turned around and sat in the cab. The Mercedes-Benz sedan started. With a cigarette in his mouth and his eyes calm and indifferent, Chen Zong drove away slowly while driving the Mercedes-Benz car like this. 20 minutes later, the entrance of Yuanxing Group building, a Mercedes-Benz S600 car came slowly. After a light brake, the Mercedes-Benz car stopped directly under the Farstar Group building. When the 2 security guards of the Go family saw that this was a strange car, they approached and asked, "This is the Go family building. You can't enter at will. Who are you looking for?" As soon as the 2 security guards stepped forward, they saw Wang Ning poking his head out of the car window. Oh. It turned out to be Wang. I'm sorry. When the 2 security guards saw that the person who came was Wang Ning, they bowed their bodies and apologized. This king is a friend of their son. Often enter and leave the group on weekdays. So the security guards at these gates naturally knew each other. The 2 security guards stepped back and dared not ask any more questions. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, Wang Ning looked cautiously and said to Chen Zonging, "Sir, give me some face to Wang. There are so many people here. I will go down by myself." Wang Ning said cautiously, almost pleadingly. There are so many Yuanxing Group people at the scene. If he gets out of the car by someone, wouldn't it be that there is no dignity? Chen Zonging slowly lit a cigarette and spit out 2 words, "Yes." The dying person, this small request, he can still meet. Chapter 324. Loyal to black and white, loyal to heaven and earth. The entrance of Yuanxing Group building. Wang Ning got out of the car, with such a complicated expression ... and walked into the group building with Chen Zonging. Because Wang Ning is leading the way, so along the way, colleagues did not hinder anything. Almost unimpeded. Lord Wang has a special status and is a cooperating friend of the Sun. No one dares to stop him in the building. That's how Wang Ning took Chen Zong ... to the door of Go Shou's office by taking the elevator all the way. Wang Ning was about to knock on the door, but Chen Zong directly kicked the door of this extravagant young director's office directly. However, it is disappointing. Go Shou's himself was not there. The female secretary who heard the door kicking hurried over. Seeing that the person was Wang Ning, the secretary hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Where is young Master Go Shou's?" Wang Ning looked a little anxious and asked the secretary. "At this moment, he is being held hostage by Chen Zong. I just want to see Go Shou's early." to get out of the predicament. The son, in the real estate department. There is a property auction. It is estimated that he will be back in half an hour. The secretary retired and reported respectfully. Hearing that it was only half an hour later, Wang Ning's expression flashed a little hurriedly. Oh, that's the case, then wait for him a while. Chen Zongwang lit a cigarette and went straight into Go Shou's office in a leisurely manner. The female secretary was new, wanted to stop, but didn't dare. So she could only let her walk into the son's office. And Wang Ning, standing at the door of the office, looked hesitant. Finally, he followed into the office. Chen Zong didn't have any scruples at all, and sat down on the luxurious president chair in Go Shou's office. Rhino's top leather material, with massage function. This chair is worth millions. It is enough to see the luxury of Go Shou's life. Master Wang, don't stand. Sit down. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm and he glanced at Wang Ning and said, The villain dare not. The villain dare? Wang Ning looked cautious and shook his head repeatedly. At this moment, his heart has been hanging to the top of his voice. He is constantly thinking about how to get out. He has a faint hunch that today, if he can't get out, I'm afraid, I'm going to die completely. Therefore, he was thinking of everything he could to get himself out of the way. Master Wang, are you thinking of a way to get out? Chen Zongjing sat in a chair and lit a cigarette leisurely. Huh? Exclamation mark. Upon hearing these words, Wang Ning's expression suddenly changed. He looked a little embarrassed, stepped forward cautiously, bowed and saluted. The villain. The villain dare not have such thoughts. The villain's life. Everything is under the command of the gentleman. Whatever the gentleman asks the villain to do, the villain will do. At this time, Wang Ning could only continue to flatter, hoping that his flattery would temporarily paralyze this young man. It's a pity that he flattered and took the wrong subject. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, sitting at Go Shou's desk, and slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Then, Lord Wang. You can jump out of this window. Wang Ning. What the fuck? This is the 60th floor. Jump out of this window? Question mark. Is there a way to survive? Exclamation mark. Wang Ning's body was trembling, and his footsteps were involuntarily took a step backwards. At this moment, he wanted to escape. He is faintly aware that he is today. I am afraid that there is no way to survive. It was too late to say. Then, Wang Ning, with a complex complexion, suddenly turned around, rushed towards the door of the president's office and fled. At this moment, what dignity, what identity, what rights. He doesn't need it anymore. At this time today, he just wanted to escape. Zheng. But, just in the middle of the lightning, a silver glow instantly cut through Wang Ning's profile and shot past along the arc. Glang! The Devil May Cry dagger was fiercely inserted into the wall in front of Wang Ning. At that moment, Wang Ning's body trembled, and his legs almost fell to the ground. A scarlet mouth of blood slowly emerged on his cheek. Master Wang, don't leave in a hurry. Now that you are here, wait for Master Go. You are not. Do you really want to see him? The corners of Chen Zongying's mouth raised an arc. Wow! His figure seemed to move instantaneously, and he teleported to Wang Ning abruptly, and directly pinched Wang Ning's neck. Wang Ning was struggling violently, and his neck was about to be choked off. Sir Rao, walk around me. Wang Ning's face was pale, her voice trembled, and her trachea was about to be cut off. Chen Zongwang's eyes were light, and he directly lifted him to the floor-to-ceiling window. Hey! With a cry, Chen Zongxing pressed Wang Ning's head on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. Wow! With a sound, the thick and sturdy tempered floor-to-ceiling windows were directly smashed and burst into pieces. And Wang Ning's head was miserable. His head was full of blood, and countless pieces of glass were inserted. It was extremely miserable. This, the dignified adjudicator. The judge who used to be in charge of black and white, at this moment, has turned into such a miserable appearance. This is simply. Master Wang, remember, what was your vow to join seating? Chen Zong pinched Wang Ning's neck, his eyes calm and indifferent, staring at him, and slowly asked. Wang Ning's whole face was miserable, and his entire face was red with blood. His voice was trembling and trembling, loyal to China, loyal to the people, loyal to 20 and ruling, loyal to black and white, loyal to heaven and earth morality. This swearing oath was taken when he took the 20 exam and training that year. Also, every adult must keep the vows in mind. Wang Ning also remembered, but did not forget. However, this sentence came out of his Wang Ning's mouth. But it seemed so mocking. Hearing Wang Ning tremblingly read this vow, the corner of Chen Zong's mouth was even more mocking. Oh, Lord Wang really remembered it in his heart. Then Lord Wang, do you know? Betrayed China, betrayed the people, betrayed 20 and the verdict. Exclamation mark. Chen Zong's complexion suddenly condensed. His voice carries a horrible coercive killing machine. Puff. Wang Ning couldn't bear it at all. His chest was stuffy, and he spouted a big mouthful of scarlet. The scarlet blood splashed on the floor-tossling windows, and the entire floor-tossling windows of the office were stained blood red, extremely hideous. At this moment, Wang Ning was terrified and trembling. He finally felt the crisis of death. Betrayed China, betrayed the people betrayed black and white notarization. What's the end? According to the law, when? Cut. No. Don't kill me. Sir. Don't kill me. Wang Ning's voice was horrified, trembling and begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm the judge's officer. I have the honor. You can't kill me. At this time, Wang Ning was completely panicked and trembling. Under the huge panic and will to survive, he tremblingly moved out of his identity position, trying to save his life through his position. He, after all, is the judge of S staff. It's a salaried member. If you want to move him, then you must also. The person who judges S or higher. Through layers of trials. In order to win him. It's the last day, brothers. Can you give me all the remaining monthly tickets? Exclamation mark. Violence will start next month. Chapter 325. Regardless of the size, cut first and then play. But Chen Zong did not pay attention to Wang Ning's struggle for mercy. He pinched Wang Ning's neck with one hand, and pressed his head out of the window. At the same time, he freed up his other hand and casually lit a cigarette. The clouds are light and the wind is light, calm and relaxed. Under such a situation, he really has no mood swings at all. That indifferent appearance, as if what he was holding was not an 20, but a wild boar about to be slaughtered. Sir. This is Jiangnan, strictly controlled by the law. You can't kill me. Wang Ning's entire head was pushed out of the window at this time, and his eyes scanned. The ground is hundreds of meters below, 100 meters above the sky. The gale howled. Wang Ning was completely frightened and his legs weakened, begging for mercy again and again. Mister, please let me go. If you kill me, you will also be investigated by the Secretary of State for severe punishment. Both lose and lose. I'm just an ant. You don't need to fight against the boss because of me. It's not worth it. Wang Ning only asked, using his own identity, to deter this young man and get his life back. Indeed, he is an incumbent of 20 special status, with 20 salary. To move him, it must go through layers of review and investigation. Otherwise, no one is qualified to move people. What's more, he is still a superb status. But Chen Zonging had his eyes calm. Wang, do you know that I have a privilege? He spit out a smoke ring. His eyes were indifferent, staring at Wang Ning, who was pressed outside the window, and slowly said, regardless of the size of the position, it is always cut first and then play. When Wang Ning heard this sentence, Wang Ning's entire expression changed suddenly in horror. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Regardless of the size of the position, cut first and then play? Question mark. This is. What a monstrous right! Question mark. Cut first and play later. Cut first and play later. Exclamation mark. Wang Ning's pupils suddenly widened. Horrified. At this moment, what suddenly came to his mind? Exclamation mark. Cut first and then play! Exclamation mark. This Shenzhou has been sealed for millions of miles. Only that. A place of power. Only people can hold such heaven-defending rights! Exclamation mark. Ignore of, above status. Cut, everything. Black and white injustice. Cut first and play later. In ancient times, only the Shangfeng sword could be cut first and then played. But, if this person is a sword! Exclamation mark. Shangfeng Bojian, who said it must be a sword. 100 years ago, there was Bao Qingshan, who turned his body into a sword, and his name was Shangfeng Bojian. Can kill all the traitors in the world. All heads in the world can be broken. And now he actually saw with his own eyes the person who turned into a sword! Exclamation mark. The identity of the young man in front of him is Shangfeng's sword! Exclamation mark. Boom. At this moment, Wang Ning trembled violently. He was completely shocked. However, at the same time, hundreds of meters below, a row of silver Rolls-Royce convoys slowly approached from a distance. The Rolls-Royce motorcade stopped downstairs in the Far-Star building. Wang Ning was pushed out of the hundreds of meters high window, staring down in horror. When he saw the silver caravan below, Wang Ning's complexion finally got a little excited. Mr. Go is here. That is Go Shou's team. At this moment, Wang Ning seemed to have found a savior. Hundreds of meters below the gate of Yuanxing Group, the two bodyguards stepped forward respectfully and opened the door of Lei Phantoms. A leather shoe stepped out slowly. Go Shous walked out of the car slowly, wearing a dark blue suit with indifferent eyes. Earlier this morning, he went to the Housing Management Department and convened an emergency meeting to try to block the Ku Group in the next step, to make Kuyi people desperate. In today's situation, the commercial war has escalated. In order to deal with the Kuyi people, Go Shous used almost everything. There must be no way for Kuyi people to go. At this time, 100 meters above the office of the president, Wang Ning was squeezed out of the window, his expression excited, and his eyes were fixed hundreds of meters below. He tried to open his mouth, shouting Go Shou's name, but over 100 meters, the gale was howling, and his shout was quickly covered by the gale. Go Shous, hundreds of meters below, couldn't hear him at all. Wang, are you anxious to see him? Shenzong's eyes were calm, with a cigarette in his mouth, his voice faint and deep. Since you want to see him, then I send you a ride. After speaking, Chen Zonggong suddenly released his right hand. Suddenly, Wang Ning's whole body lost the tension, and he directly slanted towards the French window and fell down. Don't. Wang Ning was struggling with horror on his face. His hands were frantically struggling, trying to grab something, but his body had already fallen towards the lower part of the window! Exclamation mark. Hundreds of meters high in the sky, dozens of times the gravity. Wang Ning's body swiftly towards 100 meters below. Fast! Exclamation mark. Below the ground, at the entrance of Far-Star Group, with a cigar in his mouth, Go Shous was indifferent on the front, and under the protection of a group of bodyguards, he slowly walked towards the building. My son, just now. Half an hour ago, Wang came to the group and said to be waiting for you in your office. At the door of the building, a female secretary respectfully stepped forward and reported. Go Shou's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he nodded slowly just as he had just stepped into the door of the building. Suddenly, boom! There was a loud noise! Exclamation mark. At the entrance of Daxiamen, Go Shou's Rolls-Royce Phantom car was shockingly was smashed into a hollow by a terrifying shadow object. The roof of the entire Rolls-Royce car is completely sunken, the windows are shattered, the frame is deformed. The whole car was almost flattened! Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Enemy attack! Protect the sun! At the entrance of Xiamen, dozens of special bodyguards suddenly changed their complexions and suddenly gathered in front of Go Shou's, forming a wall of people, dignifiedly protecting Go Show's safety! Exclamation mark. At the door of the entire building, the scene was in chaos! Exclamation mark. D. Dozens of Rolls-Royce cars around. The alarm shook urgently. Everyone present looked at the middle car. The Rolls-Royce that was smashed into a flat iron bomb with shocked eyes. Everyone was shocked and afraid in their hearts. Fortunately, the son got out of the car. If just now, the young man gets out of the car too late. I'm afraid. Go Show's whole person will follow. Be smashed into flesh. Dozens of bodyguards guarded Go Show's behind him, forming a wall of people. Everyone looked horrified. Unbelievable. This! Exclamation mark. This. What happened? Exclamation mark. Get out of. At this moment, Go Show's, who was being guarded behind the wall of bodyguards, suddenly looked cold and screamed. The group of bodyguards hesitated for a long time, and then slowly gave way. Go Show stared coldly, step by step, towards the smashed Rolls-Royce car. My son. Be careful. Behind them, countless bodyguards looked solemn and nervous, and reminded them aloud. Brothers, on the first day of the first month, the monthly pass asks for support! Exclamation mark. Chapter 326. Do you really dare to come out? My son. Be careful. Behind them, countless bodyguards looked solemn and nervous, and reminded them aloud. But Go Show's looked cold, step by step. Walked to the flat Rolls-Royce car. When he approached, he finally saw clearly. What object was pressing on the car? Exclamation mark. That is a bloody human body. No, it should be said. It's a corpse. Go Show's face was unprecedentedly cold. Who dared to leave a corpse in this fast-star group building? Exclamation mark. He stepped forward quickly, stepped directly on the wreckage of the car, stretched out his hand, and slowly raised the head of the corpse. My son, be careful. Behind him, the sound of worry and horror from the bodyguards came. But Go Show's had no fear at all. He even held up the head of the corpse in spite of the blood. Boom. However, when seeing the head and face of this corpse, Go Show's pupils suddenly shrank. The whole person, complexion, suddenly trembled. Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This corpse. Is it Wang Ning? Exclamation mark. At this moment, the whole body was bloody, sinking deep into the iron sheet of the Rolls-Royce car roof. However, the face on the head of the corpse can still vaguely distinguish the appearance of the owner of the corpse. The facial features are clear. It says, Wang Ning's face! Exclamation mark. Go Show's complexion has become more ugly than ever before. Just now, listening to the secretary's report. Wang Ning just arrived at the company half an hour ago, didn't he? Just waiting for yourself in your office. But at this moment, actually, was thrown downstairs? Question mark. Go Show's raised his head abruptly, and his ferocious eyes swept toward the top of the building, his office. Finally, his gaze penetrating hundreds of meters away, looking straight away. He glanced at a familiar figure. I saw that the building was 100 meters high in the sky. In front of the French windows, an elegant figure in a black suit is standing in front of the window, slowly smoking a cigarette. It seemed that he was aware of the sight cast by Go Show's from below. The young man in a suit, standing in front of the French window, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Then the corner of his mouth showed a deep arc. Boom. When he saw this figure, Go Show's pupils shrank violently. Both fists were clenched fiercely, and there was a sound of cackling joints. How could he not recognize that figure? Question mark. That person turned to ashes. He knows everyone. Chen. Vertical. Horizontal. Go Show's voice gritted his teeth. His whole body trembled. That is anger, monstrous anger. Dare, in his Yuanxing group building, unscrupulously push the Wang Ning downstairs? Exclamation mark. Dare to smash the corpse on your car? This is a threat? Exclamation mark. still shocked! Exclamation mark. Go Shows suddenly took out the revolver and loaded it directly. The barrel of the pistol was fierce, directly aimed at hundreds of meters above the sky! Exclamation mark. How could he be threatened by Go Shows? Question mark. Who dares to threaten him? Who will he kill first? Exclamation mark. But, when Go Shows' gun hole was aimed at a building 100 meters above, but I suddenly discovered that the figure in front of the floor-tossling windows over 100 meters has disappeared. The sun What's the matter? Not far away, when several bodyguards saw the sun draw their guns, all of them rushed up, their expressions dignified and cold. Go Shows' face was unprecedentedly solemn, his pupils glaring fiercely at a height of 100 meters. After a moment of silence, he withdrew his eyes. Immediately, seal off the whole building for me. Go Shows' voice was unprecedentedly indifferent and cold, and he shouted at his hands. The subordinates reacted instantly. His complexion was solemn, and he took orders suddenly! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the body had just been thrown downstairs. The murderer is still in the building. Be sure to catch the murderer the first time! Exclamation mark. Groups of bodyguards, with extremely solemn expressions, were dispatched instantly. Densely packed with hundreds of bodyguards, the Yuanxing building, back and forth. All the entrances and exits are all blocked for no one can get in and out. Not even a fly can fly out. At the entrance of Yuanxing building, Go Shows' revolver has been loaded. He just stood at the door of the building, his eyes were unprecedentedly cold. Today, this Chen Zong dare to break into his Yuanxing group building. Then there is no turning back. At this moment, he still dare toss the Wang Ning downstairs. This is simply naked threatening. How about Go Shows, a man threatened by others? Today, he is completely murderous. This Chen Zong absolutely can't escape this building. Today, he simply beheaded Chen Zonging and brought him back to his life. Chen Zonging pushed Wang Ning downstairs. Already committed a felony decapitation. Now he was captured by the Wei. Take advantage of the situation to kill. Time. 1 minute and 1 second pass. Downstairs of Yuanxing building, all entrances and exits are guarded by countless bodyguards. The walkie-talkies have turned on the radio mode. As soon as Chen Zonghang appears, everyone will know what's going on for the first time. Today, Go Shows' revolvers have been loaded and loaded. Today, he wants to do it himself. Don't do it. Don't stop. Kill Chen Zong. Everyone, show me your favor. As soon as there is him, report immediately. Downstairs, the bodyguard leader looked solemn and gave it to everyone on the walkie-talkie. The atmosphere in the whole building is almost solemn. Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed. The atmosphere became more solemn and tense. However, at this moment, the entrance of Yuanxing building, a graceful figure in black clothes, finally, slowly emerged from the hall. At the gate of Yuanxing group, the group of bodyguards did not react at first. It wasn't until the moment when young Master Go Shows raised his revolver that the group of bodyguards finally reacted! Exclamation mark. Let's go! In an instant, the gate all bodyguards of the group surged up a sea of people, instantly blocking the gate of the entire group! Exclamation mark. All the bodyguards looked shocked in disbelief. At this moment, everyone finally saw the murderer's face clearly. 1. Black suit, fair skin, elegant features. Just like a young scholar with gentleness. Everyone has thought of countless possibilities. In what way would this murderer try to escape the scene? But in the end, he didn't expect this murderer, just so upright, walked out of the group building in a swaggering manner! Exclamation mark. This is simply, how arrogant is it? Chen Zonging you really have the courage to come out? At the entrance of Daxiamen, Go Shows' complexion was colder than ever before. In his hand, the revolver and the dark barrel locked Chen Zonging. Just pull the trigger for a moment, and you can shoot through Chen Zonging's head instantly! Exclamation mark. Chen Zhongying was dressed in a straight suit and his eyes were calm. He took a deep breath. His eyes faint. "Why don't you dare?" Step by step, he just walked towards the door of the building. On both sides, black security forces surrounded him instantly. In all directions, there are still security guards coming over. He almost surrounded him, and the water was not leaking. "Ask for a monthly pass!" Zhongying Chen needs you! Chapter 327. Take a step forward and break your head. In all directions, countless bodyguards come surging. Hundreds of bodyguards, electric batons, crackling electric current! Along the gate of the Fast R Group building, a terrifying wall of people has formed. The atmosphere throughout the scene was unprecedentedly solemn. At this time today, this Chen Zong is hard to fly. However, at this time, Chen Zhongying still stood in the crowd and lit a cigarette on his own. He raised his eyes and glanced at the crowd of people in all directions, spit out a smoke ring. I didn't expect Chen to be so popular. So many people came to greet him. The corner of his mouth curled up, seemingly mocking. Then he continued to raise his eyes, step by step, towards the front of the sea of people. He actually treated the group of people in front of him like care. Ahead, beyond the sea of people, Go Shou's looked cold, holding a revolver in his right hand. The dark barrel had already locked Chen Zhongying in the crowd. Zong Heng. Can you still escape today? Go Shou's held the revolver tightly, his expression calm and terrifying. The calmer Go Shou's is on the surface, the more ferocious and violent he is in his heart at this time. Today, in front of so many people present, Chen Zong openly threw Wang Ning's body downstairs. This is hitting him Go Shou's in the face. He insulted him Go Shou's? How could Go Shou's allow Chen Zhongying to leave? Chen Zhongying lifted his eyes slightly. His gaze jumped across the crowds, and looked at Go Shou's in the distance. The corners of his mouth are even more curved. Gongtsai is also proficient in firearms. It is an accident. Chen Zong smiled. The wind was clear. Standard M500, 3.0 caliber, double buckle spring, revolver. Good thing. Chen Zong glanced at the Bing gun in Go Shou's hand, and said lightly, "Ha." When he heard these words, Go Shou's pupils uncontrollable condensed slightly. This is the modification data of the gun in his hand. Unexpectedly, this Chen Zong could see through it at a glance! One step forward, shatter your head. Go Shou's holds a firearm. His face is colder than ever before. Aren't you good at fighting? I really want to try. Is it your fast action or my gun fast? Go Shou's endured this problem for a long time. Now, he finally got his gun. He really wanted to know how good this Chen Zong exactly is. After all, is his own marksmanship fast? Or is this Chen Zong's fast posture? Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm and he took a deep breath of the smoke ring. I'm also curious, how fast is your gun, Mr. Go? He put his leather shoes under his feet, step by step. Continue to step on. Is this a provocation? Facing the revolver, it doesn't change color. At this moment, Go Shou's expression was colder than ever. The pupils slowly congealed. His marksmanship is not compatible with others. Shoot. Pay attention to people, guns, gods. 3 speeds in one. Chen Zong was able to dodge other people's hot weapons. Nothing more. He caught the action of others about to shoot in advance. Therefore, when someone else pulled the trigger, Chen Zong had already moved quickly, avoiding the bullet's shooting track. It will be able to escape the bullet's range by luck. However, Go Shou's practiced guns at the age of 8. His marksmanship is almost integrated with the soul. Firearms are his life. It seems to blend with the body. Every shot of his is an instinctive reaction, as fast as lightning. Reload, load, pull the trigger, aim, fire. The whole process can be completed quickly in the blink of an eye, within a few tenths of a second. With such a lightning action, even those who dodge, no matter how fast it is, there is no time to dodge, let alone react. The picture in front of the entire Farstar building is unprecedentedly solemn. Countless crowds surrounded Chen Zhongying. However, Go Shows was standing 20 meters away, and the revolver had been loaded and locked on Chen Zong. This is the best range. Air density, humidity, temperature ... all reach the angle of the best range of the bullet. Go Shows has already estimated the situation at the scene. His bullet is specially made. Every bullet, regardless of appearance or metal material ... even the proportion of gunpowder, is accurately calculated. Can penetrate the target at the fastest supersonic speed. However, at this moment, his barrel was aimed at Chen Zong's eyebrows. The two are 20 meters apart. Chen Zhongying lifted his eyes slightly, his eyes calm and indifferent, and there was no mood swing in his pupils. He just stared at Go Shows indifferently. It seems that you are waiting for the other party to shoot. This is simply. But Go Shows, 20 meters away, did not shoot. Chen Zhongying seemed to be a little impatient. He took a step slowly under his leather shoes. Go son, if you don't shoot again, then I can go. Boo. Just when Chen Zhongying's voice just fell off! Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. The bullet tongue, carrying the explosive power of 1,000 Jun, quickly pierced the air, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated to the center of Chen Zhongying's forehead. Only a single minute away, he can shoot into his head. But at that moment, the bullet suddenly stopped. The bullet stopped 1 millimeter from the center of Chen Zhongying's eyebrows, because Chen Zhongying's were not hurriedly or slowly clamping. The bullet that came as a result of the violent raid? Scene. Dead silence. Go Shows' pupils were wide and his eyes were splitting, staring at the scene in disbelief! Exclamation mark. This. How can it be? Exclamation mark. His marksmanship. As fast as lightning. With this shot, the air ... density, humidity, temperature ... are perfectly consistent, and the range of the bullet ... reached its peak! Exclamation mark. But this shot, however, he was still blocked by ? Two fingers. Caught your bullet! Exclamation mark. Go Shows' pupils were wide, and he couldn't believe it. Impossible. This is impossible! Exclamation mark. He didn't even see. How did Chen Zhengmo make the move? Exclamation mark. Go Shows' eyes have undergone ultra-high-speed capture training. They can capture the trajectory and range of the bullet flying out. But just now, he actually didn't see Chen Zhong's move at all. In the blink of an eye, the bullet was caught by Chen Zhongying! Exclamation mark. Could it be his shooting speed ... has surpassed the speed of sound, faster than a bullet? Exclamation mark. A terrifying thought suddenly emerged from Go Shows' mind. The speed of a person breaks through the supersonic speed? Could it be that my previous judgment was all wrong? This Chen Zong ... isn't it? that he caught the bullet trajectory in advance? But just pure physical speed, breaking through the supersonic barrier? This is impossible! Go-Shows shook his head tremblingly. This is absolutely impossible. 400 years ago, the physical scientist Newton once said, "The speed of human beings can never break through the barrier of sound speed. Otherwise, humans will evolve to a terrible physical realm." But what about the scene before you? Explain it with science? Go-Show's face trembled. Incredible. He suddenly raised the revolver and tried to fire a second shot. But, suddenly, his pupils dilated suddenly, because Chen Zong's figure unexpectedly appeared in front of him while teleporting! Go son, your gun doesn't seem to be fast enough. Add more, ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 328. Oh, is it? Waiting 10 minutes. Go son, your gun doesn't seem to be fast enough. Chen Zonghang appeared in front of him like a ghost. Go-Show's pupils trembled suddenly, and the whole thing went backwards quickly. Hoop. At the same time, in all directions, a large group of bodyguards looked vicious, rushing to surround them. The electric batons were crackling. The atmosphere was depressed and solemn, and the swords were tense. You have to do it just now, or retreat. But right now. However, Go-Shows shouted harshly to the group of subordinates in all directions. Huh? All the bodyguards at the scene looked stunned, but they had to follow. Wow! A large crowd of bodyguards can only slowly retreat and disperse. The originally fierce surrounding and killing circle gradually faded away. The hundreds of bodyguards, although they retreated, but countless people are still tens of meters away, staring at this scene closely, alert at any time. As long as this Chen Zong acted slightly, the countless bodyguards around him would rush forward for the first time. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, with a cigarette in his mouth. Just stand in front of Go-Show's. He slowly stretched out his hand to straighten the collar of Go-Show's suit. Don't be nervous. I won't kill you. It's just that in the future, Mr. Go, your marksmanship needs more practice. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, and he spit out a smoke ring. Go-Show's face was blown by the dense smoke ring. So provocative. At the entrance of the Far-Star Group building, in front of everyone present, this kind of arrogance is simply unprecedented. Go-Show's pupils slowly congealed. He stared at Chen Zonging, as if there was endless killing intent trying to rush out. But in the end, he still pressed the inner murderous intention. He slowly put down the revolver in his hand. No, he doesn't want to kill Chen Zonging today. Rather, not sure. The first shot was evaded by Chen Zonging. Unsure of Go-Show's, he fired a second shot. Over the years, no one can force him to fire a second shot in the Shanghai and Shanghai markets, because his first shot was enough to kill everything in seconds. But today, his first shot was actually stopped. This shocked Go-Show's heart. Although he didn't show it at this time, his heart was already trembling completely. In 10 minutes, disappear in front of me, otherwise you don't have to go, Go-Show said with a cold expression. This is his threatening words. Oh, really? Chen Zonging, who heard these words, suddenly smiled. He raised his wrist and glanced at the Omega watch. Then wait 10 minutes, he muttered to himself. Just like that. Standing in place, puffing out smoke rings? Go-Show's all bodyguards present. This! Is this sick? Is it really stupid, or on purpose? Go-Show's just released the threatening words. Within 10 minutes, disappeared. Otherwise, there is no need to leave. Immediately afterwards, Chen Zong said. Wait another 10 minutes? What the fuck? This is simply provocative! Naked, unbridled provocation. Go-Show's, holding a revolver in his hand, Go-Show stood there. His pupils shrank fiercely, staring at Chen Zongxing. This is simply the biggest challenge of his life. Is this questioning Go shows methods? 10 minutes. If you don't leave within 10 minutes, this Chen Zong doesn't need to leave. This is Go shows threatening words. This is in the Guo's sight, in front of so many bodyguards present. How can Go shows not save face? So just now, I spit out this sentence, within 10 minutes, disappear in front of me, otherwise ... you don't have to go. This sentence has the meaning of driving away Chen Zonging. There is also a threat of warning. Moreover, Go shows can earn enough dignity and face. The meaning of this sentence is, Go shows disdains to kill Chen Zonging, but gives him 10 minutes to leave by himself. However, the result was unexpected. This Chen Zong, actually, really want to live like this. Hearing what Go shows said, not only did he not leave, but he said ... wait another 10 minutes! Exclamation mark. This fucking ... it's simply. It was naked, hitting him Go shows in the face. At the entrance of the Yuanxing building, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly dignified and depressed. Chen Zonging just stood in front of the building so indifferently. He raised his wrist and looked at the watch time, faintly puffing out smoke rings. In less than 10 minutes, he would not leave. This is simply. Finally, I waited for 10 minutes. Chen Zonging still did not leave, but deliberately delayed for 1 minute. 11 minutes. It was not until the 11th minute that Chen Zong finally put down his wrist. He stretched out his hand to straighten the collar of his suit, then raised his eyes and glanced at Go shows on the side. At this time, Go shows looked more embarrassed than ever. What the fuck? In fact, it was Go shows' slap in front of everyone present. He said to let it go in 10 minutes. Otherwise, kill. But this Chen Zonging was abruptly staying here deliberately, waiting for 11 minutes. This kind of provocation is simply unprecedented. Go shows stood there, holding the gun in his hand tightly. His complexion was trembling and distorted. It was the sound of teeth biting hard, gnashing teeth. Just now, the 10-minute threat is actually just his cheer. Today, he is not sure to leave Chen Zonging. But I didn't expect that. When he threatened with his throat, he would be slapped like this by the other party! Exclamation mark. It's so fucking. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, standing still, waiting for a long time. Master Go? Didn't you want to keep me? Why didn't you do it? He seemed to wait a little impatiently, raised his eyes, and glanced at Go shows. Go shows? All security guards present. Too much deception. This fucking. It's so deceiving! Exclamation mark. Go shows almost broke down and furious. Just now, he dignified Guo's father-in-law has given Chen Zongong down the steps. But he couldn't help but waited until 11 minutes on purpose. This it is deliberately to embarrass myself. On Go shows' face, the weather changes. If his eyes could kill, he ... had already shot Chen Zonging hundreds of times. But, at this moment, he has the revolver in his hand, but he dare not do it, because he was not sure. The first shot missed. The second shot, not sure. Go shows never does things that are uncertain. Otherwise, this Chen Zong couldn't be killed, and the consequences would be serious. So today, he can't make a move, and he doesn't dare to make a move. Let's stay with you for a few more days. When I want to kill, you will have no way to survive. Go shows' complexion was extremely cold, almost gritted his teeth, spit out this sentence. Even if he had no dignity and was slapped in the face naked, Go shows still did not admit defeat. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zonging slowly let out a smoke ring. Then, see you another day. With that said, he just dangled his cigarette, step by step, and walked into the distance. But he did not leave in a hurry, but first walked to the squashed Rolls-Royce Phantom. Raised gently with one hand, he picked up Wang Ning's corpse. Go son, there will be a period later. After speaking, Chen Zong left the scene slowly carrying the corpse like this. Chapter 329. Do you dare to question my words? At the gate of Yuanxing Group, all the security guards just watched ... watching Chen Zong picking up the corpse and leaving step by step. The security guards looked very embarrassed, It was a feeling of being slapped in the face. The sun really let him go. A security captain looked cold and unwilling, stepped forward, came to Go Shou's, and asked unwillingly for instructions. Today, Chen Zhongying not only slapped Go Shou's in the face, but also slapped all the security guards of the Go family present. But before the security captain could react, the whole person was directly fanned out by a huge force. Go Shou's looked cold, and slowly retracted his palm. "My words, do you dare to question?" At this time, his expression was colder than ever. "There is nowhere to vent the endless anger in my heart." The security captain was strong. Naturally he was used as a punching bag. All the security guards at the scene didn't dare to talk anymore. Everyone looked very embarrassed. I can only help watching this Chen Zong go away. Until, Chen Zhongying's Mercedes-Benz S600 car slowly drove away and disappeared behind the end of the street. Go Shou's clenched fists finally relaxed a little. A drop of cold sweat seeped from his forehead. This, the super son of the dignified Yuanxing Group, a super young man worth hundreds of billions. At this time, he was scared into cold sweat by ! Go Shou stood there, letting the drop of cold sweat slip slowly from his forehead. His chest was constantly undulating, and a depression was stuck in his chest. Puff! A cry. Finally, this dignified young man from the Go family was so angry. He took a bite and vomited blood. A big mouthful of blood was spit out, and Go Shou's was faltering, almost staggering and falling down. The sun. Everyone around the scene was terrified, and a large group of bodyguards rushed forward. He urgently supported Go Shou's. "Quick, ambulance! Call an ambulance!" At the entrance of Yuanxing Group building, there was a mess. However, at the same time, a few kilometers away, Yellow F area, adjudication department building. The whole building is still working as usual. The staff are busy sitting in the office, dealing with official business. However, the only thing that feels weird today is the suitor, Wang Ning, will go to work in the future. Today, Wang Ning has many cases that need to be handled by T, but at this time, the chief litigator has suddenly disappeared. Ruling S building, boss office. Boss sat in the office and made a dozen calls, but Wang Ning still did not answer. The whole person seems to be missing. The world has evaporated. This Wang Ning wants to go too far. Boss sat on the chair and slapped the table hard, his expression a little furious. Wang Ning, relying on the right of his hand, all kinds of corruption and vain, and his deeds have almost become notorious for a long time. If it is not for his special status, he is a high-achieving student from a certain school and has accumulated many personal resources. Boss fired him long ago. Now, this Wang Ning is even playing missing. This is simply ignoring the work system of Ruling S. Just as the boss hurriedly searched for Wang Ning's whereabouts. Ruling under the S building, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 came slowly. After a light brake, the Mercedes-Benz car slowly stopped at the door of the Ruling S building. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zhongzong slowly got out of the car, his eyes calm. He walked to the back of the Mercedes-Benz and opened the back door. Inside, it was bloody. He directly lifted the corpse of Wang Ning out of the car with his right hand. He just carried Wang Ning's body, step by step, and walked in the direction of the Ruling S building. At the entrance of the Ruling building, inside the hall, the group of staff who went in and out, seeing this scene. Was it a surprise first? Okay? That young man, what is he holding in his hand? The crowd stared suspiciously at Chen Zhongying and the black object he was holding. And when, the blood stains on the ground, all the way down, the complexion of all the people present suddenly changed! This the fuck? Is it a corpse? That young man, he is carrying a corpse! In the next second, everyone's expressions suddenly changed in horror, and they all went backwards. Then, a colleague's sharp eyes, faintly, actually felt that the corpse looked a bit like Master Wang Yishi. Take another look at the corpse's clothes. And the work card hanging on his chest? Wang Wang Yishi? The colleague screamed in horror. With this scream, the door of the entire ruling building was shaken instantly and the scene was chaotic. Everyone looked shocked, and looked at the corpse in disbelief. That is the body of the suit to Wang Ning? Wang Wang Yishi dead? There was a huge shock at the entrance of the entire ruling building! That's it. Chen Zhongying, carrying Wang Ning's body, step by step, walked towards the entrance of the ruling building. On the corpse, the red blood was slowly dripping down the ground. A long blood mark was dragged out on the ground. Report. Call the police. I don't know which female staff member was panicked and screamed loudly. The front desk of the ruling building, the group of staff, trembled and frightened. Took out their mobile phones and shivered. Dialed the monster demon spirit alarm call. However, Chen Zhongying still looked calm. Did not hesitate the shock of this group of staff around. He carried Wang Ning's body, step by step, and walked to the main entrance of the adjudication building. At the entrance of the ruling building, there is a flag-raising stand. On the stone platform, a flagpole tens of meters high is hung. A red flag engraved with the Libra pattern is hung high on the flagpole, fluttering in the wind. This flag represents notarization. Judging everything black and white in the world. It means all the scales in the world. However, at this time, this flag lightly dancing in the breeze, but it seemed a bit ironic. Chen Zhongying raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the flagpole above. His eyes narrowed slightly. In the next second, he held Wang Ning's corpse and kicked his legs. Boom! A cry. The ground under his feet was directly dented and cracked by his leather shoes. A force of terror runs through Chen Zhongying's body, like a lightning-bound arrow, leapt into the midair tens of meters high. It's like a trapeze! Barehanded. The strength of the physical body, leaping over 10 meters in the sky! This bounce ability! Simply, all the staff at the entrance of the ruling building were shocked by the horrible scene in front of them! All those present are staff members of the ruling building. They have received the best quality science education. Many of them are undergraduate or even master degrees from prestigious universities. Everyone has received professional physics and physiology knowledge. Everyone knows that the limit of human physical strength is limited. In today's world, the Guinness record for the highest high jump is 2.5 meters. This is the limit of human bounce level. At this moment, this scene. Almost everyone was shocked! Chen Zong. 2 kicks under a bounce! Actually. Flew a dozen meters directly across! What the fuck? This is simply breaking the Guinness Book of World Records. Spike killed the record holder dozens of times! Is this the fuck? Is it still a human? Thank Rainy Night Lonely Guest 2 tickets. 2 votes. End number 6716, 2 votes. End number 3962, 2 votes. Crossing the Little Civet, 1 ticket. Dad 1 vote. Lynch, 2 votes. End number 9164, 2 votes. End number 9893, 2 votes. Diamas, 2 votes. End number 5776, 2 votes. Bear dominates the world, 1 vote. End number 2009, 1 vote. Godf, 2 votes. Sheepball, 1 vote. End number 4522, 1 vote. End number 4653, 2 votes. End number 2522, 1 vote. Thanks for the above, brothers! In November, brothers, Monthly ticket support! Exclamation mark. The monthly ticket breaks 60 today, and it will be added in the evening. Chapter 330 Do It Yourself, Take Care of It For You. Plus more. Chen Zhonging's body, like a bow and arrow, leapt tens of meters into the air. His figure swept across an arc in the sky. Puff! Chen Zhonging raised his right hand fiercely, and inserted Wang Ning's corpse high on the top of the flagpole that was several meters high. The blood, and the whole flag was dyed red in an instant. Follow the flagpole and keep dripping. Afterwards, Chen Zhonging's body whirled in midair, as if carrying light work. His body fell to the ground from a height of tens of meters. There is no trace of damage. A normal human being, if he jumps from a height of 5 meters, he will probably be hit by the impact and break his bones. What's more, is it leaping down from a height of tens of meters? But Chen Zhonging, with his hands on his back, landed intact. Nothing hurts all over your body. This is simply ruling at the entrance of S building. All the staff looked at the falling figure in shock. This scene that happened before simply exceeded all of them. The level of scientific cognition. After that, almost everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the flagpoles tens of meters above the sky. I saw the top of the flagpole tens of meters high. Wang Ning's corpse was slammed into the top of the flagpole! Exclamation mark. The flagpole pierced his chest and pierced Wang Ning's entire body fiercely, just so high above the flagpole. The blood kept dripping down the flagpole. On the ground of the flag raising platform, it was dyed red almost instantly. Everyone on the scene, looking at the corpse on the flagpole, everyone looked horrified. Horrified. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Wang Ning. The Grandest Division, just like that. Was it inserted horizontally on a flagpole that was 10 meters high? Not only to be killed, even after death, the corpse would suffer such public humiliation? Question mark. This. Simply, what an enemy is there? Question mark. Chen Zhonging's figure floated. His eyes lightly scanned the scene. Then, he took out a square towel and wiped off the bloodstains on his hands. A cigarette was lit. Everyone, today, if you witnessed Lord Wang's death with your own eyes, it can be regarded as ... Don't forget his experience in this life. You will see him farewell ... I believe he will be at ease after he dies. Chen Zhong's eyes were calm. He looked around at the crowd, and slowly spit out a smoke ring from the corner of his mouth. After all, he has been corrupting the law for many years, and there are still people seeing him off. At the beginning, the staff members were still a little normal. However, when they heard Chen Zhonging's next paragraph, the expressions of all staff members suddenly changed. This! Exclamation mark. After all, he has been corrupted for many years, and there are still people seeing him off. Apostrophe. What the fuck? This sentence is simply, in the presence of everyone present, so open to expose Wang Ning's corrupt deeds! Exclamation mark. This is the death of Wang Ning's reputation. Don't say murder after death. Don't plan to let him go! Exclamation mark. This is simply. However, at the same time, in the ruling building, the boss judged the Lord. After hearing the news from the outside, his expression was urgent and solemn. With a large group of security personnel, he rushed out of the building. When I saw the corpse hanging high on the flag at the entrance of the building, the boss's body trembled suddenly, and the whole person, almost limp and frightened, fell to the ground. This is simply. He ruled that the building was established in this Jiangnan for 100 years, to maintain the integrity of the party. In 100 years, no one has dared to be so unscrupulous. At the entrance of the ruling building, in front of the Libra flag, so unscrupulous and humiliated! Exclamation mark. Who are you? Dare to be so presumptuous in front of my adjudication building? Master Boss looked completely angry, staring at Chen Zong with his eyes tightly, and scolded. At the same time, the group of security guards all gathered up and surrounded Chen Zhonging tightly. Chen Zhongwang's eyes were calm, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He glanced at the boss lightly. Then, slowly stepped forward. The boss looked a little frightened, and his body under his feet was involuntarily trembled and retreated. The young man in front of him was like a demon, making people's heart trembling. All the security guards around also stepped forward and locked him. "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you." Chen Zhongying stepped forward slowly. His right hand gently dusted the boss's clothes and shoulders. At this moment, the boss's complexion was a little pale, and he only felt the whole heart, and he mentioned his throat. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. Are you the person in charge of ruling S? Chen Zong stared at the boss and asked lightly. "I am. The third boss in the Jiangnan Judgment Building, Xing Zunan." The boss endured the panic in his heart and forcibly reported his kamikaze name. "You dare to kill someone at the entrance of my ruling building. You will be punished by the law." Boss's complexion has never been more solemn than ever. This is not a warning, it's the fact. He has been involved in cases for decades and has never seen such a daring method like today. Such arrogance will surely suffer severe sanctions. Jiangnan, but a society ruled by law. However, upon hearing the words of the boss, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth raised a curve. What kind of sanctions Chen has suffered? And the bosses bother to not hold him tight. He raised his eyes slightly, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Then handed it to the boss. Gestured. The boss looked suspicious, but hesitated and took the cigarette. "But, Master Boss, I warn you, the scales in Jiangnan seem to be a bit crooked. It's time to control it." Today, Wang Ning's death is not over. If you don't care, then someone Chen will do it himself and take care of it for you. As soon as this statement was made, the expressions of all the staff in the audience changed subtly! This is blatant, against the ruling building. Is this killing chickens and monkeys? Still is. The complexion of Boss Xing Zunan is unprecedentedly complicated, solemn, with shame and anger. This is reprimanding. Is he incapable of discipline as a boss? At this time, the group of staff present were not lacking in corruption and bribery. At this moment, those people actually felt. The heart trembled violently. The legs and knees couldn't stop shaking. Everyone was shocked and frightened by the warning from the young man in front of them. A young man, a threat, actually shocked these 20 personnel to this point. As for Chen Zhongying, with a light wave of his right hand, his cigarette butts scattered on the ground, and he left the scene indifferently. In front of the entire ruling building, everyone's expressions are extremely embarrassing. This! Simply in front of all the staff present, so blatantly threatening their boss. This is simply. At this time, the boss Xing Zunan's expression was also extremely embarrassing. He was angry inside, but he didn't know how it happened, because what this young man said is indeed true. Today's ruling building. This atmosphere is already crooked. Starting from Wang Ning, down to the staff of various roads. The scales of the entire ruling building are almost skewed. The so-called incorruptible notarization has long ceased to exist, almost became a laughing stock. Xing Zunan clenched his fists, his eyes complicated. He stared at the leaving figure of the young man. Security guards around tried to intercept, but Xing Zunan sternly repelled. At this moment, no one dared to intercept this young man. Chen Zong flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Kill one person in 10 steps, not staying for 1,000 miles. Hello. This indifferent style is comparable to the poetry sword fairy Li Bei posture. Thank you for your monthly pass. Add more! Everyone, where is your monthly pass? Chapter 331 Him, Representative! The whole audience, at the entrance of the ruling building, all the staff looked complicated and shocked. Staring at the leaving figure of this young man, everyone's hearts seemed to be severely pinched by an invisible pressure, and they didn't dare to even move them. Just wait. That Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan slowly started, and the power disappeared at the end of the street. It was finally like an amnesty for everyone present. At this moment, behind all the staff's clothes, there was already a cold sweat and wetness. The posture of one person shocked the audience so far. This is simply dip de woo! Exclamation mark. At the same time, in the distant streets, dozens of patrol vehicles, roaring police sirens, rushed towards the adjudication building. I received an alarm saying that someone had committed an assault at the entrance of the ruling building. The patrol room quickly dispatched, rushed to the scene as soon as possible. And at this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 and the patrol house fleet passed by in the street. In the patrol house convoy, the female patrolling Ymuxia, her beautiful eyes only lightly swept the young man in the Mercedes-Benz. But soon the vehicle passed by disappeared at the far end. Ymuxia sat in the car, her beautiful eyes stunned. Just find it strange? But she was not suspicious. Crunch. A rush of brakes. Dozens of vehicles in the patrol room stopped, and the staff looked solemn and stepped out of the car quickly. After receiving the report, the staff of the patrol room in the Jiangnan area was dispatched as soon as possible. Within 10 minutes, they rushed to the scene of the ruling building. Where is the corpse? Ymuxia rushed forward with a solemn expression, and asked the sluggish group of staff in the adjudication building. At the scene, the group of staff in the adjudication building recovered from the shock and complexity. They trembled lightly, reaching out their hands pointing to the top of the flagpole. Ymuxia and several patrol room personnel were taken aback, suddenly raised their heads, and looked up along the flagpole at the entrance of the adjudication building. Boom! At that moment, all the staff in the patrol room who looked up were all shocked and pale. Exclamation mark. All the patrol room personnel raised their heads. Their eyes were staring directly at the sky above the flagpole. Everyone's body is petrified. This! Exclamation mark. I saw that on the flagpole tens of meters high, a corpse was pierced high on the top of the flagpole. The flag of Libra was flying slowly in the breeze. There was still a trace of scarlet blood on it. It seems very ironic. This. Simply. It's not enough to kill people, but the corpse hung high on the top of the flagpole and pierced hard. This. How much hate is there? This is simply a naked humiliation to the ruling building. All the staff in the patrol room, Chi-Chi was shocked by this scene. This blocked the entire building. Ymuxia, as the captain of the patrol, shouted harshly with her pretty face like never before. This is simply a vicious murder case. Killing people and still being so humiliated? Question mark. What's more, this is only the ruling at the entrance of the building. This is an unprecedented provocation against the 20 ruling. This bad nature is unprecedented! Exclamation mark. All members of the patrol room at the scene quickly pulled up a cordon and completely sealed off the entire ruling building. Notify the headquarters and send more staff. Ymuxia's expression was unprecedentedly severe. The nature of these cases is severe and serious. Unprecedented. It's more than just killing, it's as simple as killing. This is even more related to the ruling building. The seriousness of the matter is unimaginable. At this time, the boss of the ruling building looked complicated and embarrassed. He was standing at the scene, waiting for the investigation by the group of patrol room staff in front of him. This state of affairs was beyond his control. Everything must be handed over to the patrol room, strictly investigated, and found the young murderer. No matter who it is, you can't let it go. Get away. Whatever the purpose of that young man's murder, this is a death penalty. Murder is a felony, to be sentenced to death. But right now, tingling bell. Suddenly, Boss Xingzunan's cell phone rang quickly. Exclamation mark. Xingzunan stared slightly. At this moment, who called? Due to his special status, his personal phone number is almost never revealed to outsiders. His family almost never called when he was working. Who is that? He took out his cell phone suspiciously and looked at the electric display. Question mark. The whole person's complexion suddenly changed. Caller ID, 0100010007. This! Was it a call from the headquarters of the Beijing Municipal Commissioner J? Xingzhen is surprised and suspicious. This? How could the headquarters suddenly call? He was solemnly suspicious, and tremblingly answered the phone. Xunen, I've seen an adult. Xingzhen held the phone, his voice trembling lightly, and solemnly saluted the character on the other end of the phone. Xingzhen, your Jiangnan building, today. Is there a murder case? The big man at the headquarters slowly asked with a deep voice during the call. Xingzhen's heart beats suddenly. The news from this headquarters. So well informed? The incident only took more than 10 minutes, and the news has reached the imperial capital? Yes. There was indeed a murder case. My Jiangnan branch. Wang Ning was killed. Xingzhen's voice was cautious, not daring to conceal anything, and reported cautiously. This matter, your Jiangnan branch, don't worry about it. That young man ... has a special status. What he means is the meaning of the imperial capital Forbidden City. Do you understand? On the other side of the phone, the big man at the headquarters had a deep and slow voice. Slowly, When he heard these words, Xingzhen's expression suddenly changed. This? Headquarters lord actually called in person and told him not to worry about it anymore? This is unprecedented. That young man, in public ... killed an teacher. The headquarters actually called ... said not to worry about it anymore? However, what shocked Xingzhen even more was the words that the head office master said on the phone. What he means is the meaning of the Forbidden City in the imperial capital. Do you understand? This? What does this sentence mean? A shocked thought suddenly came to mind. That young assailant. Is that from the Forbidden City? Boom. At this moment, Xingzhen could no longer hold the mobile phone in his hand, and suddenly landed. However, at the same time, the female patrol captain who was investigating the scene, Yi Muxia, also received an urgent call! Tingling bell. The incoming call bell rang urgently. Yi Muxia's beautiful eyes were puzzled. She took out her phone and took a look. Her complexion was condensed. It's a call from the upper boss of the headquarters. Yi Muxia hurriedly answered the phone. This case, you don't need to check it again. During the call, the boss's voice was deep and solemn, and said slowly, Hearing these words, Yi Muxia's pretty face changed suddenly! Boss ... But the nature of this case is extremely bad. The murderer is extremely arrogant. Yi Muxia's beautiful eyes were solemn, and he was about to report down, but was directly interrupted by the boss. No need to say more. This is the meaning of the imperial capital headquarters. On the other end of the phone, the boss voice was unprecedentedly deep and solemn. The person taking you withdraws immediately. The scene will be handed over to the security department. A new month, brothers. Chapter 332 Obituaries. In the evening, Q's villa. At the table, the sumptuous dinner is ready. The 4 members of the Qu family, and Chen Zonging, sat at the dining table and began to eat. In front of the TV set in the lobby of the villa, the Shanghai Evening News Channel is also broadcasting. When dining every night, turn on the TV to watch the evening news. This is an old habit of Kuihuihai for decades. While eating, learn about the latest news of the city. However, at this moment, suddenly the latest obituary was broadcast on the TV news. Dear viewers, let's broadcast an obituary message below. On the TV, the hostess stood in front of the news platform with a look of regret and solemnly said, Originally Shanghai City, HF District Adjudication Building, Mr. Wang Ning was seriously injured in a car accident. He was pierced by steel bars. Emergency medical treatment did not work. He died in Shanghai at 1:52 p.m. on November 2, 2019. He was 49 years old. At the dinner table, Ku Yiren, who was having a meal, and his father, Ku Huihai, suddenly cast their gazes to the TV in disbelief. Ku Yiren's pretty face is shocked. Unexplainable. Can't believe it. ? Only in the morning. Wang Ning came to the group with a face of horror and asked Mr. Chen to apologize. He even kneeled to Mr. Chen. But, at this moment. Wang Ning suddenly died. This news was too sudden. Ku Yiren couldn't react at all. That Wang Ning is the lord of the adjudication building. Could it be Mr. Chen did it? A shocked thought emerged. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were uncertain, and she swept towards Chen Zhongying, who was at the dining table. At this time, Chen Zhongying still had his eyes calm, and slowly toasted. Took a sip of red wine. Then continued to enjoy dinner. With such a breezy appearance, he didn't pay attention to the news at all. After hesitating for a long time, Ku Yiren finally couldn't help but asked, "Sir Wang Ning?" Ku Yiren's voice hesitated, her beautiful eyes staring at Mr. Chen inexplicably, not knowing how to ask. After all, that was an adult in the ruling building. If it is really the work of the husband, then the consequences are very serious. This is more than just pure murder. This is killing the lord of the court. This is a felony to punish the 9 tribes. But Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm, and he slowly returned a word. Unexpectedly, Lord Wang was killed in a car accident, but it was a pity. He didn't answer Ku Yiren directly, but just replied a few words indifferently. This Ku Yi was a little puzzled, and then he dispelled the shocked thoughts in his heart. It seems that Wang Ning this time should not have been done by Mr. Chen. But, is it really a car accident? Looking at the obituaries in the news media, Ku Yi people always feel that something is wrong. This night, it was destined to be deep sleepless. The next day, early in the morning, a touch of white belly just appeared in the eastern sky. Chen Zhongying was already naked and had done 20,000 push-ups and pull-ups. The muscles of that body were tense, as if they were about to burst. He took a cold shower in the bathroom and then changed into a black suit. The terrifying and hideous muscles were hidden under the shirt and suit. Came to Kus Manor, after breakfast. Together with Ku Yiren, he drove to the company. The Mercedes-Benz fleet was driving slowly on the street. At this moment, the Ku Yiren sitting in the Maybach car suddenly received a call from the ruling building. "Miss Ku Yiren?" On the phone, a man's voice respectfully introduced himself. "I am the head of the Huangf District Adjudication Building, Xing Zunan." "Sir Xing, hello." In the Maybach car, Ku Yiren stunned after receiving the call and replied respectfully. At the same time, she was a little surprised at this sudden call. The ruling building, the person in charge. Call yourself personally. "Miss Ku, regarding your campaigner's application for prosecution, I have ruled that the building has agreed to the trial. Are you free today?" "The trial will be held on time at 9 o'clock in the morning." On the other end of the phone, Xing Zun said slowly. Hearing these words, Ku Yiren's pretty face was taken aback. Trial? This, didn't Mrs. Wang Ning just die in a car accident? The case was transferred so soon? The speed of the court session was beyond Ku Yiren's expectations. The courts in the ruling building must be approved at various levels before the tea time can be determined. Without a new week qualification survey, it simply cannot be done. But the information submitted only 2 days ago, is this approved? Moreover, is the person in charge of the ruling building personally come forward? Questions were placed before her, but she was not in the mood to think so much at this time. "I understand. I will arrive on time before 9 o'clock. Ku Yiren nodded and agreed, then hung up the phone. In the Maybach car, Silence was restored. Divert and go to the HF District Adjudication Building. Kuyiran ordered the driver. The Mercedes-Benz fleet began to turn around and drove towards the Shanghai Haiwang F District Adjudication Building. Sitting in the Maybach car, Kuyiran's beautiful eyes are complicated, and suddenly he slowly looked at Chen Zhongying. "Mr. Chen, your 5 billion? She asked cautiously. 2 days ago, Chen Zhongying had bribed a huge sum of money to give Wang Ning a huge sum of 5 billion. Now that Wang Ning is dead, the Kuyi people are a little worried. The money, if it is found out, then Mr. Chen's charges will be punished. Bribing the adjudicator. This kind of crime is enough to decapitate. So Kuyi people are a little worried." Returned. Chen Zhongying sat in the car, slowly spit out a smoke ring, and replied 4 words. Hearing these words, Kuyiran's hanging heart was a little calmer. "However, I feel a little suspicious again. Something wrong? Wang Ning received 5 billion, why did he return it?" Reminiscent of yesterday, Wang Ning came to the company in panic and begged for mercy. And the car accident on the news. Kuyi's mood is a little confused. She vaguely realized that things were not that simple. Wang Ning's death was not a coincidence. 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz team rushed to the ruling building. Under the protection of a large group of bodyguards, Kuyiran got out of the car and walked into the ruling building with Chen Zhong. As soon as Kuyiran walked into the building, Xing Zunan, the boss of the ruling building, wore a black arbitration suit and went downstairs to greet him. Kuyiran was stunned for a moment, but was stunned by this special treatment. The ruling building boss came to meet him personally? She concealed her inner suspicion and greeted the boss with a simple greeting. After Xing Zunan and Kuyiran greeted each other, he immediately came to Chen Zhongying, respectfully stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Chen Zhong. But Chen Zhongying looked indifferent, did not pay attention to Xing Zunan at all, let alone stretched out his hand. This is simply to ignore it. The Kuyiran on the side saw this scene. Even more suspicious in his heart? This is. Xing Zunan retracted his hand awkwardly and gave an awkward smile. "Miss Ku, sir. Please here, the court will be held right away." He took the initiative to lead Kuyiran and Chen Zhongying, walking all the way towards the hall. Chapter 333. Justice may be late at 9 o'clock in the morning, in the ruling building. The ruling scene. The ruling was made on time. The person involved, Kuyi. The defendant, Yuanxing Group. Goshus. There are hundreds of companies in breach of contract. However, at the scene of this ruling, the biggest defendant, Goshus, did not show up, but was absent. As for the others, hundreds of companies accused of breach of contract have sent representatives to come to the court hearing to accept the verdict and trial. In this ruling, Boss Xing Zunan personally came forward and opened a court ruling. After announcing the discipline of the ruling hall, Xing Zunan fell with a hammer and declared the hall open. The first is the statement of the parties. Kuyiran slowly got up. She didn't take the draft of the document. Instead, she explained the whole case process in an orderly manner. Goshos, a partner in the Ku Group, maliciously instigated, violated the contract abusively. Attempts to use illegal commercial methods to coerce and lure. Kuyiran described all kinds of crimes, exactly one word. In the ruling hall, listening to the statement of the parties. Xing Zunan's expression gradually became serious. Previously, he didn't know about this case, so he didn't manage it either. But at this time, he personally accepted and dealt with this case, only to discover the many tricks in this case, and the abominable and daring behavior behind the case. That Yuanxing Group, Goshus? Really lawless. After Kuyi's statement was completed, Xing Zunan began to cross-examine the witness testimony. The Ku Group's finance team has already prepared all the evidence and began to submit it. Look at the conclusive evidence of this scene. Xing Zunan's expression became more solemn. He has served as the adjudication boss for decades and has been in a high position. Now, for the first time that he personally decided to open the court, he suddenly discovered the whole Jiangnan atmosphere is so chaotic. Sometimes, sitting too high. Instead, ignore what's underfoot. When you lower your head, you will see those nasty and dirty activities under your feet. The Yuanxing Group was so bold. Intimidation, profit and temptation, and serious violations of regulations. This is challenging the red line of the ruling. Next, present documentary evidence, physical evidence, audiovisual materials, and electronic data. Read out the appraisal opinions. The entire adjudication process, except that Far Star Group did not represent on the spot. The representatives of the remaining hundreds of companies that breached the contract all pleaded guilty. In the entire ruling, there was almost no court debate, because the context of the entire case is too clear. Throughout the process, the first defendant, Yuanxing Group Go Shows, was found guilty and was quickly finalized. However, hundreds of companies present were all convicted of illegal business operations. In the hall, Xing Zunan looked solemn and shot the gavel hard. With a solemn expression on his face, he announced in court, Far Star Group, Go Shows, illegal instigation, breach of contract. Commercial charges were convicted. Yuanxing Group, multiple crimes were punished together and sentenced to life coins and a fine of 3 billion. Although no representative from Far Star Group was present today. However, Xing Zunan remained unchanged and announced the verdict. Even if no representatives are present, Far Star Group will accept sanctions. When the ruling is over, our letter of ruling and trial will be delivered to the Far Star Group building. Plead guilty and defy the law. No one can escape. Immediately afterwards, Xing Zunan looked solemn and slapped the gavel before continuing to announce the following trial. Blue Sky Pharmaceutical, for bad breach of contract projects, in accordance with the contract regulations, should compensate Ku Group all project losses. China Resources Pharmaceuticals, in accordance with the regulations of the contract labeling for badly breaching supplier contracts, should compensate KISS Group, and all the assembly lines have suffered losses. Ruifing R&D, bad breach of contract. Production contract, according to the contract regulations, should be compensated 570 million yuan. Following the trial results, they were sworn out. At the scene, the expressions of hundreds of business representatives became complicated and embarrassing. Although the chairman and CEOs of these hundreds of companies did not come to the scene in person. However, these representatives are also the company's top executives, and when they appear, they represent the company. Now, hearing the results of these interrogations, how can these high-level executives be happy? Everyone looked embarrassed. At this moment, all the high levels are in their hearts for a while. Grass was miserable by Yuanxing Group. Didn't Go Shows say ... can settle everything? It is precisely because Go Shows patted his chest to guarantee that these hundreds of companies bid their heads and risked default and cut off all the cooperative relations of the Ku Group. This is being forced to be helpless. But the result ... At this critical moment, Go Shows, the first defendant at the time, was absent, can't even see a personal photo, and these hundreds of companies have all been tried in court. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. What Go Shows said before ... is all bullshit. At this moment, hundreds of high-level leaders cursed Go Shows in their hearts ... not to die. Go Shows, all these hundreds of companies have been damned badly. After Xing Zunan announced the results of the trial, he slammed the gavel. If you disagree with the judgment of this ruling building, either the plaintiff or the defendant shall execute a copy of the judgment. Please file a complaint to the city, state-level ruling building within 15 days. Retreat now. The verdict. The Ku Group won the lawsuit, and the hundreds of breaching groups had to pay huge compensations. When listening to the result of this trial, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes, a mist appeared. After holding back so many days of grievances, at this moment, finally we can get a notarized trial result. She waited for the result, not knowing how long she waited. I thought that the Ku Group could no longer survive. But now, this result finally arrived. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and she slowly gets up. She took a deep breath, then stepped on high heels, step by step, walking out of the adjudication hall stiffly. She won this battle. Miss Ku, wait a moment. At this moment, behind, there was a voice suddenly. Ku Yiren turned around and saw the adjudication boss Xing Zunan, wearing a black adjudication uniform, walking forward quickly. Miss Ku, you forgot to take your judgment. Xing Zunan personally handed the trial result to the Ku Yi. Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes are complicated, and he was inexplicably emotional. He left in a hurry and forgot to take the verdict. Thank you. She accepted the verdict and thanked her solemnly and respectfully. These two words are very heavy. It is the sincere thanks from Ku Yi people. Thank you for the ruling, thank you for notarization. Miss Ku, someone Xing apologizes to you for the deeds of the previous ruling building. It's me, no leadership. Xing Zunan stood in front of Ku Yiren, in front of hundreds of people present, and suddenly bowed to her. Huh? Exclamation mark. In the hall, everyone was shocked. Looking at this scene? Question mark. This is, what happened? Question mark. The boss of the ruling building dignified, even personally, bowed to the Ku Yiren? Question mark. This? Exclamation mark. Simply! Exclamation mark. Ku Yiren's pretty face was also taken aback, some of which could not react. She was also shocked by the decision of the boss in front of her. Xing Zunan bowed his body and saluted, with a solemn expression, and slowly said, Miss Ku, don't worry. Starting today, in this ruling building, I will punish someone and personally supervise. From bottom to top. Justice. Maybe it will be late, but I punish someone to guarantee that it will never be absent. Add more! Exclamation mark. At the same time, thanks. End number 8189, February monthly ticket. Take advantage of the night to steal the heart. February ticket. Yan Wangdian young shopkeeper 1 vote. Ouyang Yuzon 2 votes. Lord Grimwai 2 votes. 2375, 2 votes. 1739, 1 vote. 3191, 2 votes. 2613, 2 votes. 4286, 1 vote. Gentle Knight, 2 votes. 7000, 2 votes. This mobile phone number is good. 0505, 1 vote. 1533, 2 votes. 1733, 2 votes. Boundless Sky, 2 votes. Oofli 1 vote. 6797, 2 votes. 3423, 2 votes. Little Lemon DC, 2 votes. Suave, 1 vote. Confession X, 1 vote. Thank you brothers who voted! Exclamation mark. In November, we topped the monthly pass list! Exclamation mark. How is it? Exclamation mark. Shura Legion, invincible! Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging, invincible! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Chapter 334 Lost Madam and broke down the entrance of Yuanxing Group building. Wang Ning got out of the car, with such a complicated expression. And walked into the group building with Chen Zonging. Because Wang Ning is leading the way. So along the way, my colleagues did not hinder anything, almost unimpeded. Wang has a special status and is a cooperating friend of the sun. No one in the building dared to stop him. That was how Wang Ning took Chen Zong to the door of Go Shou's office by taking the elevator all the way. Wang Ning was about to knock on the door, but Chen Zong directly kicked the door of this extravagant young director's office directly. However, it is disappointing. Go Shou's himself is not there. The female secretary who heard the door kicking hurried over. Seeing that the person was Wang Ning, the secretary hurriedly bowed and saluted. Where is young Master Go Shou's? Wang Ning looked a little anxious and asked the secretary. At this moment, he is being held hostage by Chen Zong. I just want to see Go Shou's early. To get out of the trouble. The sun, in the real estate department. There is a property auction. It is estimated that he will be back in half an hour. The secretary retired and reported respectfully. It took half an hour to hear that, Wang Ning's expression flashed a little hurriedly. Oh, that's the case. Then wait for him a while. Chen Zonggong lit a cigarette and went straight into Go Shou's office in a leisurely manner. The female secretary is new, and she wants to stop ... but she doesn't dare, so she can only let her walk into the son's office. And Wang Ning, standing at the door of the office, looked hesitant. Finally, he followed into the office. Chen Zong didn't have any scruples at all, and directly sat down on the luxurious president chair in Go Shou's office. Rhino's top leather material, with massage function. This chair is worth millions. It is enough to see the luxury of Go Shou's life. Wang, don't stand, sit down. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm and he glanced at Wang Ning and said, the villain dare not. The villain dare? Wang Ning looked cautious and shook his head repeatedly. At this moment, his heart has already reached the cusp of his voice. He is constantly thinking about how to get out. He has a faint hunch, today ... if he can't get out, I'm afraid, I'm going to die completely. Therefore, he is thinking of doing everything to do, and must let himself out. Wang, are you thinking about getting out? Chen Zonggong sat on the chair and lit a cigarette leisurely. Huh? Exclamation mark. Upon hearing these words, Wang Ning's complexion suddenly changed. He looked a little embarrassed, stepped forward cautiously, bowed and saluted. The villain ... The villain dare not think like this. The villain's life, everything is under the command of the husband ... Whatever the husband asks the villain to do, the villain will do. At this time, Wang Ning could only continue to flatter, hoping that his flattery would temporarily paralyze this young man. It's a pity that he flattered and took the wrong subject. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, sitting at Go Shou's desk, and slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Then, Wang ... You can jump out of this window. Wang Ning, this is the 60th floor. Jump out of this window? Question mark. Can there be a way to survive? Exclamation mark. Wang Ning's body trembled and trembled, but his steps were involuntarily ... taken back a step. At this moment, he wanted to escape. He is vaguely aware that he is today afraid that there is no way to survive. It was too late to say. Then, Wang Ning, with a complex complexion, suddenly turned around suddenly, rushed towards the door of the president's office and fled. At this time, what dignity, what status, what rights ... He doesn't need it anymore. At this time today, he just wanted to escape. Zheng. But, just in the middle of the lightning, a silver glow instantly cut through Wang Ning's profile and shot past along the arc. Glang! The devil-may-cry dagger was fiercely inserted into the wall in front of Wang Ning. At that moment, Wang Ning's body trembled, and her whole body almost fell to the ground. A scarlet mouth of blood slowly emerged on his cheek. Wang, don't worry about leaving. Now that you are here, wait for young Master Go. You are not. Do you really want to see him? The corners of Chen Zongying's mouth raised an arc. Wow! His figure seemed to move instantaneously, and he teleported to Wang Ning abruptly, and directly pinched Wang Ning's neck. Wang Ning was struggling violently all over, and his neck was about to be choked off. Sir Rao, bypass me. Wang Ning's face was pale, her voice trembled, and her trachea was about to be cut off. Chen Zongwang's eyes were light, and he directly lifted him to the floor-to-ceiling window. Hey! With a cry, Chen Zongxing pressed Wang Ning's head on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. Wow! With a sound, the thick and sturdy tempered floor-to-ceiling windows were directly smashed and burst into pieces. And Wang Ning's head was miserable. His head is full of blood, and countless pieces of glass are inserted. It is extremely miserable. This dignified police, the judge who used to be in charge of black and white, at this moment, turned into such a miserable appearance. This is simply Wang. Remember, what was your vow to join? Chen Zong pinched Wang Ning's neck, his eyes calm and indifferent, staring at him, and slowly asked. Wang Ning's whole face was miserable, and his entire face was red with blood. His voice was trembling and trembling. Loyal to China, loyal to the people, loyal to 20 and loyal to black and white. loyal to the morality of heaven and earth. This entry oath was taken when he took the 20 exam and training that year. Also, every must keep the vows in mind. Wang Ning also remembered, but did not forget. However, this sentence came out of his Wang Ning's mouth. But it seemed so mocking. Hearing Wang Ning tremblingly read this oath, the corners of Chen Zong's mouth were even more mocking. Oh, Wang really remembered it in his heart. Then Wang, do you know? Betraying China, betraying the people, the fate of betraying 20 and Chen Zong's complexion suddenly condensed. His voice carries a horrible coercive killing machine. Puff. Wang Ning couldn't bear it at all. His chest was stuffy, and he spouted a big mouthful of scarlet. The scarlet blood splashed on the floor-tossling windows, and the entire floor-tossling windows of the office were stained blood red, extremely hideous. At this moment, Wang Ning was terrified and trembling. He finally felt the crisis of death. Betrayed China, betrayed the people. Betrayed black and white notarization. What's the end? Exclamation mark. According to the law, when cut! Exclamation mark. No. Don't kill me. Sir. Don't kill me. Wang Ning's voice was horrified, trembling and begging for mercy. Exclamation mark. Don't kill me, MOS staff. I have honor. You can't kill me. At this time, Wang Ning was completely panicked and trembling. Under the huge panic and will to survive, he tremblingly moved out of his identity position, trying to save his life through his position. I am OS staff after all. It's a paid member. If you want to move him, then you must also. Someone above S comes through layers of trials in order to take him down. Exclamation mark. Sure Legion Reader Group, 310,745,503. In addition, Chen Zongong is asking for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. The monthly ticket breaks 250 today, and it will be added in the evening. Exclamation mark. Chapter 335. Come personally. Bow down. Go Shows was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. However, at the same time, a few kilometers away, Lujizui Financial District on the other side of the Huangpu River, in the Ku Group building, the colleagues in the entire building, after hearing the news of the victory, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The gloom that was suppressed in everyone's minds for several days was finally dispelled today. The group won the case, and this battle lasted for several days. In the past few days, the group has encountered unprecedented commercial attacks. Various breaches of contract caused panic in the entire building. All my colleagues were almost suppressed and collapsed. Today, the verdict finally won. The group's pressure on public opinion finally receded. Who doesn't have a storm? Xiudian Kai Siming. This pass, the Ku group finally survived. At this moment, the Ku Yiren did not relax. She returned to the office and began to urgently deal with the copywriting and materials accumulated these days. As the president of the 100 billion market capitalization group, she holds several positions. It is necessary to focus on the research of medical projects, but also to take time to deal with business plans and arrange the progress of the company. In addition to not being able to take care of daily life, she is almost an all-round woman in business work. As for Chen Zonging, he returned to the office next door and lit a cigarette, pulled out a copy of Warring States Policy from the bookshelf, and continued to read it. There is Yan Yu Iu in the book, and the Golden House in the book. It seems that only in the book can he kill time. However, the Kus building on this day did not calm down. Instead, it becomes more noisy and annoying. At noon, an extended Lincoln sedan slowly stopped at the gate of the Ku Group. The chairman of Blue Sky Pharmaceutical personally came to the scene and came to apologize. Immediately after that, within 10 minutes, another luxury Audi A8 executive car came to a halt. The chairman of China Resources Pharmaceutical also came to the door in person. Then, the boss of Ruifing R&D China Rare Chemical Group, CEO Gai Zong Gai Pharmaceutical Group, CEO. One by one bosses worth tens of billions, come personally. This scene is simply. The entire gate of the Ku Group was almost full of luxury cars. Hundreds of various luxury cars, hundreds of cooperating bosses, personally came to the door, apologized. Such scenes are simply unprecedented. A few days ago, this group of partners also severely cut off all cooperation ties with the Ku Group. Treachery. Today, after the lawsuit was lost, all of these hundreds of groups came to the door and apologized personally. Just kidding, this the crime of breach of contract and cooperation. They can't afford it. This is not only to compensate several times the contract fines, also suffer a severe blow to business reputation. From now on, this group of companies will be blacklisted by banks, and even bridges and loans will be a problem. They can't afford the consequences. Previously, because of Goshos's pressure, and Goshos patted his chest to ensure that the Ku Group would lose the case. So this group of partners are willing to stand on the side of Farstar Group. But it turned out to be fucking. At this moment Goshos that himself has lost the lawsuit. To compensate the Ku Group with 3 billion, where would they dare to die? The little Luo following them, hastily changed the direction of the wind and continued to switch to the Ku Group. I hope to reconnect with the Ku Group. It can be said that the grass on the wall. The wind blows on both sides. Hundreds of corporate bosses personally came to the Ku Group, trying to meet the chairman Ku Huihai, and personally came to apologize. However, Ku Huihai at this time disappeared without a trace on the grounds of studying abroad. Let the hundreds of bosses all have a closed door. Of course, Ku Huihai is indeed not in the company at this time. He had already taken the opportunity to return home, sitting on the sofa of the Ku's villa at this time, drinking tea one after another. His wife Luo Xiangnan sat aside, patiently making tea for him. That group of bastards. A few days ago, they were extremely arrogant. And they wanted to cut off cooperation with me one by one. All of them were arrogant. Ku Huihai was obviously still angry at this time, lying in a chair. Sarcastically said, "Quite your anger. The mall is just like this, intriguing me. Be careful in the future." His wife Luo Xiangnan persuaded patiently. "Anyway, those old bastards, I am missing. Want to apologize to me? No way." Ku Huihai waved his hand and took another sip of hot tea. "I got older and my stubborn temper came." Anyway, he didn't care about this matter today. If those old people want to apologize, go to their own daughter. Thinking of those old people who are over 100 years old, apologizing to their daughters respectfully. Ku Huihai feels happy to think about it. Those old things flew separately in the face of disaster, so they had to rub their spirits. Want to apologize? Want to talk? Everything. Look for his daughter Ku Yiren. At this time, the Ku Group building was on the 19th floor. It has almost been blocked by hundreds of chairmen of the board. Everyone originally wanted to see his old friend Ku Huihai. After all, Ku Huihai is the chairman of the Ku Group, and back then, their old partners all knew Ku Huihai, and only then did they negotiate a cooperation agreement. But as a result, everyone had a closed door. The secretary informed that Ku Huihai had gone abroad. None of the hundreds of chairmen present could see Ku Huihai. Moreover, Ku Huihai left a sentence, "To talk, find my daughter." This! Simply. At the scene, the faces of hundreds of chairmen of the board suddenly became a little complicated. At any rate, they are in their 50s. They were all from those old gangs and lakes back then. They came to the door and apologized to Ku Huihai. It was an apology among peers, and it was normal. But, Ku Yiren... What is that? Ku Yi people, in the eyes of these old rivers and lakes, is just a young girl who just came out of the stove. Let them. Half of their feet stepped into the old rivers and lakes of the coffin, to ask Ku Yi to apologize? This trademark. The elders ask the younger generations to apologize? This trademark. Deceiving people too much. On the spot, there was the chairman of a certain group, blowing his beard and staring with anger, and slammed away on the spot. But as a result, as soon as I walked to the elevator door, I thought of the huge compensation for breach of contract. Then, the chairman of a certain group. He shrugged his face and walked back with a complex expression. What the hell? No one can afford the consequences of breach of contract. At this moment, hundreds of chairmen have no other choice. If they don't see the QE, they will bear huge compensation for them. This is simply cutting meat. Under tremendous pressure, these old gangs could only bite the bullet and came to the door of Kuyiran's president's office. But, I just came to the office. He was stopped by Secretary Sung's chairman. Sorry. With a hint of apology on her face, Sung said, we, President Ku, are dealing with official duties. Very busy. It is not convenient to meet you. Heard this. The expressions of all the chairmen of the board changed in unison. What the hell? You don't plan to see them at all? Exclamation mark. It's too deceiving. A group of them ... They also have a reputation in the business world. Today, I personally bowed to my knees and came to apologize. The result was even rejected by the little girl with yellow hair from Kuyi. 2 votes for tail number 2931, 1662 votes, 8099 1 vote, 3673 votes, 3907 votes, 9592 votes, California 1 vote, 7014 2 votes, 7786 1 vote, 1 vote for foreigners, 4057 2 votes, 5654 votes, 1875 2 votes, Lonely Meteor 1 ticket, Coco 520's 2 tickets, Fenya Dang 1 ticket, 5776 votes, 2 votes without a name, 00762 2 votes, X5B 2 votes, 1137 2 votes, 6865 2 votes, I have set foot on the top of the mountain 2 votes, Call Me Yeej 2 votes, Hypocrisy 7471 2 votes. Thanks to the big brother who voted above! Exclamation mark. Kuyi people love you. Kuyiran, men gods, ask for monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. As long as you vote for a monthly pass, I will introduce my sister Shuangxia to you. Chapter 336. You can't afford it. Kuyi said that he was busy at work and couldn't meet him. The expressions of all the old Jianghu chairmen of the scene suddenly changed. But at this time, they had no other choice. I can only wait. Hundreds of chairmen can only wait outside the door of the president's office, waiting impatiently. Outside the office, the entire corridor was almost crowded with chairmen. Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed. But Kuyiran still had no intention to meet. Outside the door, hundreds of chairmen looked a little impatient, but they were angry but didn't dare to speak out. No way. Who made them lose the lawsuit? If you get angry, you don't need to talk about it. Wait for dozens of times the contract amount to be compensated. For the money, in order to continue to cooperate, all the chairmen can only swallow their anger. The chairman of the board of directors, who were more than half 100 years old, one by one, suffocated, and their faces were blue and suffocated. Not to mention how weird. Inside the Kiss Manor, Kuei was not idle either. He had ordered the secretary long ago and asked the secretary to secretly turn on the phone camera and broadcast the scene in the hallway directly to him via WeChat video. At this moment, Kuei was lying on the sofa, watching the video, the old and immortal chairman, looking somber and vomiting blood but not daring to act. Don't mention Kuei is so cool. Wang Guodong, I make you arrogant on weekdays. I called me 2 days ago and said that when I was about to break the contract, I was so arrogant. Now I can't stand obediently outside the door of my daughter's office. Kuei was holding a mobile phone in his hand, looking at the old Jianghu chairman. The smiles at the corners of his mouth couldn't be covered. This is so exciting. His wife Liu Xiangnan sat aside, looking at her husband inexplicably. A group of elders over half 100 years old have been fighting secretly for so many years. Now, this group of old rivers and lakes have finally eaten a fiercely closed door. Group, Is it that you will default if you want to breach the contract? Do you want to throw away the rotten persimmon? Since the contract has been breached, there is a price to pay. At the beginning, you were indifferent to the Q group. Now, the Q group makes you unable to climb high. Q group, 99th floor. Hundreds of chairpersons just stood in front of the corridor, abruptly. From 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they stood and waited. One stop is 5 hours. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, stand until 6 o'clock in the evening. But that Kuyiran is still working. In front of the office, 2 bodyguards in neat suits stood guard at the door. No chairman should be close. As soon as he approached, he was stopped by a bodyguard and forbidden to enter. The chairman of the group, standing in front of the corridor, their legs were almost limp. A large group of directors who are over 100 years old are extremely embarrassed and complicated. There is anger. Anyway, everyone's face. Everyone is good looking. This is simply bullying. At any rate, they are also the most powerful businessmen in this southern part of the Yangtze River. Everyone present, who is not worth billions. Tens of billions. The sum of so many chairmen is worth $1 trillion. They are respected by countless people in the company on weekdays. Even if you go out, it is also a special car to pick you up and enjoy the glory and wealth. But today, they are so angry in this Q family. This is simply, at any rate, it was a group of old heroes over 100 years old who suffered such humiliation. This is simply true. Unreasonable. Unreasonable. This Kuyiran is simply too much. I can't wait anymore. The big deal is not to cooperate anymore. Who is afraid of whom? The Shanghai Sea is so big. Is there only one Q group that can cooperate? A chairman with a pale face, squatting on the corridor floor and smoking hard smoke! Exclamation mark. However, he still had no intention of getting up and leaving. It is impossible for him to really leave. This is not a matter of cooperation, but a matter of multiple compensation. According to the terms of the contract, if he doesn't cooperate ... then his company may go bankrupt in the face of huge compensations of several times. At this time, it was already evening and dusk. The setting sun has already fallen, and the sky is getting dim outside the French windows in the corridor. The expressions of all the chairmen of the board of directors turned out to be a little ugly. This fucking From 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it's already been waited until 6 o'clock in the evening. Unacceptable. It's too deceiving. A large group of chairmen almost waited to vomit blood. They are a large group of old heroes. But they were fooled by a young girl who had just fledgling. This fucking ... It's simply. However, just when these hundreds of chairmen were about to collapse, the door of the president's office finally ... slowly opened. Kuyiran, dressed in a black all-uniform dress, long hair cape, and stepped on silver high heels, stood at the door so calmly. She finally came out. In front of the corridor, the hundreds of chairmen who had been chattering and complaining suddenly quieted down. Complaining goes to complaining. But at this moment, their power of life and death is in the hands of Kuyi. In order to seek continued cooperation, they can only swallow their breath at this time. Miss Ku waited for you all afternoon. What a big air! An old chairman, holding back his anger, coldly spit out. He was also regarded as Kuihui's brother at the time, and he has been cooperating with the Q group for more than 10 years. Back then, when Kuyi was a little girl, he used to call his uncle. Over the years, he has watched Kuyiran transform from a little yellow-haired girl to the president of the group. Standing at the door of the office, Kuyiran glanced at the chairman with her beautiful eyes. Donglan, if you feel unhappy, you can leave. Kuyiran's voice was calm, without any demands, and said lightly, "You." The chairman Lan was suffocated by these words, and his face was ashen. If he could, he really wanted to wave his hand in anger and left. But this fucking, it's just a fantasy. The reality is that he dared not leave at all. What the hell? If he leaves, his group can't afford the billions of fines for breach of contract. I have to bow my head. The Blue Dong's face was sullen, and he resisted and swallowed his anger. Xiao Ku, before our cooperation. So what? There may be some misunderstanding. Look, Are we continuing to cooperate? The chairman stepped forward, suppressed his unwillingness, and said in a calm and gentle tone. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes glanced at him lightly. Call me Mr. Ku. The chairman present. This Kuyaran, today, is to make it clear, put up the air, not to give everyone a good face. Yiren, I had a little misunderstanding before, just let it go. Come on, let's sign the renewal contract first. You, Uncle Wang, and I have been working with your father for many years and have an old friend relationship. Let's continue to cooperate, continue to make money. Chairman Wang climbed up and said with a smile. Back then, he and Ku Huihai were old friends in the mall. When Kuyaran was still a female doll, they bought some toys for Kuyaran. I believe that with this relationship, you should always give some face. Sorry, the company has distinct ranks. Please call me Mr. Ku. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm and reminded again. This, is it the rhythm of business affairs? Exclamation mark. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Thank you brothers for your monthly pass support! Exclamation mark. In addition, the monthly pass was overtaken. Brothers, ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. There will be more in the evening. Chapter 337. In his own way, he will be treated in the same way. Sorry, the company has distinct ranks. Please call me Mr. Ku. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm and reminded again. The complexion of Chairman Wang became a little embarrassing. Anyway, he bought toys for the little girl Kuyaran. Now, this girl has grown up, but has become so resolute. This is simply. In front of the corridor, the remaining hundreds of chairpersons also looked a little complicated and embarrassed. Looking at Kuyaran's expression and gesture, today's things ... I'm afraid ... it's not good. President Ku ... before, it was our group who was reckless and clumsy ... so, that cooperation ... look ... Shall we continue? Yes, Mr. Ku, after all, everyone wants to eat. If we don't cooperate, the Ku group will run out of business, and everyone will lose out. It's better to continue to cooperate for mutual benefit and win-win. The other chairman of the board also spoke up. Hundreds of chairmen wanted to persuade Kuyaran to continue to reach a cooperation agreement. But Kuyaran, with her beautiful eyes calm, spit out a word. Sorry, if we don't cooperate, I have nothing to do with the Ku group. By terminating cooperation with you, my Ku group can still receive hundreds of billions of compensation. Therefore, it is you who hurt you, not my Ku group. Kuyaran's voice is calm and magnetic, slowly speaking word by word. As soon as this statement came out, in front of the corridor, the expressions of hundreds of chairmen suddenly became a little embarrassed. Is this the rhythm of tearing the face? It's really not giving me the slightest affection. The faces of these chairmen at this time ... not to mention how embarrassing they are. Those present. Anyhow, they are all powerful businessmen who have been famous for decades. Which one of them went out? Not majestic. But today, they have been so targeted by a little yellow-haired girl who is only in her 20s, and being speechless. This is simply, they don't want face in the old world. It's senior at any rate. Give me some face, right? But in Kuyaran, it was really not giving any affection, leaving no room at all. This is simply too much. Mr. Ku, if you lose our old partners, your company, I am afraid it will be difficult to move forward. Without cooperation, how do you expand the scale? A chairman said with a grimace and dissatisfaction. Indeed, this is also true. Business is dependent on all industrial links and auxiliary vehicles. Upstream medicinal material suppliers, midstream medicinal material lead equipment manufacturers, downstream medicinal material manufacturers, and terminal sellers. An entire industrial chain is interlocking and indispensable. If one of them breaks, the entire pharmaceutical industry will be interrupted. The Ku group, on the other hand, assumes the function of a medicinal material manufacturer in this industry chain. Kushi Group is the largest manufacturer of medicinal materials in the Jiangnan area. Research and develop medicinal materials and manufacture medicinal materials. Form a huge business empire. If the Ku Group withdraws, the entire industrial chain will be broken. Previously, these hundreds of suppliers would terminate their contracts only because of Goshos's coercion and temptation, and his promise to establish a medicinal material manufacturing company to fill the functions of the Ku Group. So everyone is willing to agree. But at this moment, the lawsuit was lost. Goshos can hardly protect himself. Where else is there any idea to establish a medicinal material manufacturing company? These hundreds of companies are also facing huge compensation for breach of contract, so they can only bashfully come to Kiwi, hoping to renegotiate cooperation. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were indifferent, and he glanced at the chairman slowly. The corner of her mouth raised a faint arc. Don't bother everyone. Even if you don't cooperate with your company, my Ku Group will find new partners again. She paused, her voice calm, and said slowly, the Jiangnan is very big, not necessarily ... You have to look for cooperative pharmaceutical companies in Shanghai and Shanghai. Outside the Jiangnan, East China ... There are many companies and there are many opportunities for cooperation. Upon hearing this sentence, the expressions of all the directors present changed a bit. This! This is to fall into trouble. Kuyaran, the little girl, actually wanted to go to other provinces in the south of the Yangtze River to find a partner? This is indeed a way to deal with conflicts. But, this is ... too ruthless, right? The expressions of all the chairmen of the board have become embarrassing. What the hell? Is it going to kill them all? In this way, the Ku Group can kill two birds with one stone. Both can get hundreds of billions of huge compensation, can also seek new opportunities. And these hundreds of cooperative units ... I am afraid they will be completely finished. After facing huge compensation, how many companies will go bankrupt? This Kuya's heart is too cruel. Your father and I are family friends ... It's not necessary ... Is it so troublesome? An old chairman looked a little ugly, and said slowly, is it possible to betray your faith and put people to death? Kuyaran asked calmly, staring at the old chairman. The old chairman was speechless when asked. He had a complex expression, his face was green, and he hesitated. We ... We also had to ... We were threatened by Yuanxing Group Goshos ... We are helpless. The old chairman began to complain. Hundreds of chairmen who were present followed and nodded one after another. Yeah, Mr. Ku. We were forced to be helpless. If it weren't for the Fastar Group, we wouldn't dare. After all, we have been cooperating for so many years. These old Jianghu chairmen sighed helplessly and began to play poor emotional cards. Pity these old rivers and lakes, arrogant and domineering outside. But today, at this time, they have to be solo in front of a girl in her 20s. If this spreads out, all of them will lose the face of the chairman. Kuyaran just stood in front of the office, looking at the group of old chairmen faintly, pretending to be pitiful. Seeing the look of these old gangs selling miserably. I don't know why, she was faintly mocked. The corners of the beautiful red lips raised a sneer. The cooperation with Yuanxing Group, to put it mildly, was coerced by Goshos. To say ugly is that interests come first. Goshos threw out profits and solicited them. How can they not accept these chairmen? The interests of the world are bustling. Everyone lives for profit. It's just that Kuyi people are disappointed. These, one by one, the chairman of the board who claimed to have had a close relationship with his father for many years, in the face of interests, can forget the friendship and cooperation. This made her feel cold. At this moment, the mood has reversed. It was the turn of this group of old chairmen, who came to intercede. Shikui, how can she be soft-hearted? She learned this trick from Mr. Chen next door. In the way of a person, he is also treated as a person. Everyone, it's okay if you want to talk. Kuyaran suddenly said softly and spit out a word. In front of the corridor, hundreds of chairmen of the board were quiet, looking expectantly at Kuyaran. Are you going to let go? As long as we can talk about cooperation, everything is easy to say. All the chairmen of the board were very cooperative and all quieted down, quietly waiting for Kuyiran to speak. If you want to continue to cooperate with our group, the commission for all contracts will be doubled. Kuyiran's beautiful eyes were calm, and he said slowly, add more! Thanks to the following monthly voter, me who can't fly, 2 votes. According to the capital, 2 votes. 8,969. 1 vote. 2,362 votes. A lifetime of floating dreams. 1 vote. 6,177. 2 votes. Archia 1 vote. Get a vote without a name. G Forest 2 tickets. 1 ticket for crossing the small forest cat. Purple Salt Star 2 tickets. 2,063. 2 votes. Haha can't afford 2 votes. 2 votes away from sexual assault. Xangbation gets a vote. 8,942. 2 votes. 0166, 2 votes. It's none other than Lee, 2 votes. Thank you brothers! The second place was overtaken again. How can the Shura Legion recognize council? Brothers, Chapter 338. There is no difference between life and death. If you want to continue to cooperate with our group, the commission for all contracts will be doubled. When Ku Yi said this sentence, the expressions of all the chairmen of the audience suddenly changed! The expressions of hundreds of people have become extremely embarrassing! This, what the fuck? This is taking the opportunity to blackmail, double the commission for all contracts? This is simply, then, don't the profits of these hundreds of companies have to be doubled? All the money was earned by her group. So what else do they picture? This is too much. Sit on the floor and start the price. Mr. Ku. You are too much, right? An old chairman finally couldn't hold it back anymore. Angrily, immediately afterwards, several other chairmen followed their dissatisfaction. Just can't do business like this. Mr. Ku, we are also family friends anyhow. We have been working together for so many years. You are crossing the river to demolish the bridge. That's right. This is a local start. How can this be? In front of the corridor, the chairman of the board was dissatisfied with words. But Kuyiran folded her hands on her chest, looked around her beautiful eyes, and then faintly replied, sorry, I just sit on the floor and raise the price. You ... will it or not? It has nothing to do with me. The whole scene fell silent for a moment. The expressions of the chairman of the board who were present became even more embarrassing. This is simply, it's just outrageous. This Ku Yi is too much. All the chairmen of the board were stern and indignant. There was anger, but at this time, they didn't dare to attack. Holding back the anger, very suffocated anger. Kuyiran didn't care about the expressions of these directors at this time. She looked around with beautiful eyes. He said lightly, sorry, guys, I'm very busy. I'm getting off work now. It doesn't matter whether we cooperate or not. Please come to Linzai to find me after you think about it. Please do it yourself. With that, her eyes were calm and indifferent, and surrounded by 2 bodyguards, she left the scene directly. Only the chairmen in this corridor were left, with ugly faces and staring at each other. The group is downstairs. The Mercedes-Benz fleet has stopped at the door, and the bodyguards and drivers have waited respectfully for a long time. Chen Zongzong with a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes calmly leaning against the door of the Maybach car, faintly puffing out smoke rings. 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits stood on both sides, waiting respectfully. At this moment, in the building, a beautiful figure stepped on high heels and walked out. Long hair, shawl, whole uniform, black stockings and long legs, silver stilettos. She is beautiful like a flower. At this time, the Kuyiran, don't mention how happy the mood is. Just now, at the door of the office, the group of chairmen was stunned severely. These days, the emotions suppressed in her heart seemed to be pouring out instantly. At this time, She is extremely refreshed. The lawsuit was won. Go shows his commercial siege was self-defeating. Those hundreds of partners came to the door in person and begged to continue their cooperation. This scene of good news has made Kuyi people more comfortable than ever. Even when I stepped on high heels, there was a shallow arc on the edge of the beautiful red lips. Sorry, Mr. Chen. Kept you waiting for a long time. Kuyiren came to Chenzong with a beautiful body, bowed gently, and apologized. In front of anyone, Kuyiren can put on the cold air of a female president. But only in front of Chen Zonging, her female president's airs are completely absent. Only respectful. No problem. Chen Zonging's eyes were indifferent, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. It seems that he is not too impatient to wait. A bodyguard opened the Maybach door for him. Chen Zonging looked indifferent, and went straight into the luxurious bulletproof car. Kuyiren blinked her beautiful eyes, and then got into the car. The Mercedes-Benz started slowly and drove away towards the twilight street. Sitting in the car, Kuyiren feels very comfortable today. She turned her beautiful eyes lightly and glanced at Mr. Chen, who was smoking. Sir, these days ... Thank you. Kuyiren's voice solemnly said slowly. These days, thanks to Chen Zong being by her side, protecting her and sharing her pressure. What moved Kuyiren even more was that Chen Zong could even spend 5 billion yuan for her. To bribe Wang Ning. Everything, just to help her. Although, Chen Zonging explained afterwards that the money was borrowed by a friend, and Wang Ning has already returned 5 billion. However, this scene left a trace in Kuyiren's heart. Chen Zong ignored her, still sitting in the car, puffing out smoke rings on his own. Except for drinking and smoking. www.mentalnovel.com. In his life, there are no other joys in life, as if, like a walking dead. The daily routine of life is like a robot, sir. Excessive nicotine intake. It can cause cardiovascular disease. It can also cause lung problems. If you can, why don't you smoke less? Kuyiren's magnetic voice was soft, and slowly reminded and persuaded. When she said this, even herself was a little surprised. I have always respected Mr. Chen very much. On weekdays, I almost never dare to say such things. But today, for some reason ... she persuaded Mr. Chen to stop smoking. She is a top scholar of medical biology, and no one knows the harm of cigarettes to the human body better than she. It seemed that it was out of concern, so she persuaded Mr. Chen. However, in the Maybach car, Chen Zonging still looked indifferent and ignored Kuyiren's persuasion. His eyes were cold, and he spit out a smoke ring. There is no difference between living and death. People living are waiting for death. He suddenly uttered a word in a cold and deep tone. When, hear this sentence. Kuyi was a little stunned. Her beautiful eyes were stunned, and she stared at Mr. Chen beside her blankly. There is no difference between living and death. People are waiting for death when they are alive. For the first time, she heard such a cold ... negative answer. A person must be cold-blooded and ruthless ... How far he is not afraid of death to speak such a cold tone. Could it be that Mr. Chen, he really doesn't care about being alive? This man. At this moment, Kuyiren felt the death breath of Mr. Chen for the first time. This man, not so much alive, rather, is waiting for death. What has he experienced? Can such a powerful and terrifying character willingly ... wait for the arrival of death? Sir, tonight, shall we go out to eat? Kuyiren hesitated for a long time, then said suddenly. In fact, she didn't know why, so she said this sentence inexplicably. Today, the Ku group has come back to life. Logically, she should celebrate. However, at this moment, she suddenly discovered that there was no one beside her. There is not even one person who can share the happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. She went to great lengths to work hard and research projects. In the end, I found that I was just alone. Sometimes, a woman who is too strong will cause her to become more lonely. There is no one who can match her with her. There is no friend who can match it. She is like a lonely rose, blooming alone. Inside the Maybach car, Chen Zong's eyes were calm and he took a deep breath of cigarette. Then, He turned his head, his eyes calm and indifferent, just staring at Kuyiran. Sure, a legion, 310,745,503. Don't get lost in the group chasing books. Regularly update the extra. Chapter 339, Straight Man in Steel. Why do you need to explain? Inside the Maybach car, Chen Zongzong's eyes were cold, and he slowly turned his head to stare at Kuyiran. Kuyi's heart beats slightly. She was a little nervous and a little disturbed. At this moment she suddenly regretted it. My own remarks are almost superfluous. How could Mr. Chen go to dinner with himself? If your husband doesn't want to, then forget it. Kuyiran quickly changed his words and said. But Chen Zonging, but his eyes were indifferent, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Then he returned 2 words, whatever you want. What? Kuyiran was taken aback for a while, and it took a long time to react. Mr. Chen said ... whatever? ? What does it mean? He doesn't object. This means. He agreed. Mr. Chen, this is promised. At first, she was a little uneasy and even rejected the proposal by herself. But at this time, Chen Zong's 2 answers obviously stunned her. Mr. Chen, would he agree to his request? Accompany yourself to dinner? Well, then let's. How about going to eat hot pot? At this moment, Kuyiran's beautiful face flashed with expectation. Asked carefully, Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring, and replied 3 words, not disgusted. A hint of joy flashed across Kuyi's pretty face, and she said to the driver with a magnetic voice, Uncle Wu, turn around ... go to Haidilao Hot Pot. The driver nodded, and through the walkie-talkie, gave the order to the bodyguard convoy behind. The Mercedes-Benz team turned around slowly and drove all the way towards Haidilao Hot Pot. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz fleet drove slowly into the IFC Mall. In the underground garage, the Mercedes-Benz team stopped slowly and quite steadily. A large group of bodyguards escorted Kuyiran and Chen Zong to get out of the car. You guys, let's go to the neighborhood for dinner first. Kuyiran had beautiful eyes and handed a bank card to Yang Feng. The bodyguard leader signaled them to eat nearby. Everyone has worked hard these days. Arrange for everyone to eat better, and the bill is on my head. Kuyi said slowly with a magnetic voice. These days, the bodyguards are vigilant and protective. It is indeed under a lot of pressure. Let them take a few hours off tonight. Let them go out for a good meal and relax. Moreover, this dinner is a private meal. She didn't want to be disturbed by the bodyguards, so she let the bodyguards go out to eat and rest for a long time. Anyway, with Mr. Chen by her side, she was not worried about her personal safety at all. Then, thank you Miss. Yang Feng bowed his body respectfully, took the Kuyiran's bank card, and then left with the group of bodyguards all the way to dinner. And Kuyiran, together with Chen Zonging, took the elevator and slowly came to the 4th floor of the mall. Haidilao Hot Pot is a well-known chain hot pot restaurant. The Haidilao of IFC Mall is located in the food area on the 4th floor. In fact, it is the first time that Kuyi people have come here to eat. For a female president who can't eat fireworks, she usually goes in and out of high-end hotel and Western restaurants, and almost never has the opportunity to come to this kind of street chain hot pot restaurant and enjoy authentic hot pot delicacies. This is inconsistent with her life temperament, 2 completely different lives. She too, by chance, saw the pictures of my sister Kushwang's moments and saw the pictures of Jugong Hot Pot, which made me a little curious. Today taking this opportunity to take Mr. Chen together to taste it. However, when the 2 came to the door of the Haidilao Hot Pot restaurant, they only found out the business of this shop is surprisingly good. The number of people waiting in line for the meal spread all the way from the entrance of the store to the outside. Kuyi was a little confused. It was the first time she came to eat this kind of chain hot pot. How did you know that there are so many people in line? Sir I'm sorry, I thought I thought there was no need to line up. Kuyiran said slightly apologetically. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, and he didn't seem to care. No problem. Wait a minute. Kuiran was taken aback for a moment, but didn't seem to be angry when he saw her husband. Then he walked to the front desk cautiously and reserved a table number. The two of them just stood at the door of the hot pot restaurant, waiting. However, at this moment, suddenly, a delicate and lovely little girl, holding a large bouquet of retail flowers in both hands, approached Chen Zonging and whispered, "Big brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful, buy a bunch of flowers for this sister?" When the Kuiran on the side heard these words, her pretty face was a dazed ... girlfriend? Then her delicate face was slightly red. This little girl obviously misunderstood something. Misunderstood the two of them as lovers. Kui wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain. And the little girl raised her head, holding a bunch of roses, just standing in front of Chen Zonging, looking at him expectantly. Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring, turned his eyes slightly, and glanced at the little girl in front of him. The gazes of the two big and small people just stared at each other. "Big brother, buy a bunch." The little girl seemed to be completely unafraid of Chen Zong's icy appearance, and continued to look forward to pleadingly. Chen Zonging looked indifferent and took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly and slowly took out his wallet and pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from it. It is estimated that there are more than a dozen. He handed the paper money directly to the little girl. Then, with his right hand, gently drew a rose from the little girl's hand. The little girl is holding the stack of money in her hand, her pretty face a little confused. The Kuyi on the side is also a bit embarrassed. The little girl was dumbfounded. This big brother ... gave so much money? What Kuiran is dumbfounded is that Mr. Chen actually really bought flowers? That ... big brother, a flower? You don't need so much money. The little girl said softly, "Here it is for you." Chen Zonging's voice was calm and indifferent, as if with a slight threat. The little girl was taken aback by fright. She didn't dare to speak anymore. Chen Zong picked up the bunch of flowers. The Kuiran on the side had a pretty face flushed, and his heartbeat accelerated slightly. This is Mr. Chen. The first time he bought flowers for himself. She has been single so far, and I don't know how many men's flowers have been rejected. But for some reason, today, she was willing to accept the little flower that Mr. Chen gave to herself. Kuiran's jade hand was gently raised. Her beautiful eyes were a little complicated and inexplicable. She didn't know if she was right or wrong ... because she had never accepted flowers from a man for so many years. But thinking about it, it should be okay to accept a flower, although the relationship between the two is between the boss and the bodyguard. But, this should be alright. But, just when Kui thought that Mr. Chen would give flowers to himself, as a result, Chen Zong picked up the flowers gently, and slowly stuffed them into the pink hand of the little flower girl. Okay? The atmosphere. Embarrassing. Kuiran? The hand that she had just raised, originally intended to take the flowers, was dull in the air. She was dumbfounded. That little girl who sells flowers is also dumbfounded? Some people say that the plot is too slow. Let me explain. This book is more than just a cool article. It is also an urban essay. I try my best to portray each character in a vivid and three-dimensional way. They have their original personalities, and they can talk and laugh, cry and feel uncomfortable. Not those garbage stallion novels. Therefore, the description of this book is more detailed. Of course, it is also heartily refreshing. Also, the monthly pass was overtaken again. There is a difference of more than 30 tickets from second place. Brothers, ask for a monthly pass! Break 250 monthly tickets today. Add more in the evening. Chapter 2. Chapter 340. Woman, be reserved. Big brother, why did you give me the flowers? The little flower girl asked softly, her pretty face filled with dullness. The Kuiran on the side was embarrassed, standing there at a loss. This scene made her struck by lightning. It's been hit hard. I originally thought that Mr. Chen's flowers would be given to myself. Result? send a 10-year-old girl to you? She is not my girlfriend. This flower is for you, Chen Zhongying said calmly and indifferently. Huh? The little flower girl looked stunned, turned her head, stared at the Kuyiren on the side in a daze. Not a girlfriend? Kuyiren stood there, not to mention how embarrassed it was. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Kuyiren was cruel, and suddenly took out a thick stack of banknotes from her bag and stuffed it directly into the hand of the little flower girl. Then, she drew a rose flower directly from the little girl's hand and handed it directly to Mr. Chen. Send you. Kuyiren was also dazzled at this time, and under the blank of his brain, he directly sent flowers to Chen Zhongying. Since you don't give me away, then my old lady will give you away. Scene, quiet. Around, those onlookers and passers-by cast their surprised and curious eyes. Oh my God! Such a beautiful all-uniform beauty, unexpectedly took the initiative to send flowers to a man? Oh my God! This is almost... Flowers are stuck on the cow dung! This big beauty is too proactive, right? All the men onlookers around had their jaws dropped! This Nima ... is too special, right? Beautiful women take the initiative to send flowers. This is so domineering. Ku Yi had a pretty face and stubborn. At this time, she was completely free of it, holding the flower, and handing it to Chen Zhongying. Such scenes are almost unprecedented. Anyway, it's the daughter-in-chief of the dignified Ku group, worth tens of billions. You are so unreserved. Take the initiative to send flowers to Mr. Chen. At this time, Ku Yi was also in a dilemma. She had no choice but to escape. There was a trace of astonishment in Chen Zhong's cold eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he did not pick up the bunch of flowers. The scene was awkward. The onlookers around were even whispering a bit. Look at it. That man doesn't seem to be willing to pick up flowers. What's the situation? That man is too cold and arrogant, right? That woman is so passive. Such a beautiful beauty. She has confessed so actively. Why is that man indifferent? Hey, it's really a drought caused by drought, and a flood caused by waterlogging. The onlookers around are sour. The women onlookers felt worthless for Kuyiren. The men onlookers are thumping their chests. Numb. Death due to drought and death due to waterlogging! This fucking beautiful women don't even pick up flowers, so they're so pretending, right? There was constant discussion around, and Kuyiren's pretty face became more and more red, and she finally couldn't help it. Her beautiful eyes were a bit complicated and stubborn. With one hand, she was about to take back the bouquet of flowers. If you don't accept it, then forget it. But at this moment, Chen Zhong suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed her snow-white arm. Then, in her stunned gaze, she took the bunch of roses. He gently broke the rose, then inserted it into the left breast pocket of his suit. Woman, be reserved. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he leaned to her ear, spit out these words in a voice that almost only two of them could hear. Kuyiren's pretty face turned red for a moment. At this moment, a complete failure, a complete defeat. All the pride, stubbornness, and wisdom in her heart are all being abused at this moment. The reservedness, arrogance, and face of my own granddaughter-in-chief are gone. In front of this man, lost light. The two at table 310, it's time. At this moment, the waiter shouted at the door of the Haidilao Hot Pot restaurant. Kuyiren lowered her head and glanced at the number 310 dining table paper in her hand. She took advantage of the situation and took Chen Zhongying's arm. I don't know where the courage came from. At this time, she almost gave up. In the emotional drama, it was a fight of wits and courage. At this time, the Ku Yi people had lost their wisdom and only courage was left. Chen Zhongying was obviously taken aback. He didn't expect ... this woman would be so bold as to take her arm. He looked indifferent and slowly turned his head, staring at this woman. Kuyiren pretended not to see it, and ignored her gaze, so he held him, and walked all the way towards the Haidilao hot pot restaurant. At the door of the store, the little flower girl, watched the two enter the door suspiciously. "Is it a girlfriend?" the little girl murmured softly. In the Haidilao hot pot restaurant, until he arrived at the table, Kuyi hurriedly released Chen Zonging's arm. She took the lead and found a place to sit down. Chen Zong's eyes were indifferent, and he slowly sat across the table. At this time, Kuyiren, sitting at the dining table, had a slight blush on her pretty face. She still stayed in the awkward scene just now, and it was difficult to calm her mood. "Sir, what do you want to eat?" Kuyiren used the excuse of ordering to cover up the embarrassment between the two. "Whatever." Chen Zonging faintly spit out a smoke ring, and replied indifferently, "Order dishes, bottom of the pot." The entire process of dining was decided by the Kui people. Chen Zonging sat on the side indifferently, as if he was not interested in everything alive except for murder and missions. "Serve hot pot." Plates of fresh ingredients were also served on the table. Two people, for the first time in this atmosphere, began to enjoy this hearty hot pot. Kuyiren ordered all vegetables, but in order to estimate Mr. Chen's taste, she also ordered a lot of fresh meat. There is hardly any conversation in the hot pot of two people. Just take care of each other, bow their heads to dine. Chen Zonging sat there coldly, like a robot. As for Kuyiren, with a hint of complexity on her pretty face, she wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to talk about. This is an awkward hot pot meal. Kuyiren's long hair is lightly pulled behind her ears, holding a spoon carefully, and boiling the beef. At this time, she was completely different from the temperament of the big president who worked in the office on weekdays. Although she was still wearing an old uniform and skirt, at this time she like a big president who never cannibalized the smoke and fire, transformed into an out-and-out little woman, sitting in a hot pot restaurant with a man for dinner, accompanied by good food, sweet and happy. It's just that the only thing missing is words. At the table, it was too quiet. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Kuyiren gently blanched a piece of beef and put it in Mr. Chen's bowl. "Sir, it's cooked. You can eat it." When this action was completed, Kuyiren's pretty face was slightly flushed. This is the first time she has brought food to a man. This is something that has never happened before in her life. Even at home, to her father, she never picked up food. She is a proud eldest princess with her own stubbornness. She doesn't give people food, not before and not in the future. But tonight, she gave Chen Zongong some food for the first time. Chen Zonging's gaze was slightly stunned. He looked at the piece of cooked fat beef in his bowl. His brow furrowed slightly. At this moment, Kuyiren's heart a little jumped, with a hint of expectation. Unexplainable and complicated. For the first time, she served Mr. Chen with vegetables. "Mr. Chen, can you eat it? Add more to!" "Brothers, beg for a monthly pass!" The Kuyi said that as long as you vote for a monthly pass, I will introduce my sister Ku Shuang to you! As for whether to soak or not, it's all up to you. Chapter 341 I Dare to Kill You. Haidilao hot pot. At the table, Chen Zong's eyes frowned slightly, staring at the fat cow in the bowl. "This, eat." "Still not eating?" He hesitated. He is very annoying, and women take food for themselves. In his eyes, the feeling of being dependent on each other is just a stumbling block. He is a machine. The killing machine. He cannot have any emotional needs. In the eyes of ordinary people, the so-called happiness. In his eyes, it's just a burden. At this moment, Kuyiren picked vegetables for herself. This made him hesitate. Chen Zonging took a deep breath, and finally, he picked up the piece of meat and passed it into his mouth. When seeing this scene, Kuyiren's tight heart only slightly relaxed. The two of them just sat in their hot pot restaurant, eating beef and spicy Szechuan hot pot. Tingling bell. At this moment, Kuyiren's cell phone rang suddenly. Kuyiren wondered if he took out his mobile phone and saw that it was the call from his sister Ku Shuang. She hesitated and answered the phone. "Sister, why don't you go home for dinner tonight? Where are you eating? Kush Wang asked magnetically during the call. Haidilao. Kuyiran replied in a daze. Wow, you secretly carried me to eat. Haidilao. Excessive. Kush Wang Xia on the phone was obviously dissatisfied. I want to eat too. Which Haidilao is the location? Kuyiran was a little stunned. Didn't you eat at home? I'll have a supper. Kush Wang groaned. Kuyiran helplessly, she raised her head and glanced at Mr. Chen. Only after Mr. Chen nodded to answer the request, she finally informed her sister of the address. After half an hour, a beautiful shadow hurried to the Haidilao Hot Pot restaurant with joy. She had a shawl with long pale blonde hair and a Balenciaga baseball cap on her head. A tight-fitting long-sleeved shirt will outline the perfectly developed body. On the lower body, a short black pleated skirt, long and white legs, and a pair of white coconuts that are limited to the world. Here, it is the little girl under Kush Wang. At the age of 19, he already has such a thrilling beauty. If you have been raising it for 2 years, and it has been fully grown, wouldn't it be ... the country and the people? Sister, you are secretly carrying me to eat alone. Kush Wang sat down beside Kuyiran, with a light fragrance on him. The two sisters sat there, like a beautiful landscape. She added a lot of seafood ingredients. This little girl is like a bottomless pit that can't get enough to eat, all of which are a bit more expensive. It was my sister who paid the bill anyway. It's all autumn and November, and you still wear so little. You girl is really... Kuyiran's beautiful eyes glanced at the sister with the big weapon next to him, and sighed. What are you afraid of? My young people are not afraid of the cold. Besides, their men like to watch it. I always have to think about them. The Kuyi who heard this sentence. This hot pot meal took 4 full hours. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the three got up and left Haidilao. Kush Wang held her sister's arm, and the two sisters cuddled together, which was simply a beautiful scenery in the mall. As long as the men who passed by, their eyes were attracted by this pair of beautiful sisters. Chen Zonging followed him indifferently, with a cigarette in his mouth, his hands in his trouser pockets, without the slightest mood swing. Sister, let's go to the movies. Schwarzenegger's Terminator, Dark Fate has just been screened recently. Kush Wang shook her sister's jade arm and said coquettishly. Kuyiran turned his gaze to Mr. Chen. Watching movies is no problem, but the problem is that Mr. Chen is also here. This must be approved by Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, do you watch a movie? Kuyiran hesitated and asked. Chen Zonging hasn't answered yet. Kush Wang took the lead and stepped forward and took Chen Zong's arm. Brother Chen, let's watch it together. It's very beautiful. The action movies are all thrilling battle scenes. You definitely like it. Chen Zong gently pushed Kush Wang away with his hand. He did not answer. It was a tacit understanding. I didn't want to watch it. He killed countless all his life. How can you go to the movies? Can you hear the explanation? Under Kush Wang ... Is it an action blockbuster? Then he raised a little interest. He is a killer himself. Killer? Rarely look in the mirror. It is even rarer to watch the murder from the film and television works. The killer does not need to be compared. Every time he kills is unique. But today, the two sisters of Kuyiran insist on watching a movie. Chen Zong couldn't refuse, because he was a bodyguard. So ... Then he could only go in with the two sisters. Anyway, he didn't want to watch the movie, so he was sitting in the theater and performing security tasks. Kush Wang Xia skillfully bought 3 movie tickets from Mechun, and then took her sister and ran towards the theater on the first floor of the mall. Coming to the entrance of the theater, Kush Wang bought a big bucket of popcorn. Then the 3 of them checked in and entered the venue. In the theater, there are a lot of people watching movies, and the entire theater is almost full of seats. Kush Wang pulled her sister down and found a seat. It is the seat number of 3 companies. Just when the two sisters were about to sit together, Chen Zong suddenly looked cold and sat down in the middle. You, sit next to me, he said indifferently, slowly. Kush Wang was stunned and blushed. Smelly hooligan. I still want to eat it all. What she said is an alit. Naturally sisters eat all. The Kuyi on the side also had a slightly weird pretty face. This. From a safety point of view, you sit on my sides so that I can keep you safe. Chen Zhenging didn't want to explain, but the misunderstanding seemed too deep, so he could only explain it coldly. The two sisters could only, one on the left and the other, sat beside Chen Zhonging. Hug around, this kind of enjoyment, simply. Chen Zhonging looked cold and didn't have too many ideas. He was a bodyguard. All he had to do was to protect the Kui people. As for the younger sister, Ku Shuang, just take protection. However, in the eyes of the rest of the audience in the theater, this scene is simply shocking. The group of male spectators sitting behind them almost thumped their chests, and the dogs were going down for a while. What the hell? What kind of luck has this man? Such beautiful two sisters are actually embraced by him! Exclamation mark. This Nima. Do you want to hit people like this? Question mark. Soon, the movie opened. Terminator, Dark Fate. At the beginning of the movie, a robot appears, terrifying killing scenes. European and American Hollywood giants, action blockbusters. Every shot is full of dramatic visual fighting effects. In the entire theater, almost everyone was lifted nervously by the camera. But Chen Zhonging alone was sitting quietly in the viewing chair, his eyes calm and indifferent. In these movies, those gorgeous and cool fights, in his eyes, are nothing more than special effects. Because every fighting action in the movie, he can do it. Let a real killer sit in the theater. Watch the stars play the killer. This is a very boring thing. The little girl under Ku Shuang was sitting on the viewing chair, looking at her breath. At this moment, behind, suddenly there was a rough hand, which slowly stretched out and touched her shoulder. Ku Shuang's pretty face was taken aback for a moment, her beautiful eyes glanced sideways. Is it the hand of a man behind him? That man is leaning on the back of her chair at this time, watching the movie. Take the opportunity to harass. She glared her beautiful eyes, patted hard, and slapped the man's hand off. But then, the man's hand stretched over again. If there is nothing. I touched the fragrant shoulders under Ku Shuang, and then quietly stroked her neck. This harassment in the cinema? Simply unscrupulous. Ku Shuang's beautiful eyes angered and broke out. She is not a messy master. She took out a lighter directly from her bag, then lit it with a pop, and pointed it directly at the man's finger. The man was wiping towards the matte neck under Ku Shuang. As a result, suddenly, he felt a bit hot in his fingers. Then he suddenly howled. He suddenly retracted his hand and took a look. His entire fingers were scorched. You can even smell the meat being cooked. Fuck. Stinky girl. Do you dare to light me with fire? The man looked grimly and furious. But before she had time to react, Ku Shuangxia suddenly got up. Yasu grabbed the man's hand, and took advantage of the situation. A gorgeous and fierce overthrow. The man was caught off guard, and the whole person was thrown out directly. Brother Stinky, you still want to harass my sister and me? Ku Shuang's eyes were cold and she stared at the nasty harassing man who was thrown out of several rows of seats, with an angry and disdainful expression. In the entire movie theater, everyone's eyes widened, looking dumbfounded. Watching this scene? Question mark. This? Question mark. What happened? Question mark. Ku Shuangxia had learned judo and karate, and dealt with a stinky gangster, so he didn't get it right. Fuck. You bastard, you dare to hit me? Not far away, the harassing man, trembling slowly got up from the ground. What's wrong with hitting you? I dare to kill you. Ku Shuang raised her small fist and raised her fist at the man next to Chen Zhonging sitting in a chair. His eyelids twitched slightly. Because this girl this sentence, obviously is imitating herself. Exclamation mark. Urgently ask for a wave of monthly tickets. Exclamation mark. Chapter 342. Give me a face and make it to the hospital. What's wrong with hitting you? I dare to kill you. Ku Shuang raised her small fist and raised her fist at the man next to Chen Zhonging sitting in a chair. His eyelids twitched slightly. Because this girl this sentence, obviously is imitating herself. Exclamation mark. Smelly bastard, you ... Say it again. The sordid man looked savage and slowly took off his vest jacket, revealing the two tattooed arms. This is a gangster. Step by step, he walked towards Kush Wang. Originally, it was just harassing the woman with salty pig hands. Now, he doesn't plan to stop there. Today, if this woman doesn't do it, wouldn't his reputation of the Red Star Gang be ruined? Brother Smelly, listen up. Kush Wang put his hands on his hips and sarcastically said, "What's wrong with hitting you? I dare to kill you." The dirty tattooed man smiled, and step by step, he walked under Kush Wang. "You look behind you." Kush Wang stunned her beautiful eyes, turned her head in doubt, and glanced behind her back. Then the little girl ... was so scared that she sat in the cinema chair. Behind him, a whole row of tattooed men stood up. Good guy. It's a gang. In the entire theater, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. The group of moviegoers around, seeing this group of tattooed men ... Everyone was frightened. Everyone is just an ordinary couple, and they are all ordinary people. Have you ever seen such an arrogant battle? Recently, the nationwide crackdown on gangs has been very serious. But at this time, there are even gangs so arrogant. It's simply everyone was so frightened that they did not dare to take a breath, sitting in a chair, frightened. "Seal the door for me," the dirty tattooed man yelled, and several brothers immediately rushed to the entrance of the theater and blocked the entrance to prevent anyone from going out. This is going to be true. In the theater, everyone was terrified. At this moment, who still wants to watch a movie? Kush Wang slumped down on the chair. At this time, she was completely frightened by the situation in front of her, where she was just now domineering. A bastard, she couldn't deal with it. But there was a whole row of gangsters in front of me at this moment. Fewer dozens. She dealt with Mao. She is not a female killer, nor a Terminator. How can she deal with so much? Brother Chen, I'll leave it to you. Kush Wang gently took Chen Zong's arm and said. But Chen Zonging, with a cold expression on his face, slowly pushed her hand away. Whoever causes the trouble, whoever cleans it up, he is here to protect the Kui people. As for the troubles in front of him, they are not within his protection. Seeing that Chen Zonging ignored him, Kush Wang suddenly panicked. Hey me ... help me. Chen Zonging still ignored it. Under autumn frost. Brother Chen. How Chen? Brother Chen. When the dead girl under Kush Wang yelled out the three words Brother Chen, the Kuyiran on the side finally couldn't help it. Girl, don't yell. The scene was a bit awkward. Sir, I'm bothering you. Kuyiran nodded lightly at Chen Zonging, with a hint of request in her eyes. The scene before him can only be dealt with by Chen Zonging. Chen Zonging's eyes were indifferent, and he sighed slowly. He lit a cigarette. Then he got up slowly, step by step, and walked in front of the wretched man with tattoos. Give me some face. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, and he slowly spit out a smoke ring. I hope you can survive until the ambulance arrives. The tattooed man thought that what Chen Zong wanted to say for mercy, in the end. But spit out such a sentence? I'll give your mother's face. The tattooed man was furious, and suddenly raised his palm, with a big ear, and slapped Chen Zonging. Papa! A fierce applause echoed the audience. That tattooed man, his whole person was like an offline kite, and he was directly fanned out by a violent boom. The tattooed man's body hit a wall behind him fiercely. The entire wall instantly cracked and sunken, and his entire body was stuck in the wall. Puff! The tattooed man spit out a big mouthful of blood. His eyes closed, he stuck in the crack of the wall, and passed out. There was a dead silence in the audience. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he slowly retracted his right palm. He just said, "Give me a face," which meant, "This slap, I hope the bullies can give face, don't die. At least I can get to the ambulance." Are all the moviegoers here, dumbfounded? This. What the fuck? Slap and slap people? Even the body got stuck in the wall? What the fuck? Is it real-life Hollywood blockbuster? The audience has just watched the terrifying fight of the Terminator in the movie. At this moment, they watched again. Witnessed Chen Zong's horrible slap. Everyone feels dumbfounded. It's almost like dreaming. Chen Zong's eyes were calm. He took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the whole row of gangsters standing behind. Is it going to send you out, or do you go out by yourself? Chen Zong's voice was calm and said slowly, facing this group of ants, he really didn't bother to do it. Afraid of getting his hands dirty. The entire row of tattoo gangsters looked very embarrassed. What the hell, all of them just saw their boss was slapped and slapped. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Let's go out by ourselves. The group of tattoo gangsters looked very embarrassed and was completely frightened. They shook their heads repeatedly, indicating that they would go out. No one among the dozen or so people dared to do it, and they walked toward the theater door with complex expressions. Wait. But when they were about to go out, Chen Zong called them again. You seem to have forgotten the individual. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, and he gestured for the direction of the wall. Their boss is still deeply stuck in the middle of the wall at this time. The group of tattoo gangsters, their faces trembling with horror, stepped forward cautiously, and carefully lifted the boss out of the crack in the wall. Then he lifted the body of the boss out of the theater together. At this moment, the entire theater was quiet again. It's just that, around the scene, all the onlookers are sitting on pins and needles. There is a sense of tremor and horror in the brain. There were even many people who were frightened. Tremblingly got up, trying to escape the theater. It is a place of right and wrong. Those little couples, where do you still have the thought of watching a movie at this time? Just want to escape early. Chen Zong glanced around with a halo. You guys, what are you doing standing there? Sit down and continue watching the movie. After he finished speaking, he went back to his seat and continued to sit down, his eyes calm and deep, watching the movie. In the theater, the group of young lovers who originally wanted to escape was also shocked by Chen Zong's words. At this moment, no one dared to leave anymore. Everyone could only sit back cautiously and continue to watch the movie. However, this movie was awakened and thrilled, like sitting on pins and needles. At the same time, outside the cinema, an ambulance is coming quickly. The body of the tattooed boss was carefully carried into the ambulance by the younger brothers. Boss, you hold on. The ambulance is here. A group of younger brothers stood outside the door of the ambulance. Their faces anxiously said. Finally, in a daze, the tattoo boss tremblingly opened his eyes. Give me. Call someone. Block the theater. The tattoo boss spit out these words after taking his last breath. Then, another big mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person fainted directly. Emergency monthly pass! The total number of monthly tickets today is 280, so I will continue to add more tonight. Chapter 343 sent him on the road to save you some medical expenses. This movie was almost awake and thrilling. Almost the whole audience was sitting in the tour movie, and all the audience, the little lovers, were unwilling to watch. The scene just happened. At this moment, everyone is sitting on pins and needles. They were forced by Chen Zong to sit here forcibly. If it weren't for Chen Zong's words just now, let everyone sit down. I am afraid that at this moment, there are no figures in the entire theater that have been running long ago. Finally, 2 hours of suffering passed. The movie is over. The lights in the theater light up slowly. However, in the entire theater, everyone is still sitting cautiously in place. No one dare to get up until Chen Zong and Ku Yiren got up and left the theater. All the audience present. This is finally like an amnesty. Everyone sat on the chair, and the cold sweat on their foreheads penetrated layer after layer. Tonight, this movie for everyone, it is simply suffering. At the same time, Chen Zong's eyes were calm, with a cigarette in his mouth. Following the Ku sisters, they walked slowly towards the outside of the cinema. But, just when I walked out of the theater gate, the footsteps of Ku Yiren and Ku Shuang suddenly stopped. The two sisters stood in front of the theater, Their pretty faces became a little pale. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly walked forward. His pace also stopped. I saw the entrance of the entire theater. A dozen vans blocked the way. A group of wearing wallets, with cold and fierce faces, surrounded the theater gate. Exactly, hundreds of people. Everyone is covered in black, and everyone wears a series of hideous tattoos. Everyone has a sharp machete. In this 11 o'clock night, it exudes endless murderous intent. This is a group of quackery. At this moment, in the theater, the other little lovers who had finished watching the movie are also snuggling out of the theater. But when I just walked out of the theater, I saw this scary scene. A crowd of black thugs crowded around the entrance of the cinema, blocked all the way out of the entire movie theater. No one can leave. This! Exclamation mark. What is this for? Exclamation mark. Black will seek revenge? Question mark. The little lovers suddenly turned pale and embarrassed, and they retreated in panic. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Among the hundreds of people, a man with a tattoo on his face a scar across his neck slowly stepped forward. He put the big back machete behind him, and looked at Chen Zong3 coldly. A person with the appearance of a little brother leaned in front of Scarman and murmured a few words softly. Scarman's complexion slowly congealed. With a murderous intent. It's you, who seriously injured my brother in the hospital. Scarman's expression was cold. He suddenly raised his machete and pointed directly at Chen Zonging. When I saw this scene, Kush Wang Xia suddenly withered. She moved a step gently. Then, the whole person hid directly behind Chen Zonging. She provoked this disaster. Although the other party harassed herself, she eventually provoked the conflict. At this moment, seeing this scary scene, where did the little girl dare to stand out? She hurriedly hid. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zongguang exhaled a faint light in his eyes. Who is your brother? He asked lightly. Fuck, don't you dare to admit it? The Scarlet Man looked cold and said angrily, it's the person who was blown by you in the movie theater just now. That's my brother. Oh, is he your brother? Chen Zong's eyes were calm and he couldn't see any mood swings. Now I know, it's a pity, it's too late. The scarred man looked grim and with an unprecedented anger, dare to move my brother Zheng Haonan. Do you think my Red Star Club does not exist? Chen Zong flicked the cigarette lightly. Sorry, I didn't know it was your brother. If you know in advance, I will definitely send him on the road to save you some medical expenses. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere of the audience suddenly cooled down. All the thugs in the arena were shocked by this sentence? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. This Nima is provoking their Haonan boss? Question mark. What the fuck? At the entrance of the theater, Zheng Haonan was taken aback when he heard these words. Question mark. Can't get some reaction? Question mark. After a long time, he suddenly came back to his senses. Your mother? What do you mean? Zheng Haonan suddenly raised the turbulent machete, pointed at Chen Zonging. Murderous intent appeared. The atmosphere is tense. Seeing this scene, Ku Yiren on the side's pretty face turned pale. She didn't expect. Just came out to watch a movie and it caused trouble. Red Star Club is a small local society in Shanghai and Heihai. And I have heard of it on weekdays. Unexpectedly today actually provoke this kind of society. They are businessmen who are the most taboo to deal with people from this kind of society. This kind of society, although not large in scale, is not well known. However, they are made up of a group of undaunted young people. This group of bastards, young and vigorous, anxious. They can do everything. There is no rules and regulations at all. Although murder and setting fire to the bow girl do everything. Therefore, almost everyone avoids these societies and avoids dealing with them. Some people even call this group of clubs mud dogs. To bite you, make you crazy, do everything. Ku Yiren subconsciously pulled off Mr. Chen's clothes. Momo shook his head gently at him. She is signaling to Mr. Chen, hoping that Mr. Chen will not kill. Others may not know, but Ku Yiren has seen Mr. Chen's moves several times with his own eyes. In the shot, the life is horrible. This is a super character who kills like cutting grass. If unavoidable, Kuyi people don't want Mr. Chen to make a move. Killing is not good after all. She stepped forward gently, staring at Zheng Honan with her beautiful eyes. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. It was your brother who harassed my sister first. We are all right. So, I will bear the medical expenses of your brother. The subsequent losses will be compensated. How are you? Kuyiran's voice was calm and said solemnly, if money can be used to resolve this grievance, then it would be best. She doesn't want things to make a big deal. Then Zheng Honan held a machete and scanned Kuyiran naked with his eyes. The corners of his mouth raised a hideous evil smile. It's easy to talk. I don't need the money, as long as you promise to be my girlfriend, that's it. Zheng Honan smiled evilly, staring naked at Kuyiran, as if to strip the Kuyi people naked. Zheng Honan has walked the rivers and lakes for so many years, and has never encountered such a beautiful girl. As long as this woman is her own girlfriend, everything is easy to say. When Kuyiran heard these words, her pretty face suddenly became cold. Zheng Honan smiled evilly and stared at Kuyiran naked. How about little girl? Consider it. Don't worry, Zheng Honan's character can be guaranteed. As long as you follow me, I will immediately get a marriage certificate with you. A 200 square meter house will be transferred to you under your name. Write your name. Zheng Honan patted his chest and promised, in addition, I will buy you a BMW 5 Series. From now on, I will keep you prosperous and wealthy. At this time, Zheng Honan was pretending to be compelling. Indeed, with this condition he offered, almost many women would be moved by it. A 200 square foot house in Shanghai, and Shanghai is worth at least tens of millions. In addition, a BMW 5 Series sedan will cost 500,000 yuan. These conditions have allowed a woman to live as a master. Which woman is not tempted? Kuyi is not tempted, because she is the daughter-in-chief, worth tens of billions. She, lack this money, shameless. Kuyiran cursed with a cold face. Rao is a calm temperament, she couldn't help cursing at this moment. Add more! Exclamation mark. Brothers, ask for a wave of monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. Chapter 344. 1 minute left. Don't worry. Little girl, have you thought about it? Zheng Honan was carrying the big back machete. His eyes were deep, and he stared at Kuyi nakedly. Shameless. Kuyiran returned 2 words with cold eyes. The arc of Zheng Honan's mouth slowly converged. Toast not to eat. Eat fine wine. He raised the long knife in his hand. Behind him, hundreds of younger brothers all drew knives and got out of the sheath. A sharp machete, draw the knife out of its sheath. Outside the theater door in the dark night, carrying endless murderous opportunities. The atmosphere of the scene is extremely solemn. At the entrance of the cinema, the couple of young lovers saw such a turbulent killing for the first time. Take the knife out of the sheath! Exclamation mark. This ... is to see blood. The little lovers trembled in horror, backed up one after another, and returned to the cinema. No one dared to come out. At the entrance of the theater steps, Kushwang's pretty face was complex and pale, hiding behind Chen Zongying. Brother-in-law Chen. Hand it. Leave it to you. Kushwang Xia was like a tortoise with a shrunken head at this time. Where would he dare to have any plans? At this time, Kuyiran didn't care about the nonsense of the girl under Kushwang. She bit her red lips with her teeth, a little complicated, and could only turn her gaze to Chen Zongying. On the scene, reconciliation ... seems impossible. At this time, it can only be handed over to Mr. Chen. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm, standing still, taking a deep breath of cigarette. Then, he finally spoke. Head a support group fight? Chen Zongying's voice was calm and asked slowly. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere on the scene was a bit taken aback. Singles, or group fight? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. Zheng Honan's footsteps also gave a slight pause. He tilted his head and glanced at the hundreds of younger brothers behind him. Then he smiled. The hundreds of black boys behind them also sneered. Isn't this fucking Looking for death, in the unknown. I'll come with you. Group fight. I'll wait for you to call someone. Zheng Haonan looked cold and arrogant, just staring at Chen Zonging, waiting for him to make a decision. Zheng Haonan was originally from a rivers and lakes background, singled out. Who was he afraid of? As for gang fights, oh, really, when the hundreds of brothers behind him eat shit? Oh, then. Gang fight. Chen Zongjing slowly spit out a smoke ring and said, heads up, he really disdains to do it. Dignified Grim Reaper, when is it? It's the turn to work with a street gangster, ants. How worthy of letting the of death do it himself. Chen Zongjing disdain. So, he squeezed out the cigarette butt, then, slowly took out the Huawei mobile phone. I clicked on the contact list and dialed a number in Beijing. After a few seconds, the call was connected. In the middle of the night, let people not sleep. On the other end of the phone, the old man grumbled vaguely. The person on the phone apparently had just fallen asleep, and was awakened by such a call from Chen Zong. Chen Zonging held the phone. His tone was calm, and said slowly, Zhang Yazu, sweep the black and evil. Do you care? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yazu. What's the matter? On the phone, Zhang Yazu's voice was a little dazed. You don't care about the special struggle against gangsters and evil? Chen Zong held the phone and continued to repeat, recently, isn't the anti-gang cracking and rectification on the upper side very strict? Here there is a group of gangsters that need to be dealt with. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yazu's voice was a bit stunned. Damn it. Hey society. Can't you handle it yourself? Calling Lao Tzu in the middle of the night. Are you doing this to make trouble? Zhang Yazu's voice roared on the phone. Lao Tzu is the third department of the imperial capital. It's not a patrol room. Zhang Yazu is really going to collapse. What the fuck? In the middle of the night, he finally had a good night's sleep. As a result, he was woken up by a phone call from this Chen Zong. Did you let yourself be dignified by the third department to fight evil? Question mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Is it sick? Step on the ants with a dragon knife? Exclamation mark. The third department, which belongs to the forbidden city of the imperial capital, is the most mysterious special institution. Can it be used to wipe out evil? Question mark. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, holding the phone with a calm face, sweeping the dark and evil, turning to rectification. Everyone is responsible. You, consider it. After speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Zhang Yazu to reply. Standing in front of the steps at the entrance of the cinema, he took out a cigarette and reignited it. His eyes were calm and he stood and smoked indifferently. I said you forced the babble to yell. Have you finished? Where are your people? Zheng Haonan carried the machete, staring at him with mocking and disdain. In this area, there are still people who want to fight with him. He just laughed out of his teeth. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He raised his wrist and glanced at the time on the Omega watch. Wait a moment, I'll be there in 10 minutes. His tone was calm and seemed to be confident. Upon hearing this sentence, Zheng Haonan and the little brothers behind him laughed. Okay, then I will give you 10 minutes. If within 10 minutes, your people are not there. Zheng Haonan's pupils condensed. Then you, just wait for death. Zheng Haonan has fought more gang fights than the women in the prostitute shop pick up customers. Want to fight him? It's a dead end. The group of brothers behind them are all desperate masters when they stand up. Zheng Haonan carried several lives on his back. Over the years, his relationship has been tyrannical, and he has almost bought the power of the whole street. Who dares to move him? Those white people who saw Zheng Haonan's organization would walk with their heads down, and the elegant little white face in front of him, actually trying to beat himself up. Zheng Haonan wants to see, how many people can this kid ... How many people can he call? Exclamation mark. At the entrance of the cinema, the atmosphere was extremely strange. Chen Zonging just stood at the door indifferently, waiting for him. Under Ku Yiren and his sister Ku Shuang, the two sisters' pretty faces were a little pale, and they stood aside with complicated moods. The two sisters are a little curious. This Mr. Chen. can really call someone. Kuyaran and Mr. Chen have been in contact for several months, although she knows that Mr. Chen is very good. However, I have never seen my husband calling someone. Regardless of any crisis, Mr. Chen is alone. He seems to have no power in this Shanghai market, right? At least the Kuyi people have never seen Mr. Chen's influence. So she was a little confused and even curious. Who could Mr. Chen call? Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed. At the entrance of the cinema, the breath was solemn. The hundreds of people from the Red Star Club, holding a machete, just surrounded and stood outside the theater door, with murderous intent. Zheng Haonan stood there with a machete on his shoulders, and just waited. I said, "Where's yours?" "I've been waiting here for a long time," Zheng Haonan said with a sneer in his mouth, a little impatient. The machete in his hand was too impatient. The knife wanted to kill. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, slowly raised his wrist, and glanced at the Omega watch. 1 minute left. It's almost there, don't worry. His tone is very calm, as if everything is well prepared. Chapter 345. This is, what battle? 1 minute left. It's almost there, don't worry. His tone is very calm, as if everything is well prepared. Finally, the seconds hand of the Omega watch slowly skipped 12 o'clock. 10 minutes. Here, Zheng Haonan was finally impatient. He took a spit of sputum. 10 minutes are here. Where are your people? Fuck your mother, are you kidding us? After waiting for a full 10 minutes, I didn't even see a fart figure. Zheng Haonan is finally angry. Give it to me. With a stern shout, he directly picked up the sword and walked directly towards Chen Zonging. Behind them, hundreds of people took in the younger brothers, and raised their machetes all together, with cold expressions. Hurriedly approaching Chen Zonging and surrounded her. Upon seeing this scene, the pretty faces of Kuyaran and Ku Shuangxia, two sisters, turned pale, and the two sisters subconsciously took 2 steps backwards. This! In the movie theater, the pair of young lovers who were blocked in the hall had their pretty faces pale in horror, and they all went backwards. This is the underworld fighting and slashing people! These mighty battles are comparable to Hong Kong blockbusters. Everyone was terrified. However, at this moment, Chen Zonging, who was standing in front of the steps, finally slowly raised his head. "My man, here it is." His voice was calm, and he said slowly. Zheng Haonan carried a machete, sarcastically mocking his face. "Is it up to you? I didn't even see a figure. If you can't call someone, don't be a hero." But Chen Zonging, but his eyes were calm, raised his eyes slightly, and gestured at him. "You might as well look behind you." Zheng Haonan's gaze was taken aback, stopped, and glanced back at random. Then, his gaze was completely frozen. The whole body, as if petrified, can no longer move. I saw. At the rear, at the end of the street. The dark green armored convoy was slowly rolling across the road, like a terrifying green dragon, coming surging forward. The ground of the whole street is trembling. Zheng Haonan's whole person, dull and petrified, stood in place. The machete in his hand was trembling. Both legs and knees couldn't stop trembling slightly. This! This! What the fuck? Hundreds of Red Star Club thugs who were present saw what Zheng Haonan's boss looked like. Those thugs are also a little surprised and suspicious. Boss, what did you see? And how does this ground tremble slightly? As a result, the hundreds of thugs also followed the gaze of Zheng Haonan's boss, looking behind them. Then, the next second, swipe all together, hundreds of people present, their pupils widened, in disbelief. Looking behind them, endless combat armored vehicles, black camouflage warriors, a troop carrier, from all directions, outflanked and swept. This. Is this? Yuan army! What the fuck? At this moment, the hundreds of members of the Red Star Club present all trembled. Rows of camouflage armored vehicles, like a long steel dragon, were mighty, slowly parked on the square at the entrance of the cinema. Countless armored vehicles form a neat battle queue. At the top of the armored combat vehicle, battle turrets moved slowly. Then in the next second, countless black blast holes as big as a basin were locked down fiercely and aimed at the members of the Red Star Society. Scene: dead silence. The dark night sky was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Not a fake gunpowder. It's real, full of pungent smell of gunpowder and smoke. This is the smell of gunpowder wafting from the hole when the shell is loaded and ready to be fired. Kang dang. With a sound, the big-backed machete in Zheng Honan's hand fell directly to the ground. He stood there, his legs trembling. Behind him, hundreds of younger brothers were also trembling, and their complexions were extremely pale. Embarrassed. This. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. Is it a gang fight? Exclamation mark. This battle? Exclamation mark. Damn. It's the two armies going to war! Exclamation mark. It's just a group fight! Exclamation mark. As for? Exclamation mark. Need to dispatch armored tanks? Question mark. Zheng Honan's face at this time was uglier than crying. His legs couldn't stop shaking, and his forehead was cold sweat, dripping one by one. Even the lips were trembling. Dare to love yourself. Did you provoke a Wu second generation? Question mark. His brain was blank and shocked, and he didn't even dare to breathe for a moment. The group of younger brothers behind them were also pale. Chi were, however, on the steps of the cinema. In addition to Chen Zonging, the two sisters, Ku Yiren and Ku Shuangxia behind him, had their beautiful eyes widened, staring at this scene blankly. The two sisters are completely dumbfounded. Question mark. This is, what battle? Question mark. Originally, what kind of helper Kiwi thought Mr. Chen would call? Question mark. As a result, how could he have thought that? He actually transferred a whole Yuan camp? Question mark. This. Simply, the younger sister Ku Shuang on the side was silly and completely sluggish. She is still just a college student. Have you ever seen such turbulent battles? Exclamation mark. Looking at those camouflage combat vehicles, the brain under Ku Shuang was blank. However, in the movie theater, those couples of young lovers were even more pale in horror, looking at this scene in disbelief. Question mark. This is simply, are you dreaming? Question mark. This, surely you are not making a Hollywood blockbuster in Europe and America? Question mark. They are just ordinary people. Have you ever seen such a thrilling scene? One after another combat armored vehicles were dispatched, one after another turrets. Is this him? I only saw him in movies on weekdays. In the front, the black camouflage uniform soldiers got out of the car neatly. The crowds are so turbulent that they almost outflank the entire movie theater. A military captain in uniform stepped forward quickly, came to the steps, and bowed respectfully. Jiangnan Yu Ying, the third branch, formation number 107, are ordered by their superiors to come to participate in the eradication of evil and special rectification. The number of 20 people has expired. Combat vehicles, 37 vehicles, prepared artillery shells, 370 rounds. Please look at it, sir. The martial arts captain looked solemn, stood under the steps, and saluted Chen Zonging solemnly. The captain didn't know Chen Zong, nor did he know Chen Zong's identity. He just, under the orders of the superiors, was ordered to perform special emergency missions, and brought the Special Operations Brigade to this cinema to eliminate the underworld forces. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He scanned the black camouflage team in front of him, and then nodded at the captain. The criminal forces are all here. It seems to be called, what is the Red Star Club? Chen Zong took a deep breath of the cigarette and vomited lightly. Let's perform the task. Sweep the black and evil. The captain bowed respectfully, yes. Then, he turned around abruptly, raised his hand. First level combat, alert, blockade. Pieces of camouflage crowds, like huge waves, instantly block the square at the entrance of the theater. A series of dark blast holes, lock it, bar. In the next second, Zheng Haonan couldn't control it anymore. His knees went soft, and he knelt to the ground on the spot. Brothers, Chapter 346. I do not accept your surrender. Kang Dang, behind Zheng Haonan, the little brothers in the hundreds, with machetes in their hands. All fell to the ground all together. Then, a group of younger brothers. All knees softened and fell directly to the ground. This fucking and hit a dick! Exclamation mark. The other party. There are cannonballs, dozens of combat armored vehicles. It only takes a shot, his entire Red Star Club. The hundreds of people, all his mother will die. In front of the theater steps, Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he glanced lightly at Zheng Haonan. My people are here. I just said that, right? Now you can start. You guys, please feel free. He stretched out his hand and motioned for Zheng Haonan. Zheng Haonan. Hundreds of younger brothers behind him. What the fuck? Question mark. Hit a cock! Exclamation mark. Is this a gang fight? Question mark. This is clearly a battle! Exclamation mark. It's just a group fight. Do you need to use a military camp? Exclamation mark. Zheng Haonan wanted to cry without tears. He trembled. Slowly said, this lord. No. Don't you stop fighting? My Zheng. Giving up. At this moment, where does he dare to move? This fucking, don't admit defeat, waiting to be bombarded? Exclamation mark. Oh, give up. Chen Zongguang's eyes were deep, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. When the two armies go to war, they are most afraid of being cowardly before a fight. Are you surrendering? Zheng Haonan knelt on the ground, his expression trembling, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I surrender. I surrender. Just kidding, he had to surrender in such a scene. Camouflage is shocking in all directions. Dozens of cannon holes were aimed at him. He almost didn't dare to even move. But Chen Zonging looked calm, and slowly spit out a smoke ring. I don't accept your surrender. Then, his eyes faintly motioned for the Sifang Yuan team. Let's start. Sweep the black and evil. Zheng! Exclamation mark. The black camouflage warriors in all directions. All their weapons are loaded. A handle, a hot weapon that is as cold, exuding an unprecedented killing light. Seeing this scene, the members of the Red Star Club were completely pale. Exclamation mark. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you have something to say, Zheng Haonan was completely frightened, and between his legs, a warm urine smell overflowed, and he was scared to pee. At this moment, where can he care for the dignity of the boss? The prestige of the Red Star Club? These, in front of Cannon and Ryu, are just a fart. Behind them, the members of the Red Star Society who were kneeling on the ground were also pale and trembling. What the hell? I provoke the martial arts boss! Exclamation mark. Wandering around the rivers and lakes, although they are not afraid of death, but who really wants to die? Question mark. At this moment, all the cannons loomed in front of them, and everyone was trembling with fright. Sir, do you want to stay alive? The martial arts captain, with a solemn expression, bowed his body and asked, although it is a special rectification task, but life or death is determined, and this gentleman needs to be consulted. Whatever you want. Chen Zonging slowly spit out a smoke ring and said lightly, The members of the Red Star Club were even more frightened, knelt down and begged frantically for mercy. Exclamation mark. Heroes. Heroes. We were wrong. Please, give a way to survive. We have never done bad things. Zheng Haonan knelt to the ground with a miserable and trembling face, kneeling frantically begging for mercy. This dignified Red Star Club boss, at this moment, did not even have the courage to fight back. Kneel down and beg for mercy directly, begging for mercy. But, where does reality allow him to beg for mercy? A large group of camouflage warriors stepped forward and suddenly, they pressed Zheng Haonan to the ground. Zheng Haonan didn't even dare to struggle. Just kidding, At this moment, dozens of pitch-black hot weapons are aimed straight at his head. How dare he move! Exclamation mark. A cold iron handcuff, click, severely handcuffed Zheng Honan's hands. He was handcuffed in the blink of an eye, and he was tied into a pig's head. The moment before, Zheng Honan, who was still arrogant and domineering, tried to fight a group of warriors. At this moment, he became meat on the chopping board. A warrior from the military camp stepped forward and took a photo of Zheng Honan's face, and quickly compared and identified the photos. Soon, the identity was scanned. Given the boss, the identity has been identified. Formerly named Zheng Shanji, born in 1990, from Huiyan in northern Hunan. The Wu Ying soldier held the LCD face scanner and solemnly interpreted Zheng Honan's file information. In 2005, he went to jail for theft. In 2007, illegal robbery. In 2008, the crime of intentional wounding and malicious assault. In 2009, suspected of drug trafficking, released due to insufficient evidence. The crimes committed by Zheng Honan were read out one after another. Under the cover of Skynet in society, no criminal evidence can escape Skynet's arrest. Zheng Honan's complexion also changed from pale to ashes. At this moment, he was completely depressed, panicked and trembling. He was a fugitive wanted by the patrol room. Over the years, relying on his uncle's relationship with the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, he was able to get away with it, and he became the handle of a certain area, and black income continued. But today, he is completely planted. He has 1,000 fortunes, but he hasn't figured it out. He actually provokes a terrible second generation of Wu! Exclamation mark. In his eyes, this Chen Zong is basically the second generation of Wu with a terrifying identity. Apart from the second generation of Wu, who has the ability to mobilize these countless military battalions! Exclamation mark. In all directions, a large group of Wu Ying fighters rushed forward, knocking down the large group of Red Star Society members to the ground and handcuffing them. The whole scene is shocking. This is simply an unprecedented large-scale eradication of evil. Hundreds of members of the Red Star Club, almost a pot in front of the movie theater, those innocent audiences, those little lovers, who were blocked at the door. When they saw this scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of arrest scene is unprecedented. It's almost comparable to European and American Hollywood blockbusters! Exclamation mark. The sisters Ku Yiren and Ku Shuangxia on the side had their beautiful eyes dull and completely dumbfounded. Ku Yiren stared at this scene blankly, in disbelief. She knew that Mr. Chen had a special identity or had a mysterious origin. However, she never expected Mr. Chen was actually related to Wu Ying? Whatever you want, just a phone call. Can you dispatch the entire Wu Ying camp? This is simply! Exclamation mark. However, at the same time, throughout the arrest scene, the members of the Red Star Club looked pale and ugly. Among them, those who don't want to die. Several gangsters died with yellow hair, their expressions stern. Took the opportunity to get up suddenly, rushed through the encirclement, and wanted to take the opportunity to escape. They have committed several things in their hands. If they are arrested today, I am afraid they have to sit in prison. But they just ran away. There was a burst of hot weapons shooting from behind! Exclamation mark. Crazy bullets slammed on the ground under their feet! Exclamation mark. Shocked! Exclamation mark. The first shot hit the ground. The second round of guns hit the flesh! Exclamation mark. Those gangsters who fled were completely frightened, and the bullets exploded under their feet. They would not dare to imagine in their entire life. At this moment, I personally experienced ... Everyone trembled and frightened, and even lost the courage to escape. Their legs trembled, and they were scared to urinate. They slumped directly to the ground and looked terrified! Exclamation mark. A group of camouflage warriors stepped forward and stepped on the ground with a few feet directly. They are served by thicker chains and shackles. Add more! Exclamation mark. crazy asking for monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. Do you still have a monthly pass? Exclamation mark. Let me see your existence! Exclamation mark. Chapter 347. Let him redeem you. At the entrance of the cinema, the whole scene is like a broken bamboo. The hundreds of members of the Red Star Club did not even have the opportunity to resist, and they were all arrested in the blink of an eye. This kind of scene is simply unprecedented. What a super large-scale anti-criminal operation. Hundreds of Red Star Club members were handcuffed with heavy handcuffs and shackles, and they all fell to the ground. The shock of the scene is unprecedented. In this area, the largest criminal gang, the Red Star Club, just tonight, overnight, was taken in one pot. Don't arrest me. Everybody. All right. Don't arrest me. My uncle is the Deputy Secretary General of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. You can't move me. Zheng Haonan was completely shocked at this time, and in shock, he could only move out of his uncle's identity. Over the years, it is precisely because of the protection of his uncle that he can do this again and do evil. Uncle settled many ties for him, and even those deliberate murders were smoothed out for him. And Zheng Haonan has been generous enough to honor his uncle over the years. The two were black and white, forming an absolutely deadly chain of interests. Oh, Chen Zonging, standing in front of the steps of the cinema, his eyes condensed slightly when he heard these words. Call your uncle and ask him to redeem you, Chen Zonging said calmly and slowly. Zheng Haonan's expression of horror gave him a slight joy. He thought things had turned for the better. This second generation of Wu must have heard his uncle's name and was a little jealous. Even if it's not afraid, it's okay, as long as you let your uncle come and be a little accommodating. You can put in a sum of tens of millions and contribute to this second generation uncle, and you will be fine. And maybe you can take the opportunity to climb the second generation uncle's gauze. Thinking of this, Zheng Haonan felt a little excited. The man in front of me is the second generation of dignified martial artist! Exclamation mark. Crossing the entire Jiangnan, it can be rampant. Zheng Haonan dreams and wants to get acquainted with a man of this kind. At this moment, there is finally a chance. He quickly took out his cell phone, restrained his trembling emotions, cautiously dialed his uncle's phone. In the middle of the night, in a luxurious villa in Shanghai, Zheng Shan was lying on the soft Simmons bed at this time, hugging two top beautiful models from left to right. After some rain and cloud, he was very weak at this time, sleeping soundly. At this moment, jingle bell. His personal cell phone ringing on the bedside table suddenly rang! Exclamation mark. Jingle bell, rush bells, keep ringing. Zheng Shan was awakened in a daze. He looked a little irritable and impatient, and he picked up the iPhone 11 from the bedside table and took a look at it. Is it the call from my eldest nephew, Zheng Haonan? It was 11 o'clock in the evening at this time, and it was late in the night. The eldest nephew called himself. What's the matter? Exclamation mark. Did he get into trouble again? Zheng Shan was a little irritable, and slowly answered the phone. In the middle of the night. What's the matter? Zheng Shan asked impatiently. Attacked someone again? Or was the drug trafficking discovered? Zheng Shan was already quite familiar with the things that this nephew did. It doesn't matter to Zheng Shan what happened anyway. As long as he has money, he can settle for this nephew. Uncle ... help me ... I was arrested. But Zheng Haonan's slightly trembling voice came through the phone. Okay? Question mark. Zheng Shan's complexion was slightly taken aback. Question mark. You were arrested? Who would dare to arrest you, underworld or white? Zheng Shan sat up from the Simmons bed. When he learned that his nephew was arrested, his whole face changed completely. Over the years, the reason why he, the Deputy Secretary General of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, has been so stable is that on the one hand, he relied on his own white power. On the other hand, it also relied on this nephew to manage the underground forces and eliminated many competitors for himself. That's why I can climb all the way to where I am now. Zheng Haonan, his nephew, can be said to be his murderous knife. It is his Zheng Shan's weapon. At this moment, The weapon was caught by someone. How could he not be angry with Zheng Shan? In this area, there are still people who dare to move him to Zheng Shan? It depends on the owner to beat the dog before the other party does it. Don't you see who is Zheng Honan? On the other end of the phone, my nephew Zheng Honan's voice trembled slightly, and he replied, "It's a person from Beidao." Hearing the words Beidao, Zheng Shan's expression became even more condensed. "Then you didn't give out my name," reported. Reported. The other party said, "Let you come over and redeem me." During the call, the voice of my nephew Zheng Honan trembled slightly. Zheng Shan felt relieved when he heard that he wanted to redeem others. Think about it. The person of Beidao should have heard his name, so give yourself a face, right? So let yourself go to redeem people. Redemption is just a small matter. In the past, that nephew Zheng Honan did a lot of murderous activities. Which time was it not Zheng Shan to settle it? Just spend a small amount of money. As long as it can be settled with money, it is not a problem. Got it? It's really troublesome. Send me a place. Wait a few minutes, and come right away. Zheng Shan got up from the bed naked. He put on his clothes directly and put on his jacket. At this time, the two coquettish and beautiful female models on the bed were also awakened. The two women stood up from the bed in a daze, revealing a large body of plump beauty. "Brother Zheng ... What's wrong?" the two women asked softly and suspiciously. "It's okay. My nephew was arrested. He'll go out and settle down. You sleep first. When I come back, I will wait for you," Zheng Shan said with a wicked smile towards the two women. Hate. The two women, Feng Yan, smiled, very annoyed. At this time, during the call, his nephew Zheng Honan had sent a WeChat location message to Zheng Shan. Zheng Shan opened his position and took a look at the entrance of a New Century Cinema in the International Financial Center. Zheng Shan was taken aback. Caught at the entrance of the cinema? This trash nephew is really getting more and more useless. Zheng Shan whispered, put on his pants, picked up the key of the Maserati car, and walked directly out of the villa. At the door of the villa, a black Maserati Jet Barrett coupe is stopping at the door. Zheng Shan got into the car and started the sports car directly. Maserati coupe, with a low engine roar, drove away quickly. Late at night, 11:30 IFC, at the entrance of the New Century Cinema, Chen Zhongying was standing there calmly, smoking a cigarette. Ring slowly. That large group of members of the Red Star Club, Chi was crushed to kneel on the ground, with handcuffs on his hands. The scene was extremely solemn. Zheng Honan knelt on the ground, looking anxiously, waiting. Tonight, as long as your uncle comes, you will be saved. He had already thought about it. No matter how much the second-generation Uncle Wu in front of him, he would give it all. Even if he was a few $100 million, he would have to give it up, and he would have to give it to bankruptcy. This is not only a life-saving, but also a clinging relationship. He wants to climb, Chen Zhongying, this high branch. The weather is nice today. Chapter 348. Pull out one at a time, don't leave one. Time, 1 minute and 1 second passed before the steps of the cinema. The atmosphere was solemn and calm. Chen Zhongying just stood there, waiting quietly, until 11:40. In the distant street, a shining car light finally came on. There was a deep roar of the engine, and a black Maserati car came quickly. Crunch. After a sudden brake, the Maserati flicked and stopped directly at the entrance of the cinema. The door opened. Zheng Shan got out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth. A little impatiently, I said, you kid, it's causing me trouble every day, and I don't know where to stop. You have been caught, can't you settle it yourself? Have to let me come out? Zheng Shan looked impatient, stepped out of the car, and glanced at it all around. Then, the deputy secretary of Zheng Shan was completely sluggish and petrified. His pupils were wide, dull and shocked, staring at the camouflage crowd in front of him! This. What the fuck? Just now, because it was too dark and his car was driving too fast, he didn't notice the scene in all directions. At this moment, after getting off the car, he suddenly saw the situation on the scene! Exclamation mark. This fucking, is it, Yu Ying? Question mark. Zheng Haonan of this dog day, he provoke the people of Yu Ying? Question mark. In all directions, dozens of special armored combat vehicles! Exclamation mark. A series of large fortresses aiming and locking! Exclamation mark. Countless soldiers in camouflage uniforms. What the fuck? At this moment, Zheng Shan almost wanted to collapse. Is this a fight or a war? Exclamation mark. Fuck. As for such an excitement! Exclamation mark. This Nima Dog Day, I was completely miserable. Although he is the Deputy Secretary General of Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. But damn, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, in front of Yu Ying, it's just a pile of shit. In front of the Yu Ying battle zone, a Chamber of Commerce in his district is a shit. Are you Zheng Haonan's uncle? Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly spit out a smoke ring, staring at Zheng Shan faintly. Zheng Shan's whole body trembled. He glanced around and reacted instantly. The elegant young man in front of him was the person in charge of this situation. Zheng Shan's expression was stern and respectful. He didn't care much about asking about the identity of this young man, and he stepped forward and bowed his body respectfully to salute. Next, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Deputy Secretary General of the United Association, Zheng Shan. That wicked son Zheng Haonan is indeed the nephew who is here. Zheng Shan looked very respectful and slowly introduced his identity. He not only expressed respect for this young man, but at the same time did not show his sensuality, and revealed his identity, trying to make the gentleman in front of him, more or less, give himself a thin face. Oh, good. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and he took a deep breath of cigarette. He raised his eyes and motioned to the captain of the military camp. Take it down, huh? As soon as this remark came out, Zheng Shan was stunned. Question mark. At the same time, the four martial arts fighters stepped forward directly, rushing to cover their ears, and squeezed Zheng Shan's shoulders and knocked him directly to the ground. Kaka. An icy iron handcuffs were hard toasted on Zheng Shan's hands. Exclamation mark. Then, there are thick shackles. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Shan, from a Deputy Secretary General of the Chamber of Commerce in a straight suit, became a prisoner kneeling on the ground. Exclamation mark. No. Why did you arrest me? Zheng Shan was pressed to the ground, his expression was completely shocked, and he resisted in dissatisfaction. Not far away, his nephew Zheng Haonan, kneeling on the ground, was also completely confused. Question mark. What the fuck? What's the situation? Question mark. Did he call his uncle over to redeem himself? As a result, his uncle was also arrested? Question mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. At the scene, hundreds of members of the Red Star Club were all embarrassed, their faces as grey as death. It's the fuck. Even the boss uncle, the mountain who protected them, was arrested. This Nima is completely finished. Mister, why did you arrest my uncle? Zheng Haonan also collapsed a bit, kneeling down on the ground, shocked and trembling, begging for mercy. But Chen Zongguang had a cold expression on his face and didn't pay attention to him at all. That is disdain. Sir, why did you arrest me? I, Zheng Shan, have never known you. I have no grievances. Zheng Shan was knocked to the ground, struggling to beg for mercy. Sir, there must be a misunderstanding about today's matter. Sir, how much ransom do you want? You speak. As long as you can spare me and my nephew, I can pay as much ransom you want. At this moment, Zheng Shan had no other way but to plead hard, hoping that through bribery, he could let the other party let go and let him go. Oh, isn't it? Chen Zongguang's mouth raised an arc. He spit out a smoke ring, then two fingers, lightly flick, squeeze out the cigarette butts. Do you think someone Chen is short of money? Chen Zong asked with a calm look in his eyes. Zheng Shan's whole face was taken aback. Chen Zongguang slightly raised his right hand, and a silver-purple gem lighter slowly emerged in his hand. He took out a cigarette and slowly lit it with the silver-purple lighter. When he saw this lighter, Zheng Shan's expression trembled suddenly! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This is purple obsidian inlaid, St. Paul Purple King lighter! Exclamation mark. Lighters may be unfamiliar to women. Therefore, Kuyiran and Mr. Chen have been in contact for so long, and they hardly recognize the speciality of this lighter. However, Zheng Shan is indeed a player who loves smoking and collecting! Exclamation mark. A man, how can he not know the world's top famous lighters? Exclamation mark. In the hands of Chen Zhongying, that purple lighter is a global limited edition. Only 10. Each one starts at $180 million US. This is more than just a lighter. What's more, status. An absolute symbol of honor! Exclamation mark. This. When he saw the sky-high price lighter in front of him, Zheng Shan was completely shocked and trembling. Purple King lighter. It is impossible to fake it. Inlaid with purple stones, it can emit light purple orns in the dark, just like fluorescence. This is exactly the price of Xiaoxi. At this time, the lighter in Chen Zong's hand was exuding a soft and faint purple light. Feel free to hold the Purple King lighter worth hundreds of millions of dollars! Exclamation mark. This lighter has already occupied Zheng Shan's wealth for most of his life. This person in front of you is absolutely vulgar! Exclamation mark. Zheng Shan's whole person was completely trembling and horrified. He knelt down and begged for mercy. Sir, forgive the villain for not knowing Shan. Please also Mr. Atonement. The Kuyiran on the side was stunned by her beautiful eyes? Question mark. She looked at Zheng Shan puzzled. Question mark. Could this Zheng Shan recognize something? Why did you apologize to Chen Zhongying inexplicably and kowtow? Question mark. Kuyiran looked at the purple lighter in Chen Zong's hand. At this moment, Kuyiran's heart was filled with surprise and misunderstanding. Question mark. Is there anything special about this lighter? Question mark. Chen Zhongying lit the cigarette and gently retracted the lighter. His eyes were calm, and there was a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. As you, the Deputy Secretary General of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, sheltering and conniving nephew, knowing the law and breaking the law, the crime is aggravated. Tonight, in this sweeping and evil eradication, you and the people behind you will be pulled out together, leaving none. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly condensed, and he said coldly, boom. Hearing this, Zheng Shan, completely limp on the ground, his face like ashes! Exclamation mark. Planted. Zheng Shan today is completely planted. As usual, the monthly pass broke 330 today, and it will be updated at night. Chapter 349. Are you from New Ying? At the entrance of the New Century Cinema, this scene was unprecedented in scale. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Hundreds of members of the Red Star Club were almost and escorted to the armored prison vehicle. Together with the boss of the Red Star Club, Zheng Haonan. Behind the mountain, Zheng Shan, Deputy Secretary of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. All were arrested and brought to justice. The mighty camouflage convoy, escorting hundreds of people, drove away altogether. However, at the same time, Red Star Club headquarters base, Red Star Bar. The whole bar was still open. The passenger flow is full. As a result, all of a sudden, the entire ground vibrated. Then, armored combat vehicles, turbulent, instantly smashed the entire bar, within a radius of several hundred meters, and the surrounding water was impenetrable. A large group of camouflage warriors rushed into the bar and directly seized the entire Red Star Bar headquarters. Seized on the spot, hundreds of controlled knives that have been opened. Simulation firearms, several. Check a large number of cash banknotes. Tens of millions of dollars. Dozens of various smuggled water wheels. Also checked dozens of kilograms of white powder, K-powder methamphetamine. This Red Star Club not only engages in extortion business, but also secretly sells drugs, which is of a bad nature. Overnight, the entire Red Star Club was taken in one pot. Jiangnan, inside a hospital. Zheng Haonan's younger brother, Zheng Houbai, was slapped and slapped one by Chen Zong in the cinema because he harassed Ku Shuang, severely injured and vomited blood. At this time, he had just been pushed out of the emergency room. He opened his eyes in a daze. Click. With a sound, he was lying on the hospital bed. His hands were directly handcuffed by an iron shackle. A large group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood in front of his hospital bed with cold expressions. Who are you? Zheng Hou's expression was startled, and he almost fell out of bed with fright. Zheng Hou, you are suspected of drug trafficking, smuggling, malicious wounding, and homicide. Now you are ordered to arrest you. A camouflage soldier looked cold, and directly took out an arrest warrant. Hearing these words, Zheng Hou's whole face trembled suddenly, completely dumbfounded. Late at night, 12 o'clock. The Maybach convoy, slowly driving on the streets at night. After experiencing the scene just now, Ku Yiren and Ku Shuangxie were still a little confused at this time. Sitting in the car, the two sisters stared at Chen Zong with complicated and strange eyes, as if to thoroughly see through this mysterious man. After hesitating for a long time, the talented Ku Yi finally asked cautiously, "Mister, are you from the military camp?" Ku Yi people thought about this issue for a long time. In the end, she still asked. It's not that she is too worried. Rather, the scenes are in front of you. This Mr. Chen, over and over again, make a random phone call, kinetic energy to mobilize people in the military camp? This is simply, how can people not doubt? Last time, it was to mobilize military combat helicopters. This time, it was even more fierce. Even the entire Yuan team was transferred directly! These scenes are real. Let Ku Yiren have to think about that. But Chen Zonging, sitting in the car, slowly spit out a smoke ring, and said lightly, I have a friend who happens to be working in the capital. With a wide network. His words directly dispelled all the doubts in Ku Yi's heart. Everything is dumped on that friend. Hearing this sentence, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes frowned. This explanation, as anyone with a discerning eye knows, is perfunctory. But Mr. insisted not to say. Don't fail him. I can only calm down and dare not ask any more. This night, people were shocked and some had insomnia. Destined to be a night that is difficult to calm. It's halfway through the night, but the sky will not be bright. In the hazy sky, inside the villa, Chen Zonging had already got up early. 40,000 push-ups, 40,000 sit-ups. All morning exercises remain the same. After he was sweating profusely, he got up and went to the shower room and took a cold shower. At this time, it is already autumn, and in the November season, the weather is a little bit cold in the early hours of the morning. But Chen Zonging did not resist at all, still washing and bathing with icy cold water. For him, this bit of cold water. What is it? At that time, Antarctica Wells Land. When they performed the top-secret mission, he even wore only one combat uniform and lurked for 10 days and 10 nights in the icy ocean of -20 degrees. In the end, the target was sniped and the mission was completed. For a killer, he doesn't have any temperature, whether it's cold or hot. He can't feel it. Decades of life and death training have minimized his sensory and tactile nerves. In other words, he is a cold, killing machine. That's it. After washing, he put on a clean white shirt and suit jacket again. Very elegant. Take the Omega watch and light a cigarette. Then he turned around and went out. A suit is straight and elegant, like a scholar. Coming to the Kiss Villa, the hearty breakfast is ready. The Ku family of 4 was sitting at the breakfast table, waiting for Chen Zonging. Wait for Chen Zonging to enter the door and take his seat. This breakfast finally opened early. As usual, Ku Huihai still turned on the TV and watched the daily morning news while eating and drinking tea. However, at this moment, during the morning news broadcast, a piece of news was suddenly broadcast, according to reports from relevant departments. Last night, a large-scale rallying of evil forces took place at the entrance of the New Century Cinema in the National Finance Mall. Upon receiving reports from the masses, The Shanghai Haihai Yuan Unit Number 107 in Jiangnan Yuan urgently dispatched and jointly stopped. Forced to sweep the black and evil. At present, the Black Forces, more than 130 members of the Red Star Club, and the big backer behind it, and the Deputy Secretary of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Zheng Shan, have been arrested and brought to justice. Everything, please follow up. In the TV show, the hostess had a solemn voice and reported the major news of the incident last night. In this world, the evil forces are rampant, so I really have to clean it up. Kui Huihai sat directly above the dining table, watching the report on the TV show, and immediately followed. This Red Star Club has long heard of famous names. It's rampant in Huangpu district. The companies of my old friends were all harassed by them. I didn't expect to be served in a pot last night. It seems that another day, I have to ask them to have dinner. Now, Kui Huihai drank a bowl of hot porridge and seemed to be in a good mood. These businessmen, they hate most in the ordinary days is the evil forces. These black and evil forces have no king's law, no moral restraint, and they are completely chaotic. It is simply social worms, which have seriously affected the normal business environment of the city. Almost everyone shouted and beat them. At the dining table, their daughter Ku Yiren and Ku Shuangxia had a little complicated gaze. The two sisters glanced at each other. Last night, their two sisters witnessed ... that scene of sweeping the evil. If so, let my father know. In the anti-black operation last night, they were one of the parties. I don't know what kind of mood swings it will cause. However, the two sisters were obviously tight-lipped, and neither of them spoke. At this time, Chen Zonging, as the person involved, looked even more calm, sitting quietly at the table, enjoying the steak, as if everything has nothing to do with him. At the table, the atmosphere seemed a bit quiet. Tingling bell. At this moment, Kui Huihai's cell phone rang suddenly. Add more to, brothers! Exclamation mark. Monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Chapter 350. There is no other way. Tingling bell. At the table, Kui Huihai's cell phone rang, shaking quickly. Kui Huihai looked calm, still sitting there quietly, drinking hot porridge and eating vegetables, without any intention of answering the phone. Dad, call you. The little daughter Ku Shuang uttered a soft reminder. Don't worry about it. Kui Huihai turned off the phone directly and threw it on the sofa. Let's continue eating. His expression and gesture made him calm. These calls are all calls from partners. Yesterday, hundreds of cooperating bosses almost broke his mobile phone. However, Kui Huihai didn't answer a single call. Before, those partners had cold-blooded and ruthlessly breached the contract. Now, still want to talk about cooperation again? There are no doors. At first I ignored it. Now they can't afford it. Kui Huihai has now become the shopkeeper. All this will be handled by his daughter Kui. How to do it? Just do it. Sometimes his heart is too soft. You need young people to come forward, act vigorously, and not be affectionate. This is the best way to deal with those old guys. This breakfast was very quiet. After the meal, Ku Shuang carried a satchel and went to class under the of a bodyguard. And Ku Yiren and Chen Zonging took the Maybach car and drove slowly towards the company. Along the way, sitting in the Maybach car, Ku Yiren's beautiful eyes were very calm. As far as she is concerned, today should be a very restless day. She is ready. As predicted, half an hour later, when Ku Yiren's Mercedes-Benz fleet just arrived at the KISS building, the entire gate of KISS Mansion was full of Shanghai and high local luxury cars. 9 in the morning. The partners of the KU Group, one by one, the chairman and CEOs, had already driven and rushed to the KISS building. As soon as the Maybach Mercedes-Benz team stopped, a large group of old rivers and lakes, the chairman of the board ... have surrounded them, almost enclosing the entire Mercedes-Benz team. About the contract. Shall we talk about it again? President Ku. Our cooperation is beneficial to everyone. President Ku. You have to take care of the overall situation. As the Ku Yiren just got out of the car, hundreds of chairpersons swarmed at the door of the entire building. They pleaded with each other, and the attitude was unprecedented. These scenes almost made the security guards at the gate of KISS building and the colleagues who rushed to work all dumbfounded. This is simply unprecedented. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm, and he ignored the demands of the hundreds of chairmen. Shenzong took a step forward. A huge force invaded, and directly shook the hundreds of chairmen back and gave way. Then he lit a cigarette and walked towards the building with such calmness. The Kuyaran and a group of bodyguards surrounded them, protected them, and followed them in. The hundreds of chairpersons looked complicated and stood at the door of the building, looking at each other for a long time. In the end, a group of old presidents of the board of directors gritted their teeth and ignored their face and dignity. They bit their heads and followed in the building. Kuyaran took the elevator up to the 99th floor, and the hundreds of chairmen followed by the freight elevator to the 99th floor. They just followed Kuyaran like this, begging, pulling down their old faces, and discussing cooperation again. At this moment, they have no other choice. If they do not cooperate with the KU group, they will have to face damages for breach of contract dozens of times. What the fuck? There is nowhere to go. Finally, when Kuyaran came to the door of the office, he turned around suddenly, his eyes calm and indifferent, and slowly glanced at the hundreds of chairmen behind him. The group of chairmen stopped altogether, their eyes fixed on Kuyaran, uneasy. At this moment, this group of old rivers and lakes, one by one chairman worth billions or even tens of billions, was forced to be so embarrassed in front of Kuyaran, a woman under 30 years old. This is simply everyone, I said before I got off work last night. To continue cooperation, all contract commissions will be doubled. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes are calm and indifferent, without any room for negotiation. The whole hall, the atmosphere instantly quieted down. The expressions of all the chairmen of the board have become a little complicated and embarrassing. This is the price of sitting on the ground. The contract commission is doubled. They can hardly make any money anymore. But at this moment, if they breach the contract, I am afraid, it is not just a problem of not making money, but a huge fine of dozens of times. This is simply. Of the hundreds of directors, none of them spoke, and everyone fell silent. Your father and I are brothers for decades, a chairman said with a complicated expression. Now this company, I have the final say. It has nothing to do with my father. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes calmly interrupted the chairman unceremoniously. Attachment. A few days ago, when the KU group suffered a large-scale breach of contract, have they ever considered the feelings of the KU family? Now, when the KU family lawsuit is won, they suddenly come forward and try to renegotiate cooperation. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? The expressions of all the chairmen of the board have become extremely embarrassing. This is simply relentless. Are you okay? If it's okay, I'm going to work, so please. Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm, and she issued an eviction order. All the chairmen of the board of directors present were extremely complex and hesitated in place. Although there was dissatisfaction and grievance in their hearts, none of them left. Finally, a 50-year-old chairman looked extremely complicated. He hesitated for a long time before finally, complicated, said, I am Anbang Pharmaceutical Group, willing to agree, Mr. Kiss request. Contract commission, just double it. As soon as this statement was made, the expressions of all directors in the audience changed in unison, which was extremely complicated. Anbang Medicine actually agreed? Kuyaran's beautiful eyes were calm, and he glanced lightly at the chairman of Anbang Pharmaceutical. She nodded slowly. Great. Well, seeing this scene, the complexion of everyone present has become more complicated. Is there really no room for bargaining? Finally, the second chairman spoke. Then, the third, the fourth. One after another, the chairman of the board spoke, expressing his willingness to bear a cooperation agreement with twice the commission. This kind of scene is simply all the chairmen of the board, all looking ugly and sad, signed this new contract agreement for all cooperation. the commission is doubled. Whether it's sitting on the ground and starting the price, it doesn't matter if you take the opportunity to blackmail. In the end, the hundreds of chairmen present were forced to sign the cooperation agreement on their own initiative. No way. If you don't cooperate, you will wait for dozens of times of compensation for breach of contract. They have no other choice. However, at the same time, Shanghai City, Tongjia Hospital, VIP hospitalization room. The Go family's son, Go Shoes, is lying on the white and clean hospital bed. Since the failure of the lawsuit yesterday, Go Shoes was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot in the office and fainted. It wasn't until this morning that he finally woke up slowly. Add more! Quick monthly pass. Go!